Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Let's get her done. Nice shot by Xander. Unsaturate in to facilitate solely Salada, but that's not what Xander's looking at. The collab with the Outlaw. Found in one singular shot, but Salada close corners can trade it back. Xander on track for the ace! And he does it all on his damn own!
Sacred as the bubble comes down. Here looks the first thing metaphorically is the blind, but the jump scare from ADG. Q is alive and well, blossoming when ADG needed him to the most. Derek is taking care of business. Your shift is almost over, Derek. But Sacred, your shift is, you're fired.
Oh my God.
You're all fired.
Everybody's just gonna go drop, yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still with a flank, 1Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Get knives, straight to the dome, over the top. Dynamic saves the round and gets the defuse.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final week of VALORANT Challengers in North America. The Swiss stage playoffs have all been leading up to this, and at the end of the week, we will determine our Stage 2 champion. My name is Sarah Dawn. I'll be your host for this week. Joining me on the analyst desk, we have Shift and Athena. Shift, I know your voice is a little today, but we have some fiery hot VALORANT matches. Surely that'll help out, right?
It won't hurt. I'll put it that way. I'll put it that way. I'm going to try to keep it low and raspy for you boys and girls today. But no, I'm excited for this matchup and both sets of matchups, actually. I think both teams are coming out of the upper bracket looking vulnerable, whereas both teams coming out of the lower bracket round one are looking pretty momentous. So it should be a fun day.
It is going to be such a great time. And, you know, looking at this bracket, I mean, these matches have been intense. We highlighted it from the get-go that with these teams, these matches could go any way. Like, these teams have been leveling up across the board. This has been so exciting to watch.
Yeah, it feels like there's been so many changes and so many things happening that I don't really know exactly how to predict what is going to happen. I think for me, I've been really enjoying how well these teams are playing and how locked in they look, because obviously this is playoffs and everyone is kind of bringing their A game and becoming more and more creative every single step of the way.
Big congratulations to M80 and SRB who have secured their spot in the upper finals. We'll get to see them tomorrow, I believe. But for today, we have eliminations. This lower bracket has been absolutely terrifying. Later on, it's going to be YFP and FlyQuest. First up, EG and Division 1. This lower bracket, I mean, Shift has been just insane through and through. Like, we're saying really quickly saying goodbye to some very talented teams.
Yeah, I mean, even going back into lower round one, the fact that Core is out, you know, that roster on paper had everyone really excited at the beginning of the stage. And their Swiss stage was good. It wasn't showing many weaknesses, and yeah, they just didn't have their stuff versus EG. And then FlyQuest, who got, I would say, surprised in their opening matchup after their absolutely, I mean, near picture perfect brackets, or group stage rather, I should say. They're a major contender. So it's just one of those things that gets tough overall to kind of like evaluate how our teams are remaining, because we're dealing with heavy hitting matches that we would not have expected to have had so soon. So yeah, I mean, you see YFP playing FlyQuest and you're like, wow, it's your previous stage champion going up against, you know, one of your group leaders. Very interesting to see it in lower round two.
It's absolutely crazy, and YFP Fly will get a chance to see later today. But first up, let's start focusing our attention on Evil Geniuses Academy going up against Division 1. Because I think, too, when we're gotten into this point of playoffs, it was kind of who we would get to see step up. And even if this is a lowers match, Athena, like, EGA have gone through switches. Division 1 continue to impress. Like, this should be a really great one.
Yeah, I think this is going to be super intense, especially because EG, for me at least, I was thinking they were going to beat Shopify the last time they saw them, but they ended up falling to the lower bracket, which was kind of insane for me. I really had it feeling that EG was going to win, so they're going to come out swinging in this one. And I think the same goes for Division 1, right? These players, they have so much to prove. I feel like they're more on the rookie side or the newer side of challengers, and every single individual has been playing really, really well. And I think we're going to expect some sort of scrappy matchup here because everyone can frag so well.
Oh, I'd be so down for a scrappy matchup getting into this. But I want to talk about Division 1 because this team coming from Premier, I feel like this is the rags to riches kind of path, right? I love that we get to see a team that has gone through the Premier system here, Shift, and has made it to playoffs. And yes, they're in a lower round, but they're not a team to be counted out at any point.
No, not at all. And I think a lot of that is just due to the fact that they ended their Swiss stage on a heater. Then they came out, made a lot of mistakes versus YFP, but then immediately showed correction and adaptation to really beat the brakes out of ADG. I know that their second map did go to overtime, but once they got there, all the things that they were building on through the first and second halves showed up in the 2 overtime rounds, and they looked good. They looked really, really good. So I'm excited about them. They're definitely a team that rides off momentum, though. So if they find themselves down in the eco, we're going to have a hard time, I think, trying to keep up with the efficiency that EG have. So I think for me, it's just looking at this team as a full 5 and saying, hey, if we can get up early, we need to maintain those leads and try to put the pressure back onto EG.
Yeah, I think this team does such a good job at being super forward and super aggressive when they need to be, and also planning a lot of their pathing very carefully. I think Division 1 as a team has kind of been traveling a lot as a unit, and it's been really nice to see. They've also done some really nice defaults on that defensive side, a lot of the time setting up their operator for success, making sure that they're playing really good protocols off of those initial first kills, and it's been looking really nice. And I think for all these players, they all have something to prove. And I think it really goes to show how they played against ADG, why that first map was such a slam. And I think even on Breeze, like, they won their pistols, every single pistol. They did get thrifty that second time, but they're still so ready to come back and jump back into the game every single time. And it feels like nothing can really hold them back.
And someone that you really, really can't hold back. When you are looking at a Breeze that was so close between Division 1 and ADG, we have to talk about the impact that Dynamic was able to have and how much impact he's been having throughout this stage. Because I feel like the amount of little like MVP titles at the end that he's been collecting has been so strong, and he's just been such a boon for the squad.
Yeah, he's just consistently at the top of the leaderboard. And I think the biggest reason is because of his operator skills. I think Division 1 make a lot of these plans, especially on that defensive side, around how he's going to play and around how he's going to get those map control picks that really set them up for success. And I think for Dynamic, he's just been so good. I mean, watching him on that Breeze game was just such a pleasure on the Jet, and then his chamber as well was just so nice. It's like super aggressive forward positioning that a lot of the time could get punished, but he's just so good at winning his ones almost every single time that this is so scary to play against. You know, like, how do you kind of counter this player that as a wild card just takes a lot of their fights, gets a lot of these multi-frags, has really good positioning, and of course on top of that, mechanically his aim is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's no stranger to a scope, this dynamic. That's why we see the chamber, I think, just kind of on most maps, really relying on Boomy to run that kind of dive in bursty style duelist. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure on dynamic, I think, on the defensive side. But I mean, hey, you look back to the ADG game, overall across both maps, 10-3 in first kills to first death ratio, which is an insane number. So it just shows that, like, as Jet, happy to get in there, happy to find the first in the opening and usually stay alive afterwards. Or like you're talking about, Athena, it's just Dynamics putting themselves into a spot to where they can find that opening pick if they get the operator quickly. Now, that's the other part about it, though, and that's just kind of why my mentality around D1 shifts around, can they get an economic advantage early? Because if they can't get that operator into play, Dynamic is then really just relying on, can I get to my ult at the tour de force if I'm playing chamber? Otherwise, you're sitting on a rifle, and that kind of takes away some of that game planning.
I mean, for EG then, let's see if they can stomp out that momentum, especially to this Evil Geniuses Academy squad. You look at the names across the board, there is a lot of strength here. Of course, on the later end of the stage, with switching things up, Pancakes now IGLing, losing a member, bringing moves on. That's a lot to go through, but Athena, this team has looked really strong. And again, that match up against SRB, the last map maybe wasn't the showing, but the two maps previously were so strong. It's a shame that they're now find themselves a potential elimination.
Yeah, I think that that first game against Shopify Rebellion on Haven was really nice to watch. It just felt like EG was really good with where they were. Pancakes, of course, just IGLing and having a really good time. Getting I think he got a 4K at some point. He's just constantly being that kind of rock for the team and doing his job. But then you move on to Lotus, and that's where I was so excited for this team, because they were down 9-3 at half and they brought it all the way back to overtime. I feel like there were so many different rounds that either one of these teams could have won in order to delay the overtime or even to win out in overtime. But for EG, just having that mentality going forward into that game when you're down so far and being able to come back and climb back up, you can tell this team is really into it, and they're really good with their comms. They're really calm and they're really good at adapting, and I just think it was really a pleasure to watch them play. And I was really, I keep saying really, and I've noticed that, don't worry guys, but I genuinely wanted to see this team win. This was my prediction for that week, and I thought both times it was really close, and I was just screaming watching the comeback.
Yeah, I think for EG Academy, I'm just going to kind of throw a little 2 cents in here because I'm sure we'll talk about it more throughout this series to see if it's changed. But on Lotus, in that first half, it should not have been a 9-3. I mean, B-Dog was finding so many first bloods. They were in early 5v4s, but then there was just no discipline around the objective. Like, retake percentages were miserable for them. So they're still allowing the bomb to be planted, or the spike to be planted, even though they're in a number situation off of early duels. And that's just one of those, like, you're already taking away the neon in a lot of those first blood battles. You have to win those rounds. And I think EG, looking back at that film, is going to be sitting there saying, wow, we really let this one get away from us. We could have 2-0'd Shopify Rebellion Black, no problem. So I expect them to come out polished today.
I mean, as long as the team can learn from their loss, it's not too late yet, even if they are on thin ice finding themselves here in lowers. But talking about the individuals on the team, of course, the newest addition to the squad moves. It's been a bit now, but it has been a great addition for the team. I mean, we got to see how much he was able to do with Winthrop before, and then I just don't know how nobody has picked him up since then. Honestly, that was kind of the conversation last time we saw him play. And Athena, I think it just holds even more true. He brings the vibes. He's getting the kills. Like, this was a fantastic pickup by the team.
Yeah, he's always been a player with really good timings on the lurks as the Senti, as the Viper, just consistently being really annoying to play against. And I think on this Lotus match, you really saw this shine. His timings were so well played, and the fact that he got so many multi-frags in that Lotus game was one of the main reasons why why EG came back. It was so good to watch him play. He's just so confident in a lot of the way that he plays, his ability to get multi-frags and anchor on the side, plus his lurk timings are good. I also really enjoy when Moves is just running around with the team. He does not have to lurk half the time, and it's just managing to kind of be there for them and frag out, make sure they're getting a lot of that space because of the Viper util, because of the KJ util, and just being overall really phenomenal pickup for them.
I mean, if he's running around the team, he's going to try and have to keep up with B-Dog. Let's talk about our Phillips Norelco head-to-head and the two duelists to keep an eye on for today. Because going into this, I mean, B-Dog as well, like the last couple of maps, we've seen a lot. But Boomy as well, especially going from Waylay. We still get to see the Waylay sometimes, but his Neon shift has just been so impressive. So I'm really excited to see these two go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and kind of speaking to the Waylay, like the Waylay's not necessarily supposed to be his agent where he goes and pops off. He's just supposed to create openings, and he's done a really good job versus ADG. Now, and this is the easy wordplay of 2026. Is it Boomy or boom or bust? Because there have been a lot of times where Boomy has not necessarily provided that same success on the entry that you need to, whether it's on the Neon, or whether it's on the Waylay. He found a lot of success versus ADG. But I feel like this EG team is a very different caliber of monster than what they were able to play against in the previous portions of their bracket. So I'm really interested to see because, yeah, like we talk about, great matchup for Boomy in the last one. When they played, though, up against YFP, the first map was kind of a disaster for the Waylay. Didn't really have a lot of success on Lotus initially from the defensive side. So it's just really, for me, can Boomy get it going early and keep it going?
Yeah, I think on the other side here with B-Dog, he's done a really good job with the Neon as well. He's really done his job and his role every single round, not necessarily consistently getting those first kills, but constantly making space for his team. And I think him and Pancakes work really well together. We're setting up the Neon for success, making sure that he's getting a lot of that space and rotating really fast on these really good timings. And I think for B-Dog, he has been doing really well. His first kills are kind of insane. I mean, I think on Lotus, he had like 8 first kills and 3 deaths, which is kind of an insane stat, especially when you're thinking about how Shopify actually ended up winning that map. So overall, really well played. And his utility usage on those executes are really good too, just kind of using his stun to get rid of almost 1/2 of the map. So the rest of his team can kind of path in and go in on the other side. It's really nice to watch.
It has been so much fun. And I mean, both of them are just so much, I don't know. They're amazing to watch. This is going to be such a fun matchup going into today. Of course, it's not going to be the first time we've seen these two teams match up, though. If we take a little look back at earlier on in the stage, EG did manage to 2-0 them, but I think it was pretty respectable score lines across the board. And Shift, you were talking about that momentum that D1 got. That was after this EG match, right? So this was the last loss they took before they got knocked into lowers. They went on their run after. So I think it's a very different team than this previous match.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think they really found their identity by way of winning. I mean, they always say, and everyone always says this, like losing is learning. And D1 has definitely been able to learn. I think, again, just even going into the most immediate recency bias, not going all the way back to this round 4 matchup, but their loss in winners round 1 and how they came out and dominated ADG in losers round 1 was a night and day comparison. So really excited about that, because when you look back over the course of this particular series, yes, the 13-9s are really tight and really nobody underperformed. So it's just down to finding the good executions and the good protocols. And I think D1 has really showed that they can do that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like this is going to be kind of a different team. I think since that moment, they've gotten way more aggressive too and way more scrappy with it, which I've actually really liked for them. I think they're really good at sustaining that aggressive tempo throughout the maps, even on their defensive side, making sure they're going for those first picks and forcing the other team to kind of hold back, find out what they're doing, and then kind of re-clear the other way. And it's been kind of crazy to watch Division 1 just flip a little bit in the sense of having way more confidence after a loss. Usually you see it the other way around, but for them, they don't really care. That being said, though, the map pool for both these teams is pretty similar, and I feel like we might expect to see similar kind of maps. And man, if EG just lost to Shopify Rebellion on Lotus in overtime, that means they have a few things to work on. They can capitalize on a lot of those numbers for Division 1 to make sure they're abusing a little bit of the holes in their defenses as well.
I mean, you were talking about the similarities in the map pool. So let's start teeing up what we'll see ahead in our series. If we're switching things up a little bit, or if we're going to see a little bit of a run back, and we're switching the order between the Lotus and the Haven, but we will get to see those two maps once again. So I'm putting in a lot of pressure here, a lot of eyes here on Division 1, Athena, to see what's changed since that last time.
Yeah, I really think this pick from Division 1 for Lotus makes a lot of sense because it just goes into exactly what we were saying, right, Shift? Where EG had so many holes in the way that they're playing. They lost a lot of number advantages. They should have won more rounds, and it just felt like they were just letting Shopify Rebellion kind of run away with it a lot of the time. But for Division 1, they've seen this. They have the tape. They have the video on it now. They can go and watch that and see exactly what habits they can punish, exactly how they can punish with their aggression as well, because that's what EG actually struggled with. So it's really interesting, and I think this makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, the opening map definitely, I think just looking at how the recent results have gone gives us a lot of, I would say, like spotlighted narrative points to look at. I think especially for EG targeting, talking about just turning numbers advantages into wins. But on the other side, it's kind of looking at Haven and knowing that Lotus comes before it. I think this is a series that really will fringe upon what Boomy does for D1. Last time that they had played both these two maps, he was fine, but not really as impactful as much as you would want. I think especially when we get to Haven, where they're very regularly will run a waylay Neon. So you're expecting that Boomy's going to be kind of on that waylay grind pretty much throughout the entirety of the day. And I think that's going to be a big success or fail factor for what D1's able to do. If Boomy can get in, use the dashes correctly, create distractions, or even better, find a first blood by way of shorty or shotgun, then we're dealing with a whole different ball game. But I feel like EG, defensively speaking especially, is going to come out much more polished. It's going to be a tough act, the tough act you can really get into if you're Boomy trying to make that play happen.
I mean, Division 1, it's been a team that's been surpassing expectations throughout the entire stage. So I'm intrigued to see if they can do it once again going into the series. But before we get started with the game, our final predictions to see who was going to be coming out on top. And
whoa.
Yeah.
So Division 1 have the caster blessing on their side. A little bit of a caster curse here, Athena, on EG.
Okay, so this is kind of crazy. I expected at least one person to pick Division 1, but I think for me, I went with EG just because I'm on the other hand of the video that they have, right? They have these overtime losses that they've kind of shown us, and I think for me, EG Academy is the type of team to adapt really quickly and be able to go over those VODs and be able to pinpoint and figure out what mistakes they've made. And so I think for me that's kind of what's holding this down for me. I think Division 1, kind of like what Shift said, was that they're a little bit more scrappy. They're definitely dependent on those early picks. They're dependent on how they're going to get the kind of run going on for those first kills. And I think for EG Academy, I'm just expecting them to be able to shut it down through learning and through knowing how Division 1 play.
Yeah, we're going to get some really messy battles in this first half over to the top of A, I think. Just wanting to play for that early control, force D1 to have to dive into the C site with this waylay, which just doesn't really feel all that great, especially into what will likely be the Vice utility. So there's going to be a messy battle, I would assume, over towards A. And I think that this is one that EG is going to be very aware of what their protocols need to be. Make sure that when we do get those advantages, how do we close out rounds? I think it's going to be a tight series, but I've got EG prevailing.
I mean, this is elimination on the line here for these two teams. A map that is just so familiar for them, not just against each other, but a mainstay for both throughout their time here in Challengers. It's time to see if Division 1 have learned from the last time they've matched up, or it's going to be Evil Geniuses yet again to take it on Lotus. Let's get started with the series and send it over. It's going to be Roy and Lemon Kiwi to take you through.
Thank you so much, Sierra. It is the beginning of the end for one of these teams, or a path to redemption being forged. And Division 1 came in as the last seed, Roy, but they're facing a very hungry EG Academy.
Oh, yeah, and the story for these two teams literally could not be any different, right? You have the veterans on the EG side. You have the underdogs that have been underrepresented, underrated, that have just kind of snuck their way in. They entered the conversation, entered into playoffs, and now that we're kind of seeing them, on a head-to-head on what is essentially a rematch in the first two maps. But I mean, looking at the map pool and let's just dive into it now that the narrative has sort of been laid out. It feels like the veto is very EG sided on the first two maps, but the third one, that bind, I feel like if Division 1 can survive and make their way to bind somehow, I'm kind of favoring them. Their bind looks so good. They're undefeated on the map. It looks so good. But for the first two maps, it's looking like a pretty tough road ahead for Division 1. Who has, they've been struggling on Lotus, and they've also haven't really found their footing on Haven as well. Whereas for EG, kind of feels like those are two of their best maps. So a very tough road ahead right here for Division 1. But if they can make it, that is the key.
And two teams with very different strengths. I feel like Division 1 very strong with the double duelist, while EG, they changed their roster. Moobs is already fitting in, but it gives them options of multiple lurks. Moobs and Pancakes have been amazing on that duty, but right now, you're facing forward. Jake with the trap here with the paranoia, not even needing to throw it out. The relay bolt is perfectly set. Division 1 stepping to the trap. It's a good exchange and information for Division 1 to realize how many members here are at B to make their final decision going forward.
Yeah, look at that proactivity from EG, immediately taking space. Now they have the early heads up, the early rotation, a lot of pressure on Moobs, so that's going to force him. Oh, okay. A little spam kill already onto Moobs. That eliminates so much of the pressure and the smoke towards the A lobby, and now they're making their way on through. Moobs is quite far, Zerona's quite far ahead, and it's now a 4v3 on this A site.
Division 1 managed to escape the grasp of EG. And what a blind, but a clap back with the classic right click from Jakey. Now the retake has been really slowed down at this point. Zerona will make his way through the staircase. Top side is being blocked by with smokes. Division 1 are just letting time do all the talking. Pancake's decision is now the drop down forward with the bandit. Sends him packing. And through tree, Division 1 hold it down for the pistol.
Wow, and an instant reaction from Division 1. I mean, I feel like for Division 1, they're like the X Factor team, right? And it feels like whenever they're kind of feeling it, whenever they're in the flow state, they look so good. And I would say this team is very parallel to FlyQuest, right? Where there's just so much X Factor and there's so much individual strength on this roster. Getting this early pistol feels like a huge blessing, right? Get that momentum rolling, get the pressure relieved off their shoulders, which honestly, I feel like the whole pressure thing is kind of Division 1 sided, right? Because EG has expectations. They've signed veterans. They've signed some of the best talent in the region. And you're up against a team that has, I mean, virtually no conversation surrounding them except the fact that they've made their way into playoffs. So I think for Division 1, I mean, they're chilling. They're so good on that regard.
Ooh, so is this chamber. I mean, this chamber is going to be something to note as Boomy had already activated the dashes, is looking to get active. You have so many points of information and of recall in the chamber. And the Waylay can do so much push and pull. And now just realizing how weak this C site is, Division 1 are still trying to find where that member was, but now have probably called reinforcements.
Yeah, I mean, look at the space that Dynamic has over here. He's creating so many exit options for them. They even leave a lurker towards the C mount as well. They want a backup to the backup, just in case. It's going to be crazy.
Zerona looking for a chance. Maybe Strike doesn't have a flash out, but still, the rifles are just better on Division 1, so the only element that EG have is, I guess, the classics just being really good at that close range. The element of surprise is the only leverage that EG have, but now they have not as many members. Now the spike's been planted, Haunt is out, and Division 1 are trying to not lose the classics. Is it really that big of a challenge, guys? Dynamic is watching the right. EG wrap around here, and there Dynamic holds his own and gets the 3K.
There we go. There's a little it got a little sticky. It got a little sticky towards the very end, but that Division 1, I'm digging the style. I'm digging the exit options that they've kind of allowing themselves, right? In case you walk into stacks, which are, I mean, so common on these kind of rounds where you have no money. EG wants to kind of leverage the disadvantages, but so far so good. And this is where the fun begins for EG. Weapons up. Odin already in the hands of Pancakes, who, by the way, has been a phenomenal player, not only through Swiss stage, but also in playoffs. He's been an absolute beast. I feel like a lot of the players actually on the EG side have really stepped up for this roster, and it's been, I mean, even Moves as well. The addition of Moves has been so good. Here we go. Division 1 already looking to amp up the speed. No lurkers this time. No exit option. It's a full-on C dive incoming right here.
That's where Vi's util could prove to be really problematic for Calamity. He's just gonna dash ahead. He's been separated, but inserts the judge for the Sun Don't Shine moves has just been ruined, and Zerona finds himself between a rock and a hard place. With some pressure at the waterfall. Zerona trying to take a peek at the back site, seeing if he could prevent the spike, but there's a stack here he's not expecting. Good trades from Division 1, never really giving serious advantages to EG, but wait a minute. Tables have been turned. The odds are even. The Division 1 never got to play during that. I like this isolation, the section, and Speed-Dog on top.
He bails them out so well right there. It looked disjointed almost for EG, uncharacteristic even. And just the individual play coming out from B-Dog looked so good, so clean. EG, in my opinion, kind of crisis averted. It almost felt like D1 was about to run away with this round, right? The instant push, the instant kill on both anchors, the trade out, the utility dump in the back of the site. I mean, it's clean, it's clinical for Division 1. I'm liking the pressure on the pace changes. I'm liking the pressure on the sites as well. And now it's going to be a purchase followed up right here for Division 1. Oh, there is actually Dynamic is on the Headhunter. That's about the only weakness in terms of economy, but EG testing the waters, maybe looking for a soft take here towards the A side of the map, but just a slow pace, just a little deposit, a little feel out. Dynamic is still on the other side of the map, so options are definitely still available here for Division 1.
These are these strong lurks that we talked about with moves being in the middle of the map, but this is a very mobile Division 1 team. The desk talked about their aggression. Boomy stands above and will go beyond for this team, but now the Odin has finally revealed itself, and Division 1 are going to go explore. And ooh, there's the chase, but there's a stack around the corner. Little geniuses are going to try and let the power of friendship stand tall here. Division 1 now have to stand on the other side of this mountain, and B-Dog and Fritz, what a double! B-Dog with the heroics has really bailed out EG, but you cannot discount what Division 1 can do. They're going to try and kick back. Here's the Odin, the last thing remaining. 1v2 Dynamic, pretty injured as well. And you know where that Odin is. Dynamic, very quiet, no sounds being heard. Pancake is now running out of time, and Foreign, the patience pays off.
The relentlessness as well from Division 1. First of all, I want to start with that 2v1 because that was so good. You don't expect Foreign to just be kind of baiting, walking behind Dynamic, allowing him to take the contact. So kind of a heads up little micro play coming out from Division 1. But the relentlessness from this team, like as soon as they sense weakness, as soon as they kind of have a read on your positioning, it almost feels like they don't skip a beat. They're just jumping on, immediately getting high ground. They have the high-low peak on the kind of the stairs, like the stairs area. Just so good on the kind of the acceleration. And for Division 1, I feel like that really is going to be the key for them right here, is to kind of keep that momentum, keep that pressure up, just full foot on the gas, never relent. And it's just going to continue dismantling EG, who honestly isn't even doing the wrong thing. They're just kind of getting overran.
Been rather close from EG, really weakening the anti-eco, winning the bonus, to now B-Dog with a bandit first blood. Man, EG on these lower buys are something else, whether it's classics or bandits. And now B-Dog with a judge, and that can be what opens things up if he can get up close and personal. But EG got exactly what they wanted from this, and now they feel like they have to out-rotate Division 1.
Yeah, it's a race. It's a straight-up race to the C side of the map. You're just going to leave B-Dog right here solo with the judge. It kind of makes sense. If they want to go through tree, they're going to get punished. But the rest of the players are just going to go ahead and gamble towards the C side, which is actually the correct gamble. Now, available options, exit options are available with Dynamic lurking towards this A side, so it could be, but they've actually walked on in.
And Mikey has to play safe here. If he feels it's a big fight, he could pull out the Nightfall, but I think Division 1 are pretty happy scrapping through with the weapon advantage. You would think that's all you need, and Zerona just gets collapsed on. So Division 1 stays stoic as they still look for safety for the spike. And hey, that's a big Prowler identifying a target over in Waterfall. B-Dog, he's just too late to the party, but moves not so much. But with the classic versus what Dynamic has, yeah, I'm gonna say Division 1 got this round.
The good old Vansili classic, Le Tour de Force.
I didn't want to say that.
But B-Dog 1v3, judge in hand. I mean, honestly, the judge is a pretty good weapon for the situation considering the HP across the board. It's B-Dog as well, and he's having a phenomenal game. But a little too many angles and too much positioning available for Division 1 as they claim their 4th on the board now on what was a huge... I mean, this is just... You're running away with this half at this point, right? This first half is the hard part for EG. They've looked so good on the attack sides, but I mean, yeah, this is a good timeout. I think it's time to start discussing our options right here. Division 1, as of right now, it kind of feels like they're sticking to a very similar formula, right? The 4 1s across the board. Dynamic kind of doing what he's been doing all split long. Be solo, kind of pick rotators, look for empty space, look for whatever it can be given freely to Division 1, and give them sort of more options in the mid rounds. And the rest of the players are, I mean, they're just, it looks like they're kind of just hounding for kills. They're finding them too, which is kind of crazy. I feel like for AG, the name of the game on kind of what was on the pistol round is sort of the same idea, right? It's like take map states when it's free, kind of apply as much pressure as possible.
It feels like the big people that are making plays right now on the EG side, it comes down to 2 players, B-Dog and Pancakes. And it's going to really come down to, I think, Pancakes in these next coming rounds. Does he want to counter Nightfall to Nightfall? You know that's going to be a big engage tool for Division 1 so that they really don't have to think too hard. They can just kind of go in blasting. They maybe have to identify where Zerona is, but the Nightfall and when the second one comes out is what I'm looking forward to in this round.
And I think the tough thing here for EG is they just took like a timeout, but I mean, they're up against double ults that are so good on the execute as well. So if they guess wrong with this idea, or if they're not able to kind of execute whatever game plan kind of got laid out by the coach right there, is really going to be a huge problem, right? You don't want to be isolated against the Waylay ult, and you definitely do not want to get caught off by the Nightfall. So options ahead here for Division 1 and also EG, who are looking to kind of, I mean, they've gotten some kind of read that it's towards the A side. They're shifting heavily.
Right, B-Dog, it's not seeing anything off that mound. This is a lot of space, as you said, from Dynamic, already identifying where that Vise is. So does this feel like a weaker C site? Looks like Division 1 are going to invest, start to disrespect the one way, but you can't disrespect B-Dog. He's pretty consistent on these first floods, but you can't stop Calamity. Not when he wants revenge. Steps into the arena with the judge, gets the C site for Division 1 without really needing that ult.
Yeah, and they still have the Waylay all in play as well. That's going to be a huge problem for EG in the post. The spike is planted in the wide open. Dynamic is still there. Yeah, look at that pressure. Just relentless coming out from Calamity, and the instant dive to follow.
And he's so proactive. He's just so confident when he goes in. That's what you need from a Neon player. And he's just causing havoc in the EG spawn before they could even think of how to retake. The round is over, and it's a 3-round win streak from Division 1.
And I wish I could be a fly on the wall in the comms right there, because it felt like it was perfectly executed. The heaven side push, the ult, the pressure, the immediate crunch happening from Dynamic on the lurk, who pincers it perfectly from the B side of the map. I mean, it's really looking fundamental. And usually this is a team that we talk highly. First of all, yeah, this chase is so nasty. I mean, overextended for even 1 second and you immediately get caught off by Division 1. That's the confidence in the flow state right there. But to kind of circle back, it feels like Division 1's sort of strength this entire split has been, actually, hold that thought, it looks like an A rush immediately.
Oh my god, EG just want to match fire with fire, and oh my god, everyone just falls to what, shotguns? And Division 1 just slap back EG's, I guess, relentless aggression there at the beginning, and it feels like Division 1 were just gifted around.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence right now is on full display from Division 1. They're looking to claim their 6th on the board, but to kind of circle back, it really does feel like Division 1's strength this entire split has been the micro. We've talked so highly of it, right? We saw a lot of it on Bind. It looked so good. A little bit of damage happening right here, but okay. It's secured. It's good. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the kind of the highlight and the kind of the conversation points for Division 1 was the micro and how good they are at brawling and fighting together. But it feels like in this map, there's a huge level up happening even on the macro level, on the kind of the macro, right? Where they're moving around the map nicely. They're collapsing on the right parts of the map. The pressure they're applying in the post plants is on point. It feels like the kind of the micro and the macro is really starting to kind of flush out right here for Division 1. And it's looking so good. I mean, just a flawless A fight into a stack. It's looking nice for Division 1 right now.
And we've talked about it's one thing to beat a team on a map once, a whole different story to do it again. Now they have your strats downloaded. Last time both these teams went to this map, yes, it was Division 1's pick. They started off on defense, and they kind of were blossoming late into that game, but unfortunately for Division 1, EG ended up winning that. And look how much, I mean, how many improvements Division 1 have made in the macro. Now the Nightfall to catch EG, who are too far forward. The immediate chase down. Such a mobile double duelist come from Division 1. So much punish can come out of it. You're too far forward.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the space immediately taken. I mean, I think we call this the loud, right? Where you just, okay, never mind. They're just going to go right into a challenge from one lane into the other.
And one in Waterfall, chase you, green pouring with that paranoia. B-Dog doesn't even need to wait for him. Now, corner Division 1, it's time to bite back. Foreign loves his high ground position, and they play around the cover so well, double swinging at once. Division 1 really are running away with this half.
I'm just loving what Division 1 is showing us. Just in the pulse man, it was so proactive. They go into the heaven push. First of all, the Nightfall into the Waylay dive with the shorty is so savage. I mean, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill if you think about it, right? You're already hurt from the Nightfall. You're decayed. The shorty goes in, almost unpunishable because there's a dismiss available as well. I mean, the micro right now and the pace changes for Division 1 is so crazy. It kind of feels like we just watched a robbery on this gun round. Like that was their gun round, by the way. It's gone. It's destroyed in seconds, it feels like. Now Division 1 gonna slow things down. Boomy looking for the operator walk up, but wow, I mean, so far an impressive showing by Division 1. They're looking locked in.
Got enough money for an op, and imagine what this chamber is going to be able to do on defense, which would be the stronger side, and maybe this double duelist will trip up a bit more on the defensive end, but EG, this is the side they would usually shine on. How are you supposed to hold back what seems to be like a tidal wave with a hurricane on top? Like you said, the dive is just insane.
It's so good.
I mean, trying to have the flashes set, the thorns up from Zerona. I like this. You're really delaying the plant. And look, Boomy just immediately flicks onto B-Dog. Mikey has the op now. Exchange too from who originally had it at the round. And Division 1 are taking space as soon as the spike is planted. EG can't even have a thought before Division 1 are knocking at their door. Then you have the firing squad. Like, this is insane.
Lemon, they're literally in their spawn where they buy guns with 4 people that have not even taken damage. This is pure domination happening from Division 1. I mean, they said it. Whose joke was it on the desk? Boomy or Buster? I'm not sure. Yeah. I think it might have been Shift. I mean, Boomy's 15-3. So I think the way it's looking right now, it's looking like a straight up caster's curse, talent desk curse. We all voted EG. None of us had confidence in Division 1. I think many of us felt there was a chance for Division 1, but we were kind of giving the favor for EG. Now we're back on the full gun round right here. A bit of a switch up happening from EG. They have the Viper's Pit towards the C side of the map. It looks like a brute force is attempted to be happening right here with the Omen ult as well.
Oh, Moves is just sandwiched. How is he supposed to cross that smoke? And Foreign pops out. It's traded. EG managed to bail themselves out. I love what Pancakes was able to do there. And Waterfall finally creating some trouble and push back into Division 1. And guess who's ready to greet? Goodbye, Mikey. Oh, and goodbye, B-Dog. Hold up.
Still manageable. Okay, I mean, that was a clean 1v1 for Dynamic, a potential opening for him in the round, but overall, EG holds ground on the C site, trading out so well on what was such a clean, nice set piece from Division 1. Now, 2 players alive is not quite exactly what you want to see from this round. The economy is still a little bit in shambles for EG. And I mean, a round win right here for Division 1 would be a clean finish on this half, a potential 10-2. So an important round coming up here for EG, not just for score, but the follow-up round as well, and a chance for them to recover what was a completely one-sided half from Division 1 so far. A bit of a switch up here again for EG. They're going for the 2-1-2, not really looking to challenge or hold ground too hard, and just allowing the op to kind of get a little bit of work in, maybe look for that opening pick on B-Dog, but immediately shut down.
And just not setting up that Odin usually in tree. It's just the EG are trying to stack together as much as possible because you need to build this ironclad wall, it feels like, to stop Division 1. Then they get kills and they force you to chase them. Zerona can't stand a chance. Dynamic will put the path down to the C site.
He got the formula down, Jen. I don't know what to say. I mean, this is looking so good. The full-on pressure on the A side, the instant Dynamic recognized it was a 1v1, just runs down the anchor by himself, gets rid of all the utility, runs right through it, has the dismiss to get out as well. The TP. I mean, now it's a 5v2 hunt. It's relentless, man. They're not stopping.
Why we've applauded this EG roster so much has been not only the talent that already exists, but the heroics that they're able to do when push comes to shove and when this team is under pressure. It's just sometimes they crumble under that pressure, and I'm sure another timeout will come in the second half to really make sure they can deliver on that front. But you're not really seeing the well-rounded EG roster at least off the bat. That's what's kind of worrying. Yeah,
no, I completely agree. And okay, gets the hold down. Oh wait, actually Dynamic? Does he get it? Hey, he's running it down. Look at him. But I think they're gonna, I think his guns are saved. Okay, there it is. 2 guns saved. That's actually an opportunity for EG to fight back on what is ultimately an economically broken round. But no, I think I completely agree. And if I may speak frankly, I think EG's, I mean, it's easy to ride the honeymoon wave, right? I think the real test for EG is how they bounce back. That will speak volumes on EG's dynamic. It'll speak volumes on their culture. And, you know, being able to sort of respond to the first wave of struggle, right? So far, it's been lights out since they added moves. They were having a flawless game. Again, even against SRB, it could have gone either way. They looked good on Lotus, a lot of individuals, but overall, it was a solid showing from them. And there it is, an opening pick for EG. The Odin sings.
Yeah, And that's the factor. Pancakes delivers that pain. Now Nightfalls are exchange. EG really starting to be shaky here on this A site. What to expect? You don't know what's coming. You won't hear it either in Division 1. Just suffocating Pancakes with the third now this round. An uncharacteristic win with the up. And this is kind of a disaster. Foreign picks up 3. It's all up to moves to save the day. The final round of the half. He's been discovered. A 4K for Foreign, and he's on his feet.
Oh my lord, a disaster, Lemon. That should have been EG's way. I mean, Pancakes did so much for them in that round. But Foreign claws it back. A couple whiffs coming out from B-Dog as well. Uncharacteristic because he's having a hell of a game. That's really tough. That was tough to watch. I feel like that was such an important round. The 3-9 finish for EG potentially. 2-2. Oh no, production. That's cruel, man. Foreign, he's been such an underrated player on this roster. I mean, he's been largely overshadowed by how just dominant and how good and confident Dynamics has looked, but I feel like Foreign has been such a consistent performer for this roster. I mean, the ratings through the roof. He's an impact player. He showed it right there. He's so sick. Really does feel like a team full of duelists, honestly. It feels like there's just shooters on every role. Now, the sides are flipped. EG on the attack side. But you know what? I've seen this movie before. EG, they've looked good on this attack half. Obviously, there's a ton of pressure on this pistol, so we'll see how this one goes. But if they can kind of keep the ship a little bit, you know, without it sinking too early, I think there's a chance.
Yeah, EG have been really good at absorbing pressure when it comes...
Oh, okay. Never mind. They're getting ran down in their spawn.
Not when you get a bullet to the head randomly from a sliding neon. Now the flank is already being activated. EG are not necessarily watching it. Cheeky in trouble.
I mean,
Man, he just gets rolled by like 3 people and the relay bolt on top. It's just an army that swarms B-Dog. Wait, the aim practice is paying off. B-Dog, give him a sheriff. And he just swings the round. Foreign's the last one, and he has fallen. EG have to thank B-Dog for that one.
No, his sins from the last round have been absolved with this one. I mean, listen, he might have gotten the whiff, but that round was the was the redemption. A huge pickup here for AG. I mean, we stress how important it was. Him to pop off in this manner is so sick. Now, EG, they've bought them. They've extended the lifeline a little bit right here. Obviously, we don't want to see a thrifty. That would be absolute. I mean, this is just, it's savage. This is so sick. Luke follows up as well. I mean, it's
casual
good.
Little 1v3 because like that's what I was saying.
Basically.
That Division 1, we're just moving as a swarm of bees. Oh,
sure.
Get a heads up. Blood armor goes crazy. B-Dog first blood, and Jake falls. And EG haven't left spawn. Like, what is with Division 1 trying to make them pay rent? Like, EG, give them some room.
Feels like they're superheroes. Like, they're just flying at EG one by one and getting out somehow. That's the waylay, I guess. The power of the waylay. The dive is so sick. Which I feel like as an agent has been very... I don't know. I feel like everyone got off the waylay train so fast, but it feels like the agent is so prime on this map. Really digging the kind of the wave of meta that's happening on this map with the neon waylay. Feels like it's really effective, and I think Division 1 has it. I mean, it has the potential of this comp on full display right now. We're kind of seeing a bit of everything in that regard, but still a 4v4 on what is ultimately a thrifty for Division 1. EG making all the noise in the world here towards the A side of the map. That door pretty much confirms their positioning, and now it's a lot of pressure on Calamity to try to hold down what is ultimately a solo hold.
Hey, is Calamity not going to be in the smoke? Rather just hold their half of things, but knows he could just be wrapped at any moment. So it's now going to pair up here with Foreign. Now Pancake's holding it down. They have the rifles, but the stun is pretty good. Foreign just adjusting the angle well, has to just disengage. And Division 1 just couldn't really scratch this anti-eco from EG. And they bring at least 3 guns into the bonus.
Okay, solid. I'm slowly seeing EG starting to pick up a bit of steam as well. They're starting to get confident. They're starting to brawl together. It's a sign of life here from EG. Mentally, they're not boomed just yet. They might be boomied, but they're not boomed.
How many jokes? How many jokes?
At least I got at least one more. I got one more in me. At least it'll come out eventually. Okay. Zerona. He's been a little bit quiet in this series, but I feel like overall for this roster, he's been such a beast. A bit of pressure early on from EG, not quite looking to fall.
Oh,
I mean,
my God.
what can you even do? I think he's perfected the waylay dive with the shotguns. He's got it down. All right, what's the next challenge for him?
That's something that just EG need to be aware of. And now you adjust your spacing from here on out, especially on these types of buys. EG are still trying to maintain some distance, and every time they peek, guess who's at the door? It's dynamic or it's a shotgun. Guess what? It is still there. Oh, and Casey's already half health from taking that. Now Division 1 are look like they were leaving. EG are just so stubborn that they keep wanting to get through this doorway.
No, they're really pressing the matter, and I'm not sure why. I mean, you heard the Bucky up close. There's really no reason to kind of force it. The relentless push from Boomy, but Pancake's down to 14 HP. He's getting absolutely surrounded. It's looking okay. There it is, cleaned up by Mikey. And I mean, yeah, it's just, you're right. I think stubbornness is a good word. They're really pressing the issue. I mean, you know what you're up against. You just lost a player to it. You're trying to go through a smoke against the Bucky. You already know they're close. It almost feels uncharacteristic from EG. Usually they're quite fast on the heels. They're so quick to pivot. This time it kind of just feels like they're bumping their heads into it, looking to regain a little bit of steam. Trying to do a little bit of a heat up perhaps, but kind of paid a hefty price.
I think EG were trying to, maybe they heard the refract from the waylay and thought, okay, this is our window of opportunity to go and take that space and not be stuck at this choke point. And now we have to discuss these kinds of decisions and how, okay, now we are hitting our head into the wall and we're not getting through that wall. There are other walls to hit our head against. There's a 3-site map and EG aren't showing us, and it's only the first couple of rounds of this half, but they aren't showing us the power of these lurks that we were talking about between Moobs and Zerona.
Yeah, I mean, the high tempo defaulting with the exit lurk options, those are always so deadly. And it's been the kind of the key win condition for EG, which they're not really able to display right now because, I mean, ultimately I feel like they're up against a kind of a hard dilemma against Division 1, right? It's either fight the stack of the team who are all feeling it, or you go into Dynamic, who's been an absolute monster on the chamber, and you risk losing a player, right? Because, I mean, you don't really know what angle he's on, so a lot of utility will have to be dunked. But I think the kind of the name of the game here for EG is going to have to be try to punish his chamber, right? Trying to figure out where he is and just kind of fight into Dynamic. But look at this, an immediate push coming out here from Division 1, a complete switch up.
Oh god, this is about to hit all of EG, and B-Dog has already started to kneel. CC EG just trying to pressure back with the Odin, and it costs them a lot. And this is an important round, at least for the EG side, with how low the credits are. Only 2 remain, and this really takes down a lot of the utility you would need to get information, to get into the site. Only Moobs and Zerona now, who really struggled this map, or at least haven't had the right footing yet.
Yeah, and they're walking into a Bucky, so no initiator util, by the way, so it's going to be just a straight up face check on this Bucky, and there it is. That's one. And he has a TP out if he really wants it, but he's just going to stick around. He's going to full limit test.
Oh, wow. And then you can't even punish that if the second shot doesn't go through. Like, it's shotgun gaming. Zerona, he just has to respect that distance. Now there's a stack, though, and the shotgun still gets the kill. I mean, Division 1 are up 12-4 on their map pick. And just a reminder, this did not go anywhere close to this way last time these two teams met. So this is quite the turnaround. It was 13-9 for EG. And this is an elimination game. So this is a much more important match to win, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think that's very fair to say. This is an important match. I mean, there's just no room for errors for EG anymore, and it feels like they're not. The first half hasn't really afforded them enough space to kind of feel out how Division 1 wants to play this defensive side, and it's just really been foot on the gas. And now Dynamic goes for the shot, immediately TP's out, and is he going to stay off? Yeah, I was going to say he's going to run back onto the site, but feels like the plan is here is known.
Well, Division 1 get caught by the Vice Util, and Zerona is just really struggling to just have any kind of bite back against this team, something to create an additional threat. And also these shotgun kills are coming with that extra mental variable of it hurts a lot psychologically, but EG, Nightfall, knowing Division 1 coming through Mound, gonna buy them some time. And that's where B-Dog, that's his time to shine. 4K in the ace. Boomy versus B-Dog. You gotta respect it. Boomy put the dog to bed. And now the rest of EG have to finish off what B-Dog started. And it's now been a couple of rounds that B-Dog bails out EG. Pretty nice to see. He's 20 and 14.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a game, I would say. 20 and 14. I mean, he's only had one whiff, and we happen to catch it on camera. Every other round has pretty much been lights out for him. And this is just so sick. Just tapping away. Full confidence. Digging it. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's 7 attempts here for Division 1 to close out this round. They could literally lose every single round, save ultimates for one round, and just have 5 players press X and just close out this game. Because it literally has to be flawless, and they have to avoid so many alt plays that can come their way at any point in time. Now, this is mostly a thrifty round for Division 1. The most dangerous weapon in the game on Boomy's hands, but ultimately just pistols and SMG across the board here.
Now you're not investing all the eggs in the A lobby basket. You're just sending moves to go and see where the stack is from Division 1. Because I feel like they don't default like a normal team. They kind of just run at you through spawn. Now, more of a setup play here from Division 1. This is suspiciously quiet. EG should be nervous. And I think Moves is reading this well. Knows something could be procced here.
Yeah, this is off the contact. That paranoia is going to absolutely demolish them, and they're going to run it down with the Bucky. If they get cornered behind this wall, it's going to be really scary.
You just can't wait forever. Now you got to spring to the trap and see who shows up, and it's Boomy dashing in. Of course, delivers with the Bucky. And EG, you got to play the distance battle. They've dropped the spike. Shaky's on his own. Oh, actually, B-Dog is on the front lines, but 31 HP, so he might as well be alone. But, oh, uncharacteristic miss here from Division 1. EG, got to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally no... They have to run it down now, and it's going to come right into the hands of Division 1, who has completely read this round correctly, and Dynamic is picking them apart. It's a chokehold.
10 seconds left.
Oh, the pace change is insane, and there it is. 13-5 off of a thrifty. This is a no-joke Division 1. Really one that has woken up here in the lower bracket after that win against ADG, taking a very convincing map 1 off of Evil Geniuses.
And it's such a nice sign from Division 1 to see. Not only are they winning these rounds mechanically, but they're winning it in so many different ways. They're winning it with team fights, which look so clean throughout this entire series. Their macros on point. They're reading the map correctly. The kind of the formula that they've been playing on this map on full display with the dynamic exit options, the lurks, the double lurks, the pivots, the pace changes. Like there's so many layers to this team that we're seeing right now on full display, and that we kind of raise as a dangerous point for EG. You don't want Division 1 feeling it this way, but at least with this Lotus win, they've pretty much guaranteed bind. Now, of course, we are going to be going up on Haven, another mechanically heavy map, but it's looked so good for EG. I'm just excited. Yeah. I think the series is going to pan out to be so fun to watch.
I'm so glad that we ended up caster cursing this somehow with all of our predictions. It just keeps happening. But hey, we are sat here entertained, and we hope that you guys will keep your butts in your seats. Because up next, we have Haven. We're going to go check in with the desk. We'll see you there.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is required.
Oh my God!
You're all fired. You're all fired.
Yeah, everybody's just gonna go drop. Yeah. Let's make this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet Knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
What a crazy first match to be kicking off this series between Division 1 and Evil Geniuses Academy. We had highlighted this was an elimination match. We had talked about their previous matchup, and getting into it, Division 1 had something to prove. An almost flawless attack half Athena. They wrap it up shortly after. Like, they are not messing around. 13-5 is a statement.
I mean, this team, they definitely did their homework. And on top of that, they've made themselves so well-rounded as a team. The way that they're playing off of each other, the tempo at which they're playing, it's kind of insane. This was not what I was expecting at all. I mean, this team, I couldn't really find a flaw in the way that they're playing, other than the fact that maybe a couple times they got picked off. Maybe a couple times B-Dog got a 3K and shut down the whole round for them. But man, that was such a pleasure to watch.
It really, really was. I mean, from the get-go two shift, as D1, they answered the question with what energy they were coming out of the gate with. They had so much aggression. They were playing so well together, and they were just kind of playing on a different level that Evil Geniuses couldn't match.
Yeah, I have no idea what EG's game plan was entire map. I mean, we're dealing with the duelists in combination for D1. Going 9-2 in first kills to first death ratio.
Crazy.
I mean, like, that just goes to show, and if you didn't watch all of the action, I think especially when EG are starting off, you know, playing with this extra little bit of force on the offense, but even when they get to the defensive side, they're still challenging EG everywhere. And EG was just like sitting on their heels their entire time. There was never a single real moment where I felt like they were really investing into trying to play for that A long control, trying to force the issue, especially from the defensive side, did EG. And you're allowed 10 plants? 10? 10?
Yeah, and winning all of them.
What are we talking about? 10 plants and a half is insane. EG just looked like they fell asleep today.
It really felt like Division 1 was just so good at punishing so many things. I think the biggest thing was they sensed wherever the trap setups were going to be, and they were so ready to capitalize off that. On top of that, EG, whenever they did try to be aggressive, they were punished almost instantly every single time too. The Waylay and the Neon combo for Division 1 has been phenomenal. The tempo that they're taking all these fights at, the way that they're going, even if one of them have fallen, even if someone else on the team has fallen, it doesn't matter because they're so quick to trade. They're so quick to take that space. It's just been so insane. And yes, 21-11 for Boomy. 5 first kills, almost 300 ACS. And Calamity, he's 12-15, but he was still one of the main reasons why they could get a lot of that space, especially on those post-plants shift.
Yeah, and it's just like, again, like Waylay becomes so much more hindered when they don't get to sit at the choke point going into a site and then gets the triple dash and reflect back. The Waylay gets into trouble when you have to take the space away from the whole team early, and then it's like, okay, do I need to use the dashes just to clear us to get space back to the barriers? Like, it's just EG was sitting on site the entire time as if they were just trying to receive all the hits and they could deal with it, but Boomy and Calamity were just going completely untouched, essentially, on the intros to a lot of these executes, and they were coming away with first blood after first blood after first blood. It's just, I did not expect this at all from EG, and they looked really timid.
Yeah, I also feel a little bit bad for Zerona, right, on the Vise, because it felt like he either, one, got bullied when he was set up on the right side that Division 1 was planning to hit, or two, they just avoided him at all costs. And I think it's really valid, because when you look at Vice, when you look at the Vice you build a wall, it's the only way to kind of delay or at least stop a Neon from being able to get onto site and have the team following, and being able to trade and take that space after the first initial kill. But it didn't matter, because Calamity and Waylay were there. They were ready to fight. Like, they didn't care about any Vice you kill. They didn't care about who was on site. They had judges half the time. They had phantoms a lot of the other time. They were just so good, and it was really fun to watch.
I mean, even looking back at a couple of the earlier rounds within it all, Athena, you could see from the get-go the momentum and like that pace that Division 1 wanted to play at, and a pace that they didn't let up at all. I mean, this was just, it was crazy to watch through how confident they were in this micro.
Yeah, I think this round in particular really stood out to me, because you can see B-Dog actually going for an aggressive C-mount push. The reason why was because Dynamic was just being such a pester towards this A site. So B-Dog takes this mount peak, and instantly off of it, you can see how fast the trades were. This Prowler comes out, he gets the pick onto Mikey, but it doesn't matter, because look, the stun is out. Calamity is in there. He has the judge. He punishes B-Dog. And on top of that, look at the rest of his team. Everyone is zooming in afterwards. Boomy is already on site with him. They're pushing into spawn. Calamity is literally already past that smoke in spawn and about to punish those rotates. They're already in that post-plant positioning. They've used the ult to kind of speed up with Calamity's ult. Two Waylay ult and Neon ult really set up for success, and then everything else was kind of just history, because they got all these picks and it was really, really nice. It's a lot of these little micro adjustments that they've made within the rounds, and the way that they're contributing to that tempo. And this is just another round where they essentially do it again, Shit.
I think the biggest thing that I've really come to appreciate for D1 on this map is they play real simple ball. You know, if someone's playing forward on us at C mound, and if it's not one of the Sentinels, the likelihood of a Sentinel being behind, like a Neon in this example, is pretty low. So let's just take all 5 of our guns, go push out the Neon, and there's gonna be no setup on site. It's just too simple, it feels like. And the fact, I think, you know, for D1, you know, what do they say? Fundamentals win championships, things like that. It's like, okay, you know that you've got 5 weapons into possibly 2. Let's take that chance. And the fact that everyone commits to that, I think, is really important as well, just kind of behind the double duelists that they run.
Yeah, I think this round was also like another one where it kind of proves to show that even though they started a little bit slower, it's not all just holding W, holding mouse 1, and just going really fast. They started the round defaulting, trying to get a couple of those picks, trying to set up Boomy to get a pick on that B side with the op, and they just contact into A. But look at how well they contact into this. They see that Zero's on site. He has a sheriff. They're playing this anti-eco really smart, and they're instantly zooming into site. Take all of site. They're playing against pistols, but it doesn't matter, because look at how aggressive they get too. They're pushing into spawn. They're clearing pit. They have all of heaven. They're holding with the op. They're just giving EG zero space and just suffocating them. They're not able to retake. They aren't even able to get ready to get into a retake. They aren't even able to get a flank in, because the timing is just so crazy.
And at the same time, it's like, it's not even just that they're taking ground away from EG. I have to go back to EG's voluntarily giving all this space up.
Yeah.
And D1 sitting here like, okay, freaking thanks, dude.
Cool.
Like, we'll take the free site. And then it's easy to scale, again, because of a Neon, because of a Waylay. If I'm already at the front doors of a site, now all of a sudden my overdrive or my hyperdrive, and I've got the ability to go into my dashes, it's going to get to the back of the site. So then you're putting pressure way deep into the site. I mean, it's simple Valorant, but again, keep it simple. You're going to give this stuff space? Well, we'll take it. Thank you very much. See you next time.
I mean, at the same time, it's kind of hard not to give this face up when you look at the duelists that are just in your face and what they were just kept doing over to EGA, which is where we have our Phillips and Elcro head-to-head, because we got to talk about Boomy and Calamity. I mean, Shift, it was highlighted from the get-go that Boomy, sometimes when we see him on the waylay, it's to give the kills over to Calamity, get that space, anything else. This time he can take the kills all for himself. He's getting in there. Yeah. He's in your face. He has all these kills to his name. And Calamity, I mean, still an impressive performance. Just didn't need to get the kills because Boomy took them all.
Yeah, legitimately. And I think I brought this up. It's just like Calamity still finds 4 first bloods, even though they go 12 and 15. You're still doing the job that Neon is intended to do. It just makes the supporting cast really shine. It's very simple ball after that. Again, I keep using the same phrase, but it's just like, we're getting first bloods. We're getting spiked down on plant. Okay, now we're just playing Valorant on our terms. Like, it's easy to go from there. I think if you're looking at Dynamic, if you're looking at Mike, if you're looking at Foreign, and there are a number of moments where Foreign was just teeing off, just playing inside the site, throwing down smoke. I still got my paranoia because no one's here. It just makes that post-plant defense so simple.
Yeah, I think, like, even when you're looking at beyond the frag, right? Their util usage is just phenomenal. The way that Boomy is able to kind of get into sight, get some information, get a pick as well if he can, and then be able to refract out of the site and just re-aggress one more time on a different timing is really nice. But for me, Calamity on that Neon, using his stun in so many of these really, really nice timings to punish any players, punishing aggression, being able to clear sites, clearing a rubble with it, clearing a close elbow, and just any corner that they have on these sites, if he's not already used it, to get that initial pick. It's just been so nice. They really set up their team for success. And I think the IGLing was really well played around this too, because they tended to gamble a lot of the time right to see where these players were going to be aggressive from the EG side. And it was a really well played game.
It was just such an impressive turnaround from the last time we saw these two teams face off. So now we have to see, looking at the second map, if it's going to be a little bit more of the same. What's a little interesting about this one, though, is when we do have our eyes set on Haven, this is something that has historically been stronger for EGA. And on the side of Division 1, I mean, we had known Lotus to be strong, but Haven hasn't necessarily here at Athena been their bread and butter. They have definitely been shaking things up today. So I'm curious if they can surprise us here, or if this should be just an EG to find that momentum back to take us to bind.
Yeah, I'm really curious how Division 1 is going to play this one, because that tempo, fast-paced tempo on Lotus, it's really good to have. You can't really punish it that hard. But on Haven, map control is a lot more important. Taking a lot of that space is good, but being able to have option A, B, or C to fall back into, just in case there's some sort of trap set up from EG, then it is looking a little bit scarier. So seeing them going back to slower tempo, being able to default to set up dynamic for a lot of these op kills potentially is kind of what I'm expecting. But EG Academy always have looked so good on this map. And again, this is their map pick.
The other side of this is when these two teams played before on this map, it was when D1 was still trying to run the Waylay Neon. And of course, if you have been watching Valorant, you watched the game yesterday and you saw that that was what SRB tried to run, and it did not find success. But I think D1 is not in a position where they would sit there and say like, yo, do you feel good about running it? Because you guys just popped off as Waylay and Neon. Like, do you think you could do it again? Because if so, I wouldn't be surprised to see them returning back to that composition that they stopped playing after they lost the Evil Genius Academy on this map. They tried to go back to something a little bit more standard by throwing a Viper into the mix, and it really didn't provide them much more success. So I'll be really interested to see if this is one of those IGL calls of like, yo, Boomy, Calamity, what are you guys feeling? You guys want to run it? Like, if you do, let's freaking go, because they just took charge in map number 1. I think you got to feed the hot hand, especially considering that you're 1 and 4 on this map in the stage, and nothing's really worked for you. So just go with where, you know, the hand is hot.
What would you like to see shift? I'm curious, because I personally, I don't know if I want to see a Waylay Neon. I would love to see like a Neon Phoenix or something, but
that's fine. I think double duelist would be definitely the move. It's just interesting because if EG is going to be playing on the backside of sites in Haven, it's a little bit more defensible than it would be the back of the sites on Lotus. So the Waylay could get a little bit more punished by that. I think though, you go to the Neon and you go to the Waylay. You just keep doing what worked for you in map number 1. Even though they're very different maps in a lot of ways, outside of the fact that they're the only maps that really have 3 sites, you still have the ability to find the success and the cohesion and the timings that you were able to put together on Lotus. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just go down that route.
You know, you said you didn't want the Waylay Neon? What are you... you guys...
What a snipe. What a snipe.
You know what? It's me. I am Division 1. So... okay, so I think my problem with Waylay is just all the choke points getting into sight on Haven are so narrow, and they're a lot smaller, and you're unable to take a lot of early space and then refract into a place where you're considered safe, because everything is kind of just this long kind of entrance to each site. So I think when I'm thinking of a Waylay might not be as successful, but the reason why I'm looking at getting a Phoenix, which Dynamic is actually playing, I think it's you're more likely to be able to play off of a lot of trap plays. You're able to set up for aggressive A lobby control using the Neon Stun and the Phoenix Flash to work together. There's a lot more dynamic, dynamic. There's a lot more dynamic with these two characters, the synergy on Haven. So I personally really like this. We've been seeing it a lot lately, and it's been working out really well.
I mean, we'll have to see if it can work out here for Division 1, as they're one away from moving on into the next stage of lower finals and eliminating Evil Geniuses. But this has been a very strong map for EGA, so it's time to see if this is where the comeback will start. I cannot wait to see this one play out. Let's get to it. Back over to Lemon Kiwi and Roy.
Everyone, a deep breath for this map, and don't forget to breathe out afterwards. Division 1 are red hot, and they're bringing the heat with the Phoenix. Roy, we were expecting some changes, but I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I think the double duelist style just suits this team so well. So I'm happy to see it come out here on this map. I think the Viper composition does not really suit their style, and I think with just how dominant they've looked and how good their micro has looked, I mean, this composition makes total sense, and we're seeing this comp becoming so much more meta in VCT, and we're seeing it, it's being adapted on several other maps as well, and I think it kind of makes sense. And once we see it in action, I think it'll make even more sense. I think the Phoenix and the Neon have a lot of synergy together. There's a lot of flash through Neon, highways and kind of just fight whatever angles you want, and there's a ton of scaling available with the Neon, but also a lot of map control that's possible with Phoenix, and a lot of pressure on the sides of the map as well on the B side. So I for one welcome this change here. I mean, they're coming off what is a super hot win on the first map, but EG, they've looked so good on this map. It's not gonna be any easy for Division 1.
You saw in the cams that EG are feeling the pressure like this.
For sure.
You just have to bounce back from a 13-5 on your map pick, and this is where you gotta show you know how to execute. And Division 1, hey, despite how aggressive and insane and divey and shotguns galore that they had, they chose to be on defense first. So we'll see if Division 1 can hold the wall, and already exiting before EG even show up, but all a fake.
It's too obvious.
Kind of a 2-3 split.
Yeah, no, it's far too obvious. Division 1's not budging at all. They even have the Omen here as the 4th rotator. It's going to be so dangerous. That double crossfire in short is going to be really hard to pluck out with the composition EG's running. But I think they're either repositioning short or they're falling off and they don't like their odds right here. Yeah, I think it's far too obvious now. The timing is a little too scuffed. So they're going to pivot back towards the either B side of the map or turn this into a C split. And it feels like they're going right into a B hit.
Moobs talked about this is just such a level-headed team that he's on, and they think that their ceiling is so much higher than it was. It's only been a few weeks with this player, and EG, it's time to show up or show yourselves out. Stepping into the arena now of the B site, extending afterwards. Look at this conga line with B-Dog as the leader. It's just now forging their path towards the C site. Secured C-Long as well. Got the eyes, you cross the T's, except when Calamity crosses you up like that. This is just the beauty of the classic and Division 1. Really surprising you. They are very split right now, though. Garage control, but oh, it's watching mid. Calamity is now starting to even up the odds. It's a 3 versus 3. Time on EG's side. They just have to end it on their terms. Dynamic can't handle the heat. And EG, they needed that pistol for the morale. Look how hyped they are.
Yeah, zero emotion at all. I want to see Zerona just had zero emotion to a pistol round win. I love it. I mean, they either locked in or they're nervous. I'm going with locked in, though, because, I mean, that pistol round was really good. And shout out to whoever mid-rounded that round. It was a really good call. I think the timing was far too obvious to pivot back to A. The pivot back into the B to C split was so good. And there's so many positions that D1 had to pluck out. I mean, there's so much space available for EG. Still made it a little bit competitive towards the very end. It got a little dicey, but overall the macro and the pivot was on point for EG. A sign of life in what is now a slow roll here for EG, looking for picks on the C side of the map and looking to get the orb farmage kind of rolling. But overall, it's going to be a slow round right here as EG weighs their options.
We were excited to see more of kind of the lurk potential of this team. Toronto wasn't having as good of a first map, but now Moobs and the rest are stepping up to give themselves options. We're seeing EG work the map a lot more, both maps being three-sided. And wait a minute, EG crossing, and Boobie's not even going to take the shot. He's just going to wait for a better chance and tags the one. That's with the Marshall. He'll get another chance. Boobie's going to go in for round 2. Everyone's getting a piece. And EG get the chase down, but it's Mikey that just eats the bullet for Boomy. Get down, Mr. President, and VDog puts down the President there. Division 1 are gonna have a tough time breaking in. Calamity gets a couple of shots in, but EG, I think, have this one sealed in. And it's a good anti-eco with a little kneel. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that guy got a little scary. The Marshall was still up, and there's so many players that were low HP, but overall, EG doing a decent job of getting onto the site. Now, Boomy's movement, by the way, in that whole situation was so clean. Wow, I'm just always so impressed with his movement on Neon. A 2-0 lead for EG, a nice turnaround of all things considered, considering the results in the first map. But yeah, I mean, a good start. Now for EG, they have their options available to them. And I feel like the one thing that is a little bit tough with the Division 1 comp is, I mean, it's a little rough sometimes on the map control, right? You don't really have the... You have to kind of choose your fights, and it makes the pivot on EG quite obvious. So it kind of resorts down to trap setup sometimes.
You applaud like Boomy's movement on this, and he's typically the Neon. If there's a solo, well, I mean, usually with the Waylay Neon, it's somebody else that's running it. So this is such a fluid team.
Right.
And EG, though, they're the ones that kicked off this half. 3 guns into that bonus. Edog still has the outlaw from the previous. This is going to be quite a hoop to jump through when it's a judge. Surely you're just guaranteed that. But you see how EG are marking this? They're a lot more aware of these shenanigans, and Serena tried to check for it.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, couldn't get an angle. Division 1 have already weakened the site, and it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, I mean,
Now
no
EG
beat
feels
skipped.
trapped.
Yeah, I mean, it's in full control right now. They're just flooding in. They have the full site to themselves. I mean, the B-Dog and Pancakes are fully isolated from this site. A Saber here would kind of make sense, all things considered, but they're going to try to hold ground in an immediate trade coming out right here from Division 1. Looking so clean. I mean, every situation was read perfectly, Lemon. They got the lurk read. They got the timing off the spawn peak. It was all so nice for Division 1. EG, though, that was their bonus, and they do have the Neon all up now, so they could switch up the pace, but I mean, this is just, it really, the one thing with Division 1 that I'm noticing is they really, no util is without value. It feels like every piece of util they use is so effective, and it feels like every gun they have is in the perfect spot almost every time. It really is a skill. Now, round 4, gun round. Dynamic does have the Phoenix ult. That is going to add a bit of a different element into this round. But for EG, they have the Sova ult. They have options available for their executes, and the Neon ult will allow them a different pace in the mid round if they so choose.
Division 1, I really like how safe and conservative that Mikey plays the A site. Like, the way he was already on his way out before he gets pretty much that first blood, gives Division 1 a chance to get back in. Giving up all that space, EG get a plant off of it. Now it's time for Division 1 to converge, and it already starts with poking and prodding from the perimeter. Now Dynamic be breaking back in, is going to challenge Disrespect this smoke, cross the boundaries, cross the moves, and EG, all they could do is stand there and watch. The walls are up still from the Phoenix, and EG feeling the stress. It doesn't come without a trade, it doesn't come without a Hunter's Fury, and that's a big one for EG to stabilize. And it's just Dynamic against the world, and EG, hold on.
Wow. I mean, there's so many layers to that pulse plant. I mean, the players, the man advantage established by Division 1, the flood with Phoenix, all the plays, the Jake kind of hiding in the corner, catching one, avoiding the Phoenix, all like there's so many levels to that pulse plant. And it feels like if one person makes an error, it completely comes crumbling down. I mean, it's coming down to the absolute wire. Dynamic just looking so confident on this roll. This is Zerona, excuse me, not Jake. He played that so well. And then the Hunter's Fury coming out from Pancakes, tags 2 people and gets people off the spike. I mean, just such good uses of everything available to both teams, and the battle between both of these teams, Jen, it continues. Now 2 rifles available here for Division 1. Moves holding ground, punishing Dynamic, and Calamity catches a kill for himself. And now it's down to the 4v4. One of the controllers for EG is down, so their options are a little bit awkward now when it comes down to the site hits, but they still have the Viper all online, so if they pivot back to B, should be fine.
That's a pace change that Division 1 we're so good at on Lotus. Sometimes they just flood your spawn, demand Ren. Sometimes they just play all the way at the back wall. So I think that EG can just play on their, like, on the edge of their seats. Just be ready to have their head on a swivel, and just like that, the Mikey will escape. The reload bolt does not connect, and Moose gets the second kill in the round. They have so many options down where to plan. You don't even need it. The round's over.
And this is the style that Division 1 needs to be very, very, very careful of, because this is the win condition for EG. We're seeing it on full performance right here. It's on the stage. I mean, this is kind of the same formula we saw yesterday, or not yesterday, the last time that EG played, where they have this high tempo kind of default, and they kind of push and pull you in different directions, but it opens up so many of the lurk opportunities, and you get moves coming, you finding positions, you get B-Dog into your territory as well. That's been the trademark style for EG, and right now it's looking extremely clean. And for Division 1, at some point, you're going to have to start challenging map control on your own terms. You can't allow EG to continue pushing and pulling you in all these directions and getting their lurks in.
Oh, he's going for it. Jakey up there. Just span everyone from Division 1. Attention to them. B-Dog came in and hasn't really had the splash that EG were really hoping for. Now that Division 1 have the high ground, they're unhindered. Okay, EG the double swing deals with one of the problems, but B-Dog can't do it all. And EG get absolutely floored on this A site. It's just really felt impenetrable.
Oh, they had so much positioning. I mean, the timing, the team play, the crossfires, it was all there for Division 1. Their micro just continues to impress. I mean, it's so good. It's so clean. And I think that for me, what makes this like really cool to watch for Division 1's end is just the consistency of the awareness of how everyone plays their positions, and like the crossfires available to them, their timings coming through smokes and kind of supporting players. It just looks so good. And then when it comes down to like getting a kill, you see Boomy just movement is so good off the site, not allowing trades to come in, making it really awkward for EG. But economy still intact for EG, and another gun round here available to them. This time, not a lot of map control or information for Division 1. Some players spotted on the A side of the map, but overall looks like a 1-3-1 for Division 1. Looking for fast floods, looking to shut down any sort of B hits. And it does feel like EG is slowly making their way onto the C side of the map, where they're looking to take the site.
I think EG looks so good when they're able to play a map slow. And I like the switch-ups, you know, from Jakey teleporting in, and EG, now they're faking the speed and that aggression. There's layers to the Sentinel util from the trips, the deep trips that Foreign puts up. And he just needs one body to get all the information he needs for the team with the neural theft. EG are working the map, working their magic. It's Jakey now opening things up at the B site, finding Dynamic. It is going to bring the smokes up, and EG really want to cross that threshold. They are also trying to open up their options at A.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Division 1's completely scrambled in this round. It's a desperate attempt right here from Calamity to regain some ground, but even, I mean, it's just so much positioning available for EG. They have A, they have long A, they have B, they have C, they have almost the entire map. Now they're pivoting back towards the B side. A triple P coming out right here, and that's the B site now. No more cards to show or hide. It's all available now. It's a B hit. 3v2 for EG. Viper's Pit's online.
Econ not going to get anything for them. Mikey and Boomy going to have to work together. Can Boomy would have to cross to the other side of E maybe to get a better gun. Now trying to wrap around through main. You know, EG might be playing B main on the outside. Someone has to stand on the outside of it. And okay, good bait from Boomy, and Mikey does get the trade. They could just spam through the Viper's Pit, but EG are not going to give you that win. So big conversion here for EG to just get as many rounds under the belt as possible. You need insurance.
I think a tactical timeout is required right here for Division 1. I think a complete style switch needs to happen. either one, you're challenging space early, or two, you have people that are willing to regain some ground or immediately walk down on one part of the map. Because as of right now, the push and pull is too deadly from EG. You're scrambling to know where to allocate your defense players. You don't know where to be and kind of what to challenge, and it's starting to look extremely suffocating and awkward for Division 1. They have the composition. It's meant to be an extremely active one. Now, this round, it's going to be a little bit awkward for them to get too active because they have so many ults in play. You really just want the duelists to kind of allow, give chances for them to pop their ults first. But overall, for EG, I mean, they're happy to brawl, right? Any kill they get on Division 1 right here, it's going to be an ultimate offline. Dynamic finds an opening pick. That's B-Dog down. That's a space maker, actually. That's going to be really tough now for EG to gain space onto the sites, and they have the right stack.
The drone. Oh, you got a pick in the back, or Dynamic again. Again, 4 versus 4. The wraparound. This is a different look for EG. Really trying to switch it up. Let's see how Division 1 adapt, and they'll rely on just the mechanics. It's a 1v1 showdown to determine EG can remain on top in the driver's seat. Of course, with a minute left, Zerona has time and options. Okay, they found each other. And a little crouch down. Nice for Mikey. He's having a really good map.
Oh, man, the timing there was so good. I mean, he looks back and catches the angle immediately. 6-4. Yeah, you're right. He's having a good one and a huge clutch right here. That was a 1v1 at 121, by the way. 19 seconds have gone by, and it's already a 1v1. Crazy. Yeah, that was so good. A huge... I mean, every round Division 1 gets on this defense is so good, because once it gets to the attack side, that's really where this comp shines, and you have so many options available. It's easy to farm the Phoenix ult. It's easy to use the Phoenix ult. The Neon puts in so much work on the site hits as well, and it's kind of easy to bypass some of the Killjoy util, and sometimes it's easy to bypass the Viper utility as well. So I mean, every round EG gets right here is very important, and same for Division 1. I mean, this first half is so important. The timing is crazy.
Lady Luck is crazy. Okay. Phoenix ult, run it back from Dynamic. He's usually the one that pops out of garage. This time he'll have a second life to do so. And Calamity finally gets the surprise he was really waiting for. And this is an important round for Division 1 where the credits are at as well, because if they give this up, EG are going to have an even stronger lead, I think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, also your economy is pretty much fully invested, so you want to win this round, and you want to make it clean as well for your own team to kind of keep some chances of keeping these gun rounds rolling. But right now, same thing for EG. They're a player down, but they still have so much space to work with. Now it's going to be a straight up B hit. The Lurker's going to come in late from Zerona. That could be problematic. Keep eyes on that one. But overall, it's a free B site. Calamity, they're looking to make his move.
Okay, you need to get value out of these sheriffs. The weapons not great from the EG side. Oh, there's the neural theft. And you're going to see this look from the A side. Maybe
there's no heaven smoke.
Will be okay by himself, and that means aggression from Division 1. They know EG are stuck, and now it's the firing squad as Mikey delivers once again on these impact kills and keep Division 1 within one.
Okay, looking a lot more active now for Division 1. I mean, after Jakey gone down, the pivot towards the A side is so tough. It's so quickly read by Division 1 too. Like, instantly pivoting back to heaven. They know there's going to be no heaven smokes. Born, nice heads up. The neural theft is the force up. Yeah, I mean, this is just so good by Division 1. All cards falling right into their laps and capitalize off well. Now it's a 4-5. A competitive half continues with both of these teams. This time, Division 1 is starting to do what we talked about, Lemon. They're getting active. They don't want to deal with this push and pull anymore. They don't want to operate blind on these rounds. The core shows themselves towards A. They're immediately down towards the C side of the map.
Ooh, boomy. Go, go, go. EG expecting this. Like we said, EG are good at hanging back towards spawn, like on Lotus, trying to absorb that pressure, and just EG thrive in these slow burn scenarios. But Calamity is a thorn in EG's side. You're gonna have to do this without Zerona, without Pancake, without that Hunter's Fury. That was a win condition. And wait, will you win at all? The late overdrive gets nothing. It's up to Jakey, 1 versus 2. He has the spike, he has the ult. This doesn't feel like he has time to pull it out, and Dynamic ends it. And we're tied 5-5.
Yeah, much better showing in this round from Division 1. I mean, yeah, the first kill that they had was a little bit tough, but I mean, the response is perfect. The macro right now for Division 1 is much better, and it's exactly what it needs to be, right? It needs to be that relentless proactivity on the defense side. That's been the name of the game for so many of these successful defensive teams, and you don't want this double controller composition to keep you dry on the information, right? This is so active on the map, dynamic pushing through on the flank, you have players pushing down long C, you have to suffocate the space against these compositions. It's the only way to really deal with this Viper comp, and so far it's on point for Division 1.
3-round win streak, hesitation from Boomy. And still Division 1 go unpunished. Smoke's now in heaven, a full stack of Division 1 and EG. And just rely on the lockdown, shove them out. He's gonna expire in a few seconds. Division 1 are gonna be stuck in a corner. Does anyone get detained? No. And EG feels safe for the moment. How long will that smoke really last though? EG only protected for a second. Now unobscured, and the recon is tagging the one player. Is it bait? Jakey, Boomy, wait a minute! The Outlaw!
It's crumbling.
Insane! This whole deck of cards is coming down, and EG, they're just trying to throw anything at this Division 1 team. But they were ready to receive, and now Division 1 are in the lead.
And they're so good at finding these kills through tiny little gaps in the util. A smoke is missed by 0.1 seconds. They're immediately finding kills. They're capitalizing mechanically. They're finding the right timings in between the utility. And when it comes down to these retakes, they're all on the same page. The pressure's simultaneous from all sides. I mean, just look at this double fight from heaven. They have the players from spawn pressuring angles. Everyone on EG feels suffocated right now. It's looking like a huge turnaround from Division 1. We talked about how effective their comp is on this other side, but on defense is really the hard part, and so far, they've adapted extremely well. EG, final round of this half to tie the things up at 6-6. A lot of ults available for them. They have to make sure to use those. The Hunter's Fury, the Viper's Pit, those are really good pulse plant ultimates. They just got to get onto a site, Jen. That's the name of the game for this round.
That's the thing on Lotus. When EG did get into the site, it was very successful, but Division 1 will make sure it'll cost you blood, sweat, and tears to get that job done. Thrown in with a camera 2 from Foreign that could catch this all happen. This is that kind of slowness, EG. Scaling around the map, make sure that they are finding the best options. Ooh. And there's the double swing, but Cerrone, it's a little bit delayed. At least moves will trade. He's going to scour the site, and EG going to set up, but look who's around the corner. Division 1, dynamic also. On the top rope, he is smoked off, though. The dominoes are set for Division 1, already trying to throw some mollies down. It isn't going to prevent Jakey from planting. As EG want to keep pressure up front. Let's see a B-Dog. Give them a taste of their own medicine, but the Op peaks. The Op gets a kill. In hell, the Hunter's Fury tries to press back against Division 1, but Boomy is destructive. He just can't stand a chance against Division 1. When they get the ball rolling, it's an avalanche, and it's a 7-5 path for Division 1.
How are they making it look so easy? The A side is so difficult to retake, especially against this composition. There's just so much utility available. And it feels like Division 1 just has the key. They understand the site, the pressure coming in from heaven, the pressure coming in from spawn. It's actually ruthless. Now, EG, an okay half for them, but I mean, last time we watched them play against SRB, they were so suffocating on the defensive side. Lemon, they were down the map in 10 seconds in the round. I remember against SRB, or excuse me, against SRB, they were literally pushed into their spawn at like 125 with the Odins in there, quite literally where they buy guns, pushed up all the way in lobby with Odins. Like, they were just so suffocating, and I feel like that really is gonna be what they have to do in this half as well. You don't want Division 1 farming the Phoenix ults for free. You want the orbs at least slightly contested, and you really just want to make sure they can't just explode with this comp, because it's really hard to kind of defend against. The neon fast lanes, the flashes coming through, it can be extremely oppressive when it comes down to the site hits. But here we go, Division 1's eyed out the C-split.
Okay, Booby just does not care. He's like a distraction. He's an obstacle in EG. I mean, Jakey, this was a big round for him. He's been really quiet this whole series, and this Division 1 team is not doesn't play like a lot of other teams. This level of speed and aggression, you don't have a lot of practice against something like this if you're EG, so you gotta rely on teamwork. But man, you just get flanked like that. What are you supposed to do?
I mean, there's just so much control available now for Division 1. An immediate walk up by Pancakes, recognizing there's a weakness on the site, but Boomy's here all alone in this 1v2, and the late flank coming in from Foreign.
They don't know that Boomy is here. Pancakes is gonna go check out Garage, and he's gonna get exposed one way or the other. Viper wall down, nowhere else to hide. A showdown for the pistol, an important one that EG needs. The defuse won't be held, and Forrest's just playing with his food, and he's feasting with the 3K.
I mean, he played the round so good. He was thrown on the side. He's flanking. He's re-flanking after falling back towards the C side. I mean, the guy's an absolute animal. We talked so much about it on the first map. He was on full display, but this time it feels like he's kind of doing this. Look at it. I mean, this is just savage. It's so good. The re-flank comes in late. I mean, Boomy also played that quite well, but Zerona just had the heads up on him. But wow. I mean, what an absolute beast. He's such an impact player. He may not be the guy dropping 200 ADR, but he's so consistent for this roster. He comes in clutch in so many rounds, and he's flexible. I mean, I think you mentioned this earlier, right? Was how flexible this roster is. Like, it feels like everyone's playing every role. Like, so few people can jump in between like the Waylid and Neon, and then play a completely, and then play Phoenix, and then play Chamber, and now the controller is on Senti, but the Senti is also the controller. Like, and then the controller is playing Neon. Like, it's actually just, it really is a puzzle to solve with their roles, but it seems like it works so well for them. Which is odd. It's an enigma.
I know, I still think about the 4K that he had on Lotus, but Marshall shown itself. EG, they're in a desperate scenario right now and just trying to play corners and trying to play the macro game, which EG have tried to keep up with.
Oh, they're going to hear all this running. That's actually going to bait them in. The end point is still C side of the map. This is all just a ruse. It's going to keep some of these EG players here, but even by the time they realize it's going to be so early. Oh, no, okay. That could have been a little bit dangerous, but the end point is kind of known now. It's going to be an absolute sight race here for EG as they scramble their way back to the C side of the map on what is now a 5v4 Division 1, looking to extend their lead.
30 seconds left. Just survivable agent. You're able to heal back up, have an ult generated so soon. Calamity and Dynamic working their magic on the front lines, and Boomy's just going to throw a judge into the equation, trying to subtract everyone that's left from the EG side. You don't also, I feel like this is also a very tempered Division 1. And now still the classic does injure Boomy enough, and the rest of the rifles will do. We'll finish the job eventually, but yeah, 9-5 now.
This is where things start to get a little dangerous, right? Is like last time we watched EG play this map, they were so dominant and they're so proactive on the defensive side, but I feel like the dynamic, no pun intended, is a little bit different now, right? Where you're down rounds, you're down a map, you're staring the face of elimination. This is a really good timeout, actually. I'm kind of glad to see it, actually. Even though they don't really have any real data to go off of. It's been 2 rounds, but I think the point still stands, though, is this time it feels like EG is staring death in the face, and it's a little bit more terrifying. It's a little bit more stressful, whereas before they had, they're kind of locked in. They were in the upper bracket. There's so much more at play in that regard, and I mean, this is really where they're going to have to make a statement and kind of show that they're capable of performing under these conditions and in this level of stress. But yeah, I think the win condition for them last time, it has to be the same one, but the emotions are just, and the psychology is just so different now.
And this has got to be frustrating for EG because we casted their loss against Shopify Rebellion Black, and that was a super winnable series. That could have been a sweep because that overtime went like the distance, and there were many moments that EG could have taken it and not even be in a situation where they could be just dropping out of the whole tournament. This is just insane. And I think this timeout is also to address the dynamic run it back and making sure that EG don't overcook. I definitely think they thrive well when they space out and, I guess, receive Division 1.
And I think that's really the kind of the danger here for EG is Dynamic is feeling it on one of the agents with the cheapest ults in the game. So he's going to get so many run it backs in this round, but an immediate fight here for Pancakes on what is ultimately just a full-on A rush for Division 1. A pace change incoming.
Try and ice out this Division 1 squad, and okay, you got the run it back, first life out, Division 1. Now do you commit or not? And now with that information, they are leaving. They did not like how stacked the site was.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually so fast. All the players for EG are still kind of scratching their heads. They're going to linger on this A side of the map. Did Moob spot them? I wasn't quite sure if he saw them or not, but if he did, that's a huge heads up. An immediate re-clear happening on the A side of the map. But this is also this is a double fake. They still have 2 players on the A side of the map who are about to get caught.
Oh, I like that EG are gonna step up because, yeah, these fakes, the mind games, if it's not with the shotguns, it's with the macro around the map. Like, you just have to get ahead of the info game if you're EG, even if it costs you an important player like B-Dog. We'll see if it pays off, though.
They're getting faked again. This time it's towards the C side of the map. It's all Zerona on this A side. He's going to have to defend against this lurk and what is ultimately a full-on hit coming in.
Orin watching EG together. Oh, you spot the barrel with the Odin, and Pancakes knows how to be consistent with it. So EG have absolutely killed this round. Division 1 had the spike out of hands, out of sight, out of mind.
Out of time.
See what damage they can do at least, and it's good for 1 kill. Not a flawless for EG, but a strong one to kind of get their hopes back up post-timeout.
Yep. And I think that we're starting to see a little bit of the game plan that came in from the coach, right? Like we're seeing the re-aggressions. I mean, look, even going 1 for 1 here, that some people would argue that's bad, but I think it's still really good because you're going 1 for 1, but you're kind of regaining a little bit of the idea of what Division 1 wants to do, right? Like you're regaining space. Yeah, it didn't work out too well for them, and they still got pushed and pulled in many directions. But I feel like that's the storyline has to continue. It has to be that for EG, even if it's a little dicey, even if it's a little sketchy. It needs to be that. They need to have an idea of where Division 1 wants to go, and they cannot at any point fall and get on the back foot. But an immediate fight happening here from Dynamic takes down Pancakes. That completely isolates the Neon here. It's B-Dog with a judge. And again, they're just leaving.
And the recon from Pancakes got them so much value, and the Hunter's Fury won't be in the picture, though. So you have all of EG racing, and Moves has them trapped, has them locked. And he has been unleashed. Division 1 caught slipping. 1 not shot recon just threw this whole round into disarray.
Yeah, look at the rest of the players. I mean, the Neon went from all the way from the A side to the C side of the map. It's going to be a little bit hard to read here if you're Division 1. Still a lot of time left on the clock. They could slow things down. They could work some picks. But it's so much ground to clear. It's starting to feel a little awkward for EG, though. They're not quite sure what's happening here either.
I think JD senses they're going to do something weird. And you trade 1 for 1 and you buy time for the rest of EG, and you see that Mikey's watching his back. You don't know where the rest are in a 3 site. You would think that EG are going to be more spread out.
30 seconds left.
Oh,
B-Dog.
He's getting hunted. He's literally getting hunted. I mean, he played that so good. You got to give him credit. That's so good. Just a little jiggle, just sees him walking away, just walks up instantly. Gotta love that from B-Dog. That's the experience coming in for him. And yeah, I mean, EG, they keep things active. This is the same exact win conditions. This is so clean. I mean, pushing and taking map space is one thing, but defending on what looks like one of the best micro teams we have in the league right now is, you got to give credit to the moves right there. It's so good. 9-7 economy here for Division 1 in shambles. And EG looking to make this even more competitive. Potential 8th on the board right here. And ults are available. They have the guns, the weapon, and the economy is starting to stack. A clean round right here would kind of solidify a few more gun rounds for them on this defensive side. So a good turn of events happening for EG.
Yeah, and this was Division 1 having 7 unanswered rounds. And after the timeout, EG, I guess they're just downloading the rounds too. From Moobs having heroics to now Jakey alive and well. Now this is an EG roster you got to worry about. They're within 2, but it's not over yet. Division 1, this is where desperation can come up with some really good ideas. And Mikey is trying to 1v3 over there. There we go. Odin put him down for good. And EG will get up to 8 after all.
And while the round's kind of scrambled and it feels like EG is going to close this one off. Actually, wait. Hold that thought for a second. It could be... No, that pretty much seals the deal. Calamity. Yep, caught off guard, moves to defend. And yeah, while I think the problem here for Division 1 becomes you're starting to get punished on the back and forths, the multiple phases in the round, right? They're doing a lot of pushes, a lot of pulls, but it feels like with every push, they're getting punished. And with every pull, they're also being punished, which kind of starts to, you know, enter the minds of the Division 1 IGL, where they has to start to think of, well, okay, we're losing numbers on the map controls every time we call it, so they're gonna start to feel pressure to call all ins, right? But it feels like EG's already over rotating on that regard. So I think EG style is going to continue shining if Division 1 stops finding success on these pushes and pulls and starts to kind of feel like they have to just go all in on sites. So a good sign for EG is what I'm trying to say. That's the TLDR.
Yeah. EG. Full sending it. Division 1 Do not like that look. Speeding away now. Division 1 also need to keep Mikey in the picture for Hunter's Fury. Look for
No
that
one
first
here.
blood with Foreign. Teleport coming in. Calamity and Jakey. Not too deep though for Calamity. Just being on the front lines. Mikey just making sure no one's hanging at that back corner. DG are now going to be working the map, and Foreign didn't place any trips. So now he has to go watch with his eyes, and he has an important encounter against B-Dog to worry about.
Yeah, there's an immediate push into the spawn side right here. Foreign's about to... It's such an important fight on flank right here. It feels like every fight happening across the map is so important. B-Dog now, his kill has applied so much pressure. The spawn push is red, but it's still successful for D1, who continues to push, and now it's a 3v2.
EG win the flank, but Division 1 from front to back, they just send EG packing, and that kills the momentum from EG. They were on a 3-round win streak. Division 1 winning the sales, double digits, a few rounds away from knocking EG out of playoff.
Yeah, fortunately for EG, the economy's still intact, so they have another gun round right here, but a loss, Lemon, in this round would be devastating for EG. Division 1 starting to heat up, dynamics starting to get a little bit more active with the Phoenix. I mean, yeah, it's so many. I feel like the one thing with Division 1 is they're applying pressure on, it feels like every fight is important, and same with EG. Like, both teams are doing a good job at pressuring, and it's really just coming down to who's mechanically resolving these situations and who's winning these fights ultimately. Now it's EG right here with the Killjoy ult towards the A side of the map. No real counter to it, so Moves needs to survive right here. He spots the players. He's likely gonna fall. Yeah, he's gonna fall off. Now it's gonna be a full-on A retake. Moves will drop the ultimate here shortly. The lockdown will come online, and D1 looking to get active, but it's well received by Pancakes.
And especially what Boomy was doing on Lotus. Like, the team didn't even plan. He's already, like, running through. Maybe trying to pop the overdrive, just like he did back on Lotus. And EG, they adapt, try to overcome. B-Dog, he waits for his moment, and he's gonna re-peek! The Uno reverse right in dynamic space. And Division 1 are left with no options, and maybe following through with the plant there. Foreign can only hold the space for so long before EG just want to take it back.
Yeah, I mean, the punish on the map is just so sick from EG. What do you even do? I mean, you can, even if you somehow get kills, there's still a Killjoy lockdown available. Spike goes down, 2v5. I mean, it's all on Foreign, really.
Now you hear B-Dog across the map, who's just killed the trip, and now that's going to be a factor. Pancakes just has the read on where he is, and the Odin is scary. I mean, Pancakes was the one who initially really weakened this site, and then you have B-Dog popping off with the up, and I'm glad that he locked in with that, because Lotus was a bit hit or miss, and EG keep themselves in the shadow of Division 1.
And really good heads up from Moops to kind of keep the lockdown. I'm actually kind of glad to see he didn't like prematurely drop it when he heard the spike plant. Kind of now he still has it in this round. It's another. He likely won't need it in this round, but at least will have it on the 10-10 potentially if all things go well here for EG, which they should, because they have the operator, they have the Odin up against full-on pistols, a hero guardian for Foreign. There's the neural theft online as well for Foreign. So maybe there's a chance if they can find a pick, they can quickly unravel the EG setup and pivot away into the weak parts of the map. Could be the win condition here for Division 1, but yeah, I mean, it's looking EG sided right now.
He's just gonna be crouching on the window like that, like a bird. I mean, he shot like one, two, geez, boom, me. Oh my God, the overdrive. I mean, he does not care how many people are left. B-Dog gives him a taste of his own medicine. What was that slide? Now only 2 left from Division 1 before EG tie things up with the ults. As Moves pop the lockdown, do they feel confident about this retake? The weapons that they have, with the numbers that they have, Division 1 are going to try and get ahead of this. B-Dog has information, he has the ult, and he's heating up, and there's no stopping this guy once he gets rolling.
Okay, I mean, that got a little dicey for EG, but secured. I love the slide on the B side of the map. Yeah, you want to pop your ult, I'll just slide at you with a shorty. Just like, what game are they playing? It make Neon look so fun, man. I kind of want to start playing Neon now. Like, it's just run and gun, slide, shotguns. Gotta love it. Yeah, B-Dog's having an absolute game. You're right. 19 and 15. Pancakes right behind him. 17 and 12. I mean, things are tied up. It couldn't get any closer. Now, the ultimates have been mostly invested here for Division 1, but EG keeps the lockdown still in play. The Viper's pick could come online at some point in this round as well. And overall for Division 1, there's really, they don't quite have anything to combat the Killjoy lockdown. So EG in the driver's seat, at least a natural advantage coming into this round.
This is very reminiscent of EG forcing that OT against SRB when they were down 3-9 on that one Lotus map. Like, EG know how to play the marathon. They are a very resilient, level-headed team, as they've said themselves. So they believe they can win it. And they fight fire with fire. If you can't beat them, I guess mirror them. So EG moves in a safe spot. He needs to
really
live for
high
this
risk.
lockdown. And okay, let's get some damage in, and he's gonna escape.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit weird now, because the Killjoy lockdown is still online. They have not really been able to combat against it. They have not been able to gain any space. And the last time they tried to do a push into the spawn side, it got a little awkward. Now, this time, Calamity's up in heaven, looking to at least have some safe haven to play into. Spike's still not down just yet. It's getting a little, he has to do the shock dance, the shock dart dance, if you will, to dodge some of the shocks. But yeah, it feels like Calamity and Division 1 are setting up for what is ultimately a counter to the lockdown. I think it's just going to be, is it a fight? Yeah, it's a fight.
They're baiting. They're waiting to fight through this lockdown, and the stun. It's really nice from B-Dog. He needs to keep that space because he's fighting with Imagine or not right now. Lockdown finally from EG in Division 1. What's the decision? Do you leave or do you fight? And Pancakes is showing his bag. What was that? Division 1. I guess I'll get a free one. Get the Odin out of the picture. Now here's the refight. Oh, and they're smoked off. That's big moves with the third. But Calamity comes from short. Jakey has to deal with that, and he still gets away with it all.
And the mind games on display from both of these teams was so crazy. You could just tell there's layers and layers to this. Moobs is so heads up on the timing on the lockdown. Not prematurely activating it, just holding it to the perfect moment. And as soon as everybody's set up, the jiggle got a little bit weird with Pancakes, but everything else by Moves was just lights out. I mean, just perfect read overall. EG keeping the lockdown active, keeping it there, and as soon as it goes off, they're just on the fast reflood onto the A side. I mean, the signs of life from EG on the macro side and also on the micro. Now, Division 1 is the desperation is starting to really creep right here into Division 1. Any style they're choosing to play into is getting a little bit tough. Oh, and punished. Going for the ult plate, going for the orb. Now Dynamics down on what is a very important round right here. EG looking to extend their lead to the 12-10. 5v4 now for EG, 120 left.
And this is not the first time EG have just spammed down the smoke. It's long. Jakey had a huge round before. In Division 1, they test the waters. They find themselves drowning. Division 1 now has to pick up the mantle and also the spike. And someone kill Moves. He's just out of this world, and he pulls off the ace at the end. EG match point.
Yeah, he's not the player you want to be heating up right now. It really does feel like whenever Moves is feeling it, EG is feeling it. He's such a glue on this roster, holding it down, punishing people, pushing the limits of every setup, every attack plan that Division 1's throwing at him. This time it's the ace. Dude, he's got the lockdown back again.
Used it. Oh my god.
He literally just used it. He's got it again. That's crazy. I mean, this is... I would have just liked to have seen something from Division 1 right there. A one-way smoke on top C, like just anything to pressure some of the angles. This time, though, it's a fast attempt here from Division 1, but the Viper's pit's all here.
Calamity is going to teleport at the backside, and oh, he's not going to commit to it. Dynamic has already fallen. And now you have to send the front lighting. This is chaos. A Huntress Fury through the Viper's pit, and Serona gets a 2-for-1 trade before Moves secures the win and the map 3 for Evil Geniuses. We're heading to Bind.
It got a little dicey for a bit, but EG bouncing back so nicely in that second half. I mean, that's exactly what we expected from EG, right? The micro, then the macro clashing so well together. Moves really stepping up for this roster. B-Dog having his moments, and Pancakes also, his calling on that half was so on point. It really does feel like this EG roster has so much left in the tank. We got to see a lot of it here in the second map, but I think this next map, Jen, is going to be really interesting. I think it's Division 1's best map. It's Bind. We've seen them do some crazy stuff, and they're going to be running it back on the Neon Waylay on this third map. Whereas EG, I mean, they've looked good, but they've had a bit of a slower comp with the Vice, but they've not had the craziest success on this map. Small sample size, but color me excited on what is going to be an absolute battle on this third map of Bind. I am so excited.
Yeah, this felt not just like a battle, but like war between these two teams of trying to match aggression with aggression, but also EG finding those moments where they could slow it down and play at the pace that they're used to, where they could really develop and flesh out these ideas that they're so well known for, and pulling off the heroics that EG are known for. When someone slacks, someone from EG can step up, and that's exactly what we saw. So we're heading to Bind, but first we got to get this reaction from the desk. I can't believe it. We'll see you after this.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. So Sacred, your shift is required.
Oh my God!
You're all fired! You're all fired!
Yeah, everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. It's made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
Heading into Haven, EG's life within playoffs was on the line as they're down 1 in the series. And what's to come is a back and forth map between the two. But once we get into the second half, EGA, they find the key to success, close out 13-10 to take us into a map number 3. Athena, looking back at that, I don't know. It was so impressive. I felt like both teams kind of just like one-upping each other. But in the end, it'll be EGA to be a little bit cleaner at the end.
Yeah, I mean, what a comeback, first of all. It looked like Division 1 really had that map in their hands. They were down, then they came back up. For the mid of this game, it was just like Division 1 was always one step ahead. But then all of a sudden, EG Academy, they just came back swinging. And I think this just goes to show how well played they are, how much structure they have, and how much belief they have, and a lot of Pancake's calling too, because a lot of these rounds, they were close, but Pancake's had a lot of the right reads, a lot of the right rotates, and a lot of the right aggression to shut down whatever Division 1 was playing. And I think it was really important to look at how well they had a lot of those first kills, how well they kind of caught them off guard, ruined Dynamic's chances of getting into sight, and were just overall really annoying to play against.
I agree, and I think a lot of this is like you get to those 7 rounds in a row, extending beyond and over the halftime for D1, and you start to think, oh, D1's figured it out. They know exactly what they need to do to keep the EG off balance, maybe guessing a little bit more than they'd like to be, playing without information like they like to be. But then all of a sudden you get into the full gun rounds, and for EG, I think their understanding on defense was really sound. They don't have the waylay here. They're not going to be able to dive into our back line. And so Moob sets himself up really, really nicely on his one site to make sure he can stay safe, get out if he has to, but mostly just know that you can defend the site by playing on it. And then as soon as you get the read from all the great utility that Pancakes is throwing out, defensively speaking, then you got Moobs on those long routes, those lurking routes that just completely dismantled D1. I mean, he went 18-5 on the defensive half, did Moob. So really, really good stuff. Just awareness from the Sentinel player for EG to know what the win condition was and how to take advantages when they're given.
Dude, I think Moobs was really heating up at the end there too. Just playing the C site and consistently getting multi-frags and denying Division 1 from being able to get the plant down. That ace was kind of insane. I love the hype, that round 22. And then the very next round, he got another 3K to shut down the site and not allow Division 1 to even get into any of these post plants. But you can see overall really well played from EG Academy. I think you can tell the kind of tenor that they have in this map based on how well they fast flood back into sites, how well they're using and snowballing a lot of these ults. And of course, 12 first kills for Division 1 and 11 for EG Academy. Division 1 actually having more, but EG being able to fully capitalize off of that and being able to equalize numbers so often that it ended up in their favor. For EG Academy, this is kind of the reason why I had picked EG in the first place. The way that they played and just how confident they were in each other was really nice to watch.
And I love for that map that we got to see more from the players, because we had highlighted on that Lotus that D1 kind of was bullying Zerona and Moves a little bit, and we just really didn't get to see them play, right?
Yeah.
But going into this map, you get 3 sites, you get to see a Moves that is just kind of unshakable. And this is where Shift, you can start to really see the value that he brings to the team. Like, you get the ace at the end. He was just a killer, and the rest of the team being able to capitalize off that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that I think, again, when EG can play on their terms with their feet underneath them, any one of the 5 have an opportunity to pop off, depending on what circumstances they're facing. I think especially, of course, the recency of the second half, the defensive side, we really saw a lot of that. But on the flip side for D1, it's really compelling, I think, to see how different map 1 to map 2 were, because Dynamic was not unsuccessful on Phoenix. 19-17 would give you that, but a part of 11 first engagements going 6-5 is not terrible considering you're playing on Haven. It's just there's no immediate and deeper follow-up like we had seen so quickly, largely because EG were able to either lock down a setup with Killjoy or contest early with D-Dog. And so that way, all of a sudden, you can't just drop high gear if you're booming and run to the back of the site. So really good stuff overall, just kind of understanding what the defensive win condition was for EG. They did just enough in the opening on the offense to get their 5 rounds that made this serviceable, mostly off of pistols. But hey, whatever works, works. And that's good stuff for EG to get to map 3.
Yeah, and someone else that we want to talk about as well before we get truly into this map 3 was the impact that B-Dog was able to have, because we got to see it in that first map, B-Dog's having to do a lot by himself, being the only duelist for this team, and still good performance just wasn't enough, but we get to see the continuation here too.
It's actually insane looking at these stats, because look at this Lotus stat. This is a map that they lost, but B-Dog still had 308 ACS, and on Haven as well. Man, this guy was just on fire. You could tell that Division 1, they didn't have a chance to shut down his op. They didn't have an answer at all, and I think this kind of goes from looking at the consistency that B-Dog brings, both in his off playstyle and in his super fast Neon playstyle, it's so nice to see. I mean, this round on Lotus where he just like pushed through and was on the fast blind already when his whole team was already on site getting the spike down, it was kind of insane. But he's just been such a well-rounded player for this team, and I think one of the main reasons why they have won this Haven map is just his ability with that op to punish a lot of things. This pick on Dynamic was pretty big. The way that he pushed down into a lobby, getting a lot of that A long control, getting a lot of that C long control, he just punished them so hard, and there was no answer from Division 1. The best thing they could do was just go the other way. But then you have moves on the other side just going absolutely phenomenal, full Terminator mode. So it's just this map definitely makes a lot of sense for EG to pick. I think their defensive side is really nice. I love their aggression. I think they had a little bit of a slow start, but obviously coming off that Lotus game, it just made a little bit of sense.
And now, with being able to pick up that win over on Haven, we get one more map in the series as both teams are trying to stay alive in this thing. It all comes down to Bind. And quite interesting for both, because we've seen Evil Geniuses here a couple of times, though they've swapped up the comp of each. Whereas for Division 1, it's been a couple more times in Shift. It's been looking really strong for them. But the fact that we haven't seen Evil Geniuses here in a few weeks makes me wonder, because a lot of things have changed since then.
Yeah, and I just based on their identity that they've shown us so far through 2 maps, I wouldn't be surprised if they stay away from the Waylay and just run the solo Raze, just due to the fact that that's been their identity on how they played Lotus, how they played Haven. They want to lock down sites more than they want to try to contest early, largely speaking. Division 1, though, we know what we're going to get. It's going to be another Waylay Neon comp, and we're going to be expecting a lot of the same action in terms of execution that we saw on Lotus, where we're going to be getting the Waylay over the top behind a flash from Sky. Neon follows up behind that. It's going to be very rudimentary. It just comes down to how much can EG get their early reads on when those executes are coming, and are they going to be prepared enough to slow them down with things like paint shells. So that's going to be the biggest thing, I think, for me, is to see how this Raze can really handle on their own, being able to move between sites and also respond to the double duelists that we're going to be seeing running at them.
Yeah, I completely agree, especially because it's kind of, and just to answer your question, yeah, B-Dog is playing on that Raze again, and we do actually have the same comp coming in from Division 1. But I think for Bind, it's super important to be fighting extremities on both sides, getting a lot of that showers control or that long D control. And when you're playing on the Raze, you're right, B-Dog and Zerona are the 2 biggest factors in being able to delay just super fast site rushes from Division 1. And I think for me, it's definitely looking a little bit scary just for Evil Geniuses Academy, because they couldn't really find an answer to it from that first map on Lotus. And Division 1, even on that second map of Haven, even though they lost, they were still moving really well as a pack, consistently staying together as a team and being able to trade. And so for me, this is just going to be a matter of the tempo. If Division 1 get that initial pick and just choose to speed up right away, and how fast Evil Geniuses rotates can be with the delay from Raze, like you said, Shift, as well as Zerona on that 5.
One more map between these 2 teams remains as we head into Bind for the decider. Reminder, loser of this gets eliminated from our Challengers playoffs, and the winner gets to move on, try and keep on pushing. Will it be Division 1, the premier team that has defied so many expectations, or this Evil Geniuses squad? Let's get to Bind one final map between these 2, and it's going to be none other than Lemon Kiwi and Roy to shake me through.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Yes, it's the final showdown to determine who will be alive in playoffs after this. And hey, we have EG getting to that ceiling we're used to seeing, that level of play, and they found their footing winning their map pick of Haven.
Oh, for sure. And they look, it's such a turnaround from the first map as well. And I think, I mean, we've only really seen EG play this map once with this roster, with adding moves and swapping pancakes to the IGL. They played it one time. They actually took a nice clean win against the NRG Academy. That was the only time we've seen them play that map. But for Division 1, it's their 3rd most played map. It's a map they are undefeated on, 3-0. Last time, Jen, we saw this team play this map, they looked so good on this attack side, and I think it's going to be a lot of pressure here on EG and an immediate shower fight happening from EG, whereas Division 1 is going up short with 5.
You just know how scary Division 1 can be, especially on that attacking pistol, and when Boomy has a shorty, he's investing into what has worked for him before.
They're in their spawn at 120 on bind in a 5v5, by the way.
Yeah, the Division 1 special. It even moves. It's like, what are you doing here? And he can't really escape. He has to face the music. And he's been silenced for good. EG will just try to take the pot shots where they can. Zerona wants timing, and Division 1 are just one step ahead, but Pancakes through the fire and the flames, and I guess Smoke will catch Division 1 and got so many injuries. Vito just has to finish it, and he studies his aim against Calamity. Mikey against 3. They don't know where he is. He will show face, and now no longer have one as EG will take the pistol.
What the hell was that round? I think Moves was so confused. He's like, I've never had to fight the angles that attackers are attacking on this map in the first 30 seconds of the round on defense. He's fighting spawn, dude. That's so crazy. But I mean, yeah, the proactivity from EG, it was so good that round. The immediate push down showers, and I think they're trying to recreate the same winning formula they had in Haven, right? Where as soon as Division 1 shows any sort of presence, or even if they don't, EG's choosing a lane and they're just walking down until they meet resistance. I think it's better than playing the push and pull with Division 1, a team that has looked so aggressive and so confident. This time, though, it's a straight up A split from Division 1, but no real weapons to follow up, just pistols and the shorty.
I just think Pancakes is just the biggest impact player in this whole series, and I know buildup deserves his praise too, but just that 3K is what swung it in EG's favor. Now you're gonna have to rely on him as that initiator to fight through this as Foreign to choose this moment carefully. Steps out onto the dance floor, and EG are just so ready. And being this warmed up, this locked in, now Division 1 just can't rely on just outgunning EG. All the mobility helps out a lot. Wait a minute, we're left with a 1v1. And Pancakes is looking the other way. Diffuse halfway before drop. Calamity, which entry, and now Pancakes hearing this coming. Oh, he's just playing around, and it's a thrifty. Nice from Calamity with the 3K.
A slide one tap and the 3K on deck for Calamity. I mean, this guy is such a beast. I have to give him credit. Jumping from controller to Neon, not looking like he's skipping a single beat. I mean, this was going EG's way completely. It derailed, and it's off the individuals of Division 1, right? We highlighted this team as almost the X factor being their trademark. It's on display right here. Calamity looks so good, and it feels like in every role he plays, but he's looked extra good on the Neon today in this series specifically, and a round has been stolen and that momentum robbed from EG on what is ultimately Division 1's best half.
Now I feel like micro-wise, like both teams are really even, but when there's a lot of chaos, I feel like Division 1 can navigate it a lot better. In that last round, and
I mean, it's disgusting.
No response for Pancakes. He's just gonna be patient. Now he's been spotted. He's been bolted. And he can't even bolt away from that. Division 1 got everything they wanted out of that encounter.
Yeah, they're about to dip here shortly too. The players on, as soon as the Brimstone comes short, it's about to be a full-on TP play and an immediate push to the A side of the map. But yeah, you're completely right. I think also the layers for Division 1 have been so good. The Boomy gets information, immediately dismisses out. The util bombing, the scaling, it's all just looks so good. Now it's just Zerona here, so looking to hold it down. I mean, he hears the noise, but does he find any real value right here?
For a flash play, activates it. Now walled off, and I guess he's secure, but now he's been unleashed. Division 1 just roll him over. EG, any damage here would be nice. Now at a distance, Division 1 just get to watch this round unfold and close it out. So Division 1 off that thrifty are now back-to-back winners.
Yeah, I think that round 2 is, if this is a weird half and it like Division 1 runs away with it, it's really going to lead back to this second round. I feel like if you're EG, you know you need every defensive round you can get, especially with the composition they're running. It's just subjectively just very defense-sided. You have the double controllers with a ton of util. You have the raise, another layer of util as well. You have so much counter util. You have so many ways to stall plans, pressure positions, and just device util on top of that. It just makes it so oppressive. So I feel like EG needs to get at least 6 rounds on this half.
There's 2 players on or 1 player on each team popping off, and Calamity with the first blood. Make that, what, 8-2 now? And it's only been a couple rounds, but wait, King of the Hill style beat on. will make Division 1 kneel and give up the spike. Division 1 have someone in U-Haul and also within the site. Boomy and Foreign
Jake, though, he's just hiding.
are surrounded. Yeah. Jakey finds his moment. Division 1, nowhere to go.
Okay, nice hold. And I think Jakey got completely overlooked as well. It felt like they were not aware of his positioning whatsoever, but B-Dog playing on top of the APC, punishing. Solid hold. And I feel like the EG really needs to defend this half in multiple ways. It's got to be the good holds. It's got to be proactivity. You've got to battle mechanics with mechanics as well. I mean, the micro for D1 just looks so good right now. But yeah, nice round for EG. 2-2. Things are tied up. Also, some ults available right here. Neon ult on Calamity. Pancakes has... Oh, trying to dodge the flashes early. No flashes this time, my friends. That meta is long gone these days.
You just know Pancakes is usually hung around here, and he's actually flipped sites. They're trying to strengthen the A side here. Seekers could guide EG. All the answers. Moves. Just trying to not raise too many questions here. It's been incredibly safe with how Moves gets information and then immediately leaves.
I think really the name of the game for EG is to do exactly what they're doing, which is show the forward presence, right? You don't want this composition from Division 1 to get a lot of space for free. You want to have some resistance. You want to get some of that waylay and the Neon utility out as early as possible. And look on the other side of the map. EG's already taken full control of the map. Now it really comes down to this site hold.
Time to hit it. Gravity, oh, just caught the punish. The line is being held. EG is ironclad. Receive Division 1.
30 seconds left.
To throw them back out of the sight, and then the jump scare from Pancakes. There is nowhere you can step where EG are not ready. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mikey, a little cheeky 1v2 and soaring through the skies. B-Dog looks flashy doing it.
And they're really doing it now. The macro is really on point for EG. As soon as the core shows itself towards B side, if space is taken on the A side of the map, that makes it comfortable, opens up the TP play as well. And the nice collapse as well. Even if Pancakes lost his fight, there still was a contingency plan with B-Dog there as well. So there's cohesion even happening on the flanks. There's layers to this for EG. And Division 1 is starting to feel like their all-ins are not quite available to them anymore, which is exactly where you want them to be if you're EG. Forcing Division 1 to play at an uncomfortable pace and drawing a lot of that utility early as much as you can. Now, information is available and known, but Division 1 not slowing down.
Calamity gets stopped. Wow, back-to-back rounds, and that was a different situation with Sheriffs being your backups. So, not the people you would call, but the overdrive invested was a cool look. Division 1 are really pulling out all the shenanigans. Seekers from the other side of the world. Moves will continue
he's
to
feeling
be a problem. Division 1, quick swing, quick flick, and that's just the first hurdle you had to get through. I'm wondering, where is Zerona? Poked out at elbow before, and Division 1 don't have enough members to really spread out, so not safe enough to plant. Dog out. How close is EG? Orbital strike thrown into the mix from Jakey in case the plant was happening, and it catches Mikey. That's big. And EG, this B defense is no joke.
Yeah, and you can tell just how uncomfortable Division 1 is forced to feel on these kind of rounds, right? Where it feels like EG has so much space on them consistently. Moves is also starting to feel a little confident, holding ground. Like, look at his crosshair. Not look at that. Just doesn't even move. It's just so collected, calm, coming out from EG. And the half is starting to unfold quite favorably. Economy here for Division 1. It's a little ragtag. They got some guns up available, but light armors across the board. The Waylay ult is in play. It is live. It's available to Division 1 on what looks like it's going to be another fast A split happening right here for Division 1.
EG keep punishing Calamity. It's just going to make the job so much easier. Rocket into the mix. In Division 1, they take shelter. Now, convergent paths. Division 1 trying to forge a path, and the red carpet is soaked in Division 1's blood. until Short gets exploited. Division 1 have some angles to work with, and EG, they gotta lock in, they gotta focus and work together. Division 1, oh my
The
god,
awareness.
what a turnaround from
That's a free
Foreign.
TP.
One enemy remaining.
And you just can't even escape. EG won't let you.
Don't do it at all.
It's just suffocating to play against EG right now. It feels like at every step of the takes, Division 1 is meeting resistance. And Pancakes is popping off again. I mean, we give him a lot of flowers already, but it's actually really impressive to jump back into the IGL role when he wasn't even the IGL for this roster, to still have the star player performances that was expected of him previously under a much more stressful role. Really, it's quite a boon for EG. Now this time, this is where I feel like the questions and the concerns begin arising for Division 1, right? That the one tempo playstyle is not paying off, and that's really been their go-to on this map. Push and pull, the all-ins, the overruns. It doesn't really work as well with the way that EG is playing, and they're moving things around a lot too. They're constantly moving people around. They're moving where they're allocating players. They're switching things up a lot on the defensive side, and it feels like Division 1 is just they're starting to bash their head on the wall.
Yeah, because EG, their spacing has been so fantastic. They're not giving like any opportunities for Division 1, which Division 1, why their post plants have been so strong is because they usually have a pretty big numbers advantage, where they take out the big players from EG. EG plays so safe. They play for info. Moobs is never taking an early fight. And yeah, he's not going to be flashy with the first bloods, but he is living as long as he can to be involved in these fights. And look how important it is when Moobs is alive for the B site. Division 1 just can't consistently jump out of hookah, not when he's around.
This time it's a little bit of long B aggression coming out from EG. Crossfire is available. A lot of pressure coming in from hookah, though. It's ultimately just another fast play onto the B side.
Oh my god, the layers! It's not the Waylay jumping in, it's the Neon sliding into Tin. But still EG, they bail each other out. An orbital strike right on top, raining on their parade. Foreign tries to destabilize EG. And after that first Division 1 timeout of the entire series, for once they feel they are finally starting to sweat. And this is not the moment to falter, and Foreign will get them back on their feet.
Yeah, and the pressure's been relieved a lot with that kill. I mean, they had no control once they got onto the site. No elbow, no spawn, no hookah, no long. All taken away from EG, who are doing such a good job with the proactivity. But this time, they have the sight lines onto spawn, and now they can kind of establish that this is likely coming flank, and that pretty much confirms it now. The 3v2 for Division 1.
Just don't want to waste too many bullets dealing with those Seekers, and Foreign is just gatekeeping. And what a fantastic round out of him, man. From what, the Omen on Lotus, the Brim here, he could play it all, he could do it all.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a light buy coming out from D1, right? So this feels almost like a thrifty round, a huge round at that. And I was about to yap about how the kind of the win condition for D1 has been the opening kills, which up until now they've kind of been struggling to get. It feels like EG's been doing such a good job at avoiding the early deaths. They've been holding ground quite nicely, playing around their util, pressuring the entries, giving them resistance, forcing the Waylay to kind of dismiss out. And it feels like up until this round, Division 1 hasn't comfortably hit the sites, and they're just going to keep going. The pace is not changing for Division 1. Another A rush.
Calamity's been punished every single time he's come out of showers, because EG are just not fighting in showers anymore. They don't want to be close to that Neon. They respect the space. That's where you can actually have an attempt to shoot back at the Neon before the whatever shotgun Division 1 want to buy this time, but actually rifles. Now U-Haul merges the dog from EG with the pit through shorts, really limiting the entries to Division 1. This is going to reveal that Division 1 are within arm's reach, and Pancakes already gets another first blood now on Calamity. It's so difficult. You need your duelists.
That's huge.
But maybe all you need is Boomy and Mikey. The pit comes down, the curtain falls, and Division 1 bail out.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking so uncomfortable for both teams, completely isolated from each other, but it's the complete pivot. Now, Jakey, though, with that TP, kind of gives them the way out of this one. They could pivot back towards the A side of the map. Zerona left scrambling, scratching his head, not really quite sure where D1 wants to end. I like this pivot back from D1. It was quite obvious they're ending B. Now they're pivoting back on what is an empty site. Zerona, he'll get the heads up. Yeah, once this all goes down and the spike plan goes, yeah, he's aware now. It's the 1v2. Zerona, he's looked so good in this split, so good for this team. But he's been a little bit quiet this series, looking to step up for his roster. 1v2.
I was wondering if they were going to invest that pit, because maybe not knowing the weapon that they have, not believing in their rifles and the teamwork, whatever it is. Division 1 want the guarantee, but is it really? When you have Zerona, now he's upgraded, he's ready to go, and dynamic. Great shot, and it keeps Division 1 even closer to overcoming that lead.
Dude, this guy's played at Chamber, Phoenix, and now he's on Viper.
Yeah, what?
It's just so crazy, man. I can't get over that. Everyone's just jumping around roles. It feels like no one is even skipping a beat either. Like Calamity's back on top on the Neon when he was playing Omen last map. Really just crazy. It really is just insane flexibility coming out from Division 1. EG though feels like they almost dropped the ball on that one. It felt like it was in complete control at some points, but the A fight, the crunch was just so good from D1. It was a good heads up and the immediate pivot response as well. It really shows that Division 1's operating on multiple levels right here. It's not just micro. There is brains to this operation, and it's on full display here.
EG gambled that maybe Division 1 were going to go for a showers push, and having the stack there, EG could have benefited from it. But now Zerona has a Bucky, and he'll be an elbow, and he's revealed this position before, so if Division 1 check it out, this Bucky could mean an upgrade for Zerona and even a Steel Garden, but now his team is around the corner. Steel Garden pulled, Division 1, and they just annihilate Zerona from the top rope. And hey, even the Stinger will do some pretty good damage. And Pancakes is on a roll. Pain is being delivered. A lower by who? But Dynamic stabilizes at a much needed moment. And it comes down to that last 1v1. Foreign bails him out.
Yeah, so scrappy on that B site. I mean, it really came down to just the 1v1, full-on trades, perfect play from both teams. I love how this all started as well. The Vice ult from the smoke, it's immediately checked. And just the flood coming in from all directions here for EG. Coming down to the absolute wire, pushing the limits for Division 1. But a lot got invested there. I mean, the Vice ult's completely invested. And it feels like kind of a big condition in this round it got taken away. But it was a good attempt from EG, I can't lie. Now, D1, they're back 5-5. Things are tied up. The Waylay ult is available. I don't think the tempo is going to change here at all. They have a lot to work with. Yeah, that's such a sick combination. That Pancakes get spotted and they're taken down immediately.
Nowhere to go. I like that showstopper response in case there was just a whole swarm of Division 1 coming out, but they're attacking from all sides and they're winning on all angles. Jakey be able to catch the tail end of that.
Yo, what's happening over here?
Takes care of the, I don't know what the Dynamics doing over here, but hey, post first time out of Division 1 the whole series, they haven't dropped around yet.
Right? A whole switch up. I guess you can bash your head into a wall until it breaks.
Something breaks.
Yeah, something's gonna break. This time it was the wall. Well done. I mean, I think the layers to it is really clean right now, and it's very fortunate for Division 1 that the ults are coming up perfect timing, right? This time they had the layers of the Sky Flash, right? As soon as it confirms the player is there, the immediate Waylay ult to follow, the crunch happening on site. It's really looking nice right now for Division 1. And they've extended the lead. I mean, 6-5. It's wow. Well done.
And they've really reinforced and kind of supported Calamity more when it came to that showers push. They're putting in a lot more brim smokes, which would feel very chaotic and almost counterproductive, but it allows Calamity to close the gap and minimize the reaction time, which speaking of reaction time, Zerona removes 2 guns from the equation, and it's always nice. 6-5 now with the lead swinging back in Division 1's favor.
In the half.
I feel like there's gonna have to be a response here from EG. Either attempt to take away showers, try to force some of the util out early, because as of right now, they're starting to really struggle against the entry utility, the dash, the dismiss, the slide from Neon. There's just so much utility available on site for Division 1 to expend. They have to, I think they're positioning towards showers now. They're posturing for that early fight. I mean, it's the condition here for EG is very clear. You have to give resistance to the D1 like you've been up until this point. What the bird doing?
Not much, I fear. Definitely don't want to take a showers fight there anyway. Not when you get blasted by Foreign with the ult. So how does Calamity adjust? He has the ult, and the overdrive just hasn't had the same level of spice as Lotus or even Haven, I should say. A lot slower of an approach, and that's that kind of pace change that we really appreciated from Division 1 when it came to Lotus. Now the Seekers. That split, you know exactly where Division are coming from now, and that's the trigger pull from Shaky. No one caught in the midst of that, but Boomy is separated away. Calamity will be healed back to full. 50 seconds left in Division 1.
Oh my.
They respond with their hold ults, and as soon as the duel is shown face, EG, they build the wall brick by brick until Foreign and Mikey, the usual suspects, bring a solution. 2 versus 2.
Yeah. I mean, they've done
left.
such a good job at clawing away what was a really uncomfortable situation here for Division 1. I mean, the Brimall came in, it isolated them, it separated them. The smokes came down, the counter util was so good for EG. But I mean, it's a 2v2, time is ticking away. 15 seconds now, the flank is coming in from Zorona. They are contained. Moves here to receive. He's alone for quite a while, but the time is ticking low.
Well, I don't know if Zorona's gonna have the right timing. Moves. Oh, he just went for the spike and not the person. Zorona 1v2.
Oh.
Jeez. What a clutch up from Division 1. That timing there was everything.
Yeah, I mean, Moobs felt so much pressure to make that play, and if he had gotten that kill, it would have been the round. But Born, the heads up, holding strong, defending. I mean, the time was low. It had to be that. He had to step up for the roster, and he did. So sick from Foreign. 7-1 finish here for D1. And that was a stronger half of Division 1. Kind of as expected, right? They've had most of their wins on the attack side, but I'm saying that in the light of Division 1 hasn't really been a weak defensive team either. They've won 50% of the rounds. So there's a lot of pressure here on EG. Their composition, it doesn't have as much util as it did on the defensive side. There's a lot to work with. There's a lot to take up map control. And once you get on sites, it's good. But yeah, it's still a hard battle here on this attack side.
EG just have never had a lead in the first half. It's always having to come back from a deficit, regardless of if they win the pistol or not, which this is the first pistol they have actually won in the first half. Now EG, oh my god, they haven't even come up with the plan, and Division 1 already spamming the smokes. Dynamic, he's ruthless. Jakey has to bring the frenzy. He matches blow for blow. EG are so injured. It's just gonna take a sneeze from Division 1 to floor these guys, and it's 2v1 for the defense. And the stun will end it all. Big round for Boomy. Division 1 with the pistol.
These rounds are just so brawly. It just feels like it never ends. Players flooding in, fighting with team, dumping util, just non-stop waves of utility and aggression coming in from EG and from Division 1, from both of these teams. But Division 1, they're just so... This is exactly what they want, right? This is the way they play. They're so good in these moments. And look at the support util coming in from elbow. Dynamic, holding strong on site. The players flooding in for Division 1. They're happy with these outcomes, Jen. This is exactly what they want to unfold. They want this chaos. This is where they strive.
Some loud noise. Mikey's just gonna look directly into the sun. Has to take a step back. Dynamic steps up now with the judge, and he's happy to hold the corner, but there's threat coming from Hookah. Division 1 gonna stay calm through it all, and EG did not want to be this close to the shotgun. EG cornered. Here's the flash, here's the slide. Division 1 benefit from all of that.
It's just, they're so hungry for kills. They're so confident. Even on the face of elimination, even on the third map of potentially being eliminated from playoffs, they're still relentless. Lemon, they're not stopping. They see weakness, they push it. Yeah, that looked a little bit forced from EG though. I mean, they don't need to play in this way. If you can't get out as a team, just cancel on the operation. No need to press the matter through the Viper util. It's almost impossible, especially without armor, especially with no follow-up util. And on top of that, you don't really have the comp to play the way that Division 1's playing, right? It's like it's a lot slower, it's more grounded.
Far back moves has to play. He just knows these duels could be flying in. It's not the waylay, it's the neon, and this is the type of far back approach EG need to do if they want to have space and time to react.
They're trying to get people to react into dynamic too. I kind of like it actually. The full-on pressure on the A side, try to force them into dynamics, judge on the other side of the map, but well received by EG. Now they own the entire map because I mean Division 1's giving up all the space they fought for early. They're still scrambling for information. Oh, that timing of the flash is so unfortunate. That's going to keep all of the D1 players at B. And oh yeah, EG's timing is perfect here.
At least Mikey's at backside, so he no longer backside. I don't know how he can escape here if EG just come flying in. And even B-Dog is not like satcheling in and playing super crazy. He's playing just as a supported duelist on this team, and EG.
He doesn't expect this. No way.
Gonna come knocking at the door. Look at that. Goodbye, Mikey. No flashes and no initiator util for D1, but you do have a shotgun, and that hurts just as much. EG will take care of everyone else around that duelist and get another round under their belt.
Okay, EG. I mean, a huge heads up. Nice little sponge default, absorbing a lot of the aggression that's coming out from D1. They've been, I mean, we all saw what they did on Lotus. It was ruthless on the attack. Oh, sorry, on the defensive side. It feels like they're playing two halves of attack, honestly. This is so sick from Moobs, and I think Moobs is the perfect player in this kind of role because he's actually willing to stand ground. He doesn't immediately fall off when he sees players pushing. And I think you kind of need people like that to find the little gaps and find the little weaknesses in the spacing like we saw right there. And I think that's going to start to make Division 1 overthink a lot of that off-round aggression. This time, though, it's the operator here for Boomy and Showers. If it's not checked correctly by EG, it could be a problem.
This is why Pancakes recruited Moves. He knew that he could be so reliable, so trustworthy on a solo angle to play his life, and to never be the liability. That's what's important about your lurk. But EG... And look how far back they have to play just to, you just never know what Division 1 are going to throw at you.
And it feels like Division 1 isn't really accomplishing too much from their early ideas either. I mean, they had the Showers line. They immediately gave it up. Now there's a player pretty much forced to jiggle in that location. The Sky Flash is coming from the back of B side. I mean, this pressure at B is going to probably pull that third player from Division 1. I guess unless they're just happy to just sit here, which... Yeah, I mean, they're just happy to sit here. Oh, wait. You got a little antsy. Oh. I think the comms here are just a little hectic here for Division 1. You can tell they're uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is where, when you're in a map 3 elimination match, experience is going to be a huge factor. EG coming in through Showers. Flash pressure through short. Division 1 need these duelists to stand tall, and man, Boomy looks good. Calamity up next. Oh my god, the double and almost a third. Moves had to lock in or it was over already. But it pretty much is. Division 1 have their duelists firing on all fronts, and now they get to double digits. This is the red zone.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're starting to get into really scary territory here for EG. The money's broken completely as well. I mean, Division 1's in a really good spot. Oh, I mean, they could... Okay, yeah, I like this timeout actually because I think this round decides a lot. If they force right here and lose this round, that pretty much brings Division 1 up to match and series point. So they have to decide if they want to actually take this gun round right here with a scrambled purchase or just go with the light weapons, purchase what you can, and then try to fight back on pretty much with Division 1 on the 11th. So an important decision to be made right here. Options are available though for EG. I mean, the showstopper's online. They could force up a few rifles, 3 rifles to be exact. The rest of the players will be on... I mean, Stinger is like one of the best guns in the game, let's be real here, but...
The way Pancakes uses it, yeah.
Right?
You got a double kill, like at range with it. Mine doesn't do that.
Yeah. And I think the other scary thing to kind of throw in the wrench right here in the formula is, I mean, D1's money is looking not bad. If this is a clean round, if EG goes for the save right here, and this is a clean round for Division 1, it's probably full-on gun rounds, at least 2 or 3 in a row for D1, and that puts even more of a win condition in D1's pocket. So a really awkward territory here for EG, but it seems like they're opting for the safer route. Yeah, it's the half buy. No full purchase here right here. EG does not want to put all the eggs in this basket. Not here, not now. Round 17, D1 looking to extend their lead to 11 and closer to another opportunity in lower bracket.
EG need to come alive. They've only won 1 round in this half. It has not looked good. And Boomy ends the showstopper. Win condition gone. Dynamic. When it rains, it pours. And EG down tremendous. These Stingers can't even get into range. I don't even know if EG have shot a bullet yet until Corona doesn't make it a flawless. You're just trying to get away with anything left in your pockets, and he just gets robbed. The dog gets the kill. Whatever, but Division 1 up to 11.
I'm going to just go ahead and start sounding the alarms because the showstopper got fully invested. And look at Division 1 side. The ults have come online. The Waylay ult, the Neon ult, the Viper's Pit. So many options to work with on the Division side, on the defense. And on top of that, they have the Operator. So this is going to be a really difficult round here for EG. They're going to have to figure out an answer to all of this. Find the Operator, avoid the ultimates, which could come at any point in time. But it kind of feels like Division 1's playing their own hand here.
Just this op is a new variable that EG just there's so much to consider already. Wait, Boomy is also so close with it.
Ready.
Yeah, I actually don't like how invested how like overextended he is in this position with this ult. I would have liked him to see opping a little bit more passive to have an opportunity to use that ultimate, to be honest. But I mean, if he's clean with the shots, that's really all that solves all the problems, I guess. But we'll see how it unfolds. A lot of pressure, but a slow round coming out here from EG, looking for answers. They've picked up some ultimates, though. That's going to help the situation, but oh!
It's a tight angle. Boomy, he did it last round from Hookah. Can he send EG out of the tournament? There's only 2 rounds left for Division 1. EG, they cannot have any slip-ups. Oh, not even the decap. The orbital strike rains down on Division 1, and they just can't handle it. The clapback from EG. The pace change is insane. Dynamic is sealed off from the fun. Division 1 are split from each other. EG need every round. They cannot give up anything to Division 1. Not at this point.
This looks crazy from Division 1, but I mean, every kill right here matters a lot in terms of economy. Trades are still happening here for EG. 3 versus 1 now. Dynamic left alone, and it feels like they're very aware of it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no more mind games. They know exactly where he's at. Again, every kill here matters for Division 1. The economy for EG is in a bit of a chokehold, but I think it's going to be likely cleaned up here by EG.
You caught Division 1 on the back foot. You can just don't get picked by the op forehead and then ever chase down the op. I guess that could be the key to success, but I don't know how many times Boomy is really going to miss that. I mean, he had that 6 shot into Hookah, and that was almost a killer because Pancakes is the carry on this team, I would say. And if you would have clipped him, it could have been cooked.
Absolutely. I actually almost would have liked to see the positioning flipped, like have the Neon opping in short and have the Waylay just hiding, waiting to ult, like kind of trap ultimate off the contact. That would have been a little bit more clean, but I feel like the ultimate was a little bit over-invested. It could have been a bit cleaner there for Division 1, but it's fine. I mean, they still have the Neon ult. They still have the Operators in play. They've taken out the double Operator in this round. This is actually a really out-of-the-box solution because EG is playing so slow and there's so little entry pressure happening. I feel like this is a really out-of-the-box solution for D1, and it might actually catch EG off guard.
But what if these Seekers come out? And then that's something to throw a wrench into things. Seekers and the Steel Garden as Calamity. Finger guns out. That'll do. Well, I was gonna say that was gonna do the job in EG. They got him to use so much, and then they leave.
This is so awkward. There's a flank coming in now as well. The spike is being planted for EG. Lots of space available to them, but D1 already there. They've rotated over. And no smoke in heaven. Moves gets caught off, and now it's the 5v4.
Oh, they were just not ready for that. All of Division 1 have the ops set up, and B-Dog is gonna have some chip damage into that. Heard the teleport. Showers control for EG. Now they stare down Division 1 on the entry. Oh, the shotgun still gets a kill on Jakey as Calamity at the ball. Mikey. What's next? What's on the menu? It's good flash, and Mikey, man, these impact kills are big in Division 1. Match point.
Wait, did B-Dog just throw the paint shells on Pancakes' feet? Or did I misread that situation?
I don't know. That was chaotic.
Imagine you're in the 2v3 and you're... Oh, man, that's tough. But it all started with this overextension from Moobs. I feel like he lingered a little too long. Once the smoke goes down, that's pretty much your time. Oh, yeah, he did. That's really unfortunate. That's really unlucky. Now, it's a timeout. I mean, this match is series point for Division 1 now. EG. 5 rounds they have to get in a row right here. It's going to be a tough battle. Division 1 looking good. Economy intact. They do have some weapons. Actually, they can get full rifles across the board. Their money's just fine. They have the Sky ult. Should help a little bit for information if it comes down to feeling desperate, which... I mean, they've not really been challenging too much space. But for EG, it feels like then they just need to get on sites with the Viper ult. Simple enough. The only problem is you have to fight against Division 1, who have been relentless with the aggression. So, you know, just simple task of try to get past absolute savages and try to plant the spike. Good luck.
Good luck. And now EG just need to be as resilient as ever. And man, that round to lose it when you had
It's brutal.
Seekers, Steel Garden, you know, you said if the circumstances don't look right, it's okay to abandon the operation. That's what EG did, and just couldn't pull through in the end. Now the Seekers from Mikey. Post flank could be strong for EG with the pit. See if they even get there.
It really does feel like the operator has gotten EG to play even slower than they've been on this half as well. Like they're being so diligent with everything they take on the map.
Hey, haven't revealed the op. I like that. Just being able to support the op here, and EG are really just testing the waters.
Yeah, they haven't really gained too much though. I mean, D1 had the sight lines. It feels like they're kind of aware it's going to be an A hit. Look at the play. Yeah, they're already shifting. No, this is going to be an absolute disaster for EG. Yeah, they will be on retake. It's a full-on A hit now. It's read by both teams.
Pancakes has one flash left. Has to be the one that rules them all and catches Division 1. Now Boomy has already showed the op in heaven. Sends 2 already there, 6 feet under. And EG just can't even scratch the surface of this plot armor. Pancake can't do it all. Division 1, but united as one. The playoff road continues. And EG are out.
Division 1, a team that has been slept on, underrepresented, no one vouching for them, no one even believing in them. Even us on the desk, we all voted EG, and Division 1 proves us all wrong. The underdog story, masters of micro, absolute mechanical monsters, and there's also brains behind the entire operation. You can tell by the way they move around the map. Massive success coming out right here from Division 1. They prove why they're here. A win against EG is a statement. It's evidence. It's proof that they belong in this playoffs, and the run for them continues. What an exciting team. What a fun match that was.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. They turned EG into pudding just in that first map, 13-5. That's when we were like, oh, really was the prediction buff, I think, at the end, I gotta say, for him. Taking down ADG, which already started to raise some alarms. The Division 1 defeating EG Academy. That is some next level clutch. They are coming alive in the lower bracket, and we're gonna be so excited to talk to them because they're making a generational run through this playoffs, and I gotta get the reaction from the desk. That was incredible. We'll see you guys after the break.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Secret, your shift is fired. Oh my God! You're all fired. You're all fired.
Everybody's just gonna go drop. Yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still the fight on Z ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome, over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
And congratulations to none other than Division 1, who will keep surpassing expectations, taking down the third map in the series on Vine and eliminating Evil Geniuses Academy from Stage 2 playoffs. What a phenomenal game as well. And Shift, right away, I just want to talk about what was being talked about in the green room, because right away, we're talking about the win, and you just said, yeah, they deserved it. Simply so. They just look fantastic.
All I got to say is, with the hoarse voice, that's some good tea. That's what we're talking about with D1 right now. That's some good tea that they're putting on. I'm telling you, man, they look clean, top to bottom, start to finish. And it's just one of those things, like, I really get impressed the more I watch this team about not just like how good their micro calls are, especially in the middle of battle, but I think just their ability to keep things very in front of them. And I say that with like a lot of hesitancy because it's kind of hard to explain, I think, in certain ways. But you go back to like Haven, for instance, where things start to get a little bit out of hand, where we're trying to play a little bit too loose without any information, kind of challenge space with no intel. That never feels good when you're playing things like Double Duelist. They want to be able to thrive off of the information gain. And then you get into this map and they're able to solve that problem pretty quickly. And I really, really like that a lot. They just don't bother trying to get too cute, trying to pull the defense around. If we've got good info, let's use that info. Let's not overcomplicate things and try to get the perfect situation. Let's just play the really great one that we have in front of us.
Yeah, I think they did such a great job at just picking a side, right? Going based off of what you're saying, going off of that information, just making sure they're going as a unit. And I think that's where Division 1, they really thrived this series, being a unit. It felt like no matter what tempo, what pace they wanted to go out, no matter what plan they had too, they were so ready to do it as long as everyone was on the same page. They were going at it. They were using really good spacing, really good pathing onto sides, just being as annoying as possible and making sure that they're setting up the rest of the team for success as well. It's just overall, this Division 1 team, they're looking really nice. I think the biggest thing is their micros and their way of playing on that Double Duelist. The way that they're getting that information and immediately playing off of it, it's just really, really nice to see. And I think too, huge props to Foreign, because that guy was going crazy on that defensive side. Like, he was the reason they even had a lot of those rounds come back on that defensive side.
Yeah, I was gonna just follow up and say, like, D1 have not only played really good complete Valorant, but they're also getting away with some bullshit. Like, this is some BS.
Yeah.
Like, when that happened, you're just like, wow, we're them right now. And I also have to give credit, like you said, to Foreign. You know, there were a number of moments where he's going to be looking back at the scoreboard and say he's not at the top of the leaderboard. But I felt like every single time we got to a 2v4, 2v3, 1v2, Foreign is the guy providing those clutch moments, that little lightning strike to get D1 over the finish of really tough late round, low man situations. So really good stuff from Foreign. Really impressed with the team.
Yeah, and I think these stats really back up what we're talking about, right? 12 first kills versus just 8 from EG. One of those was a Thrifty, which is really nice. And then 7 out of 7 close plans on their attack side. This team has just done a really phenomenal job at figuring out how they want to play and their identity as a team. And I think they're really thriving in the chaos, thriving in the aggression, and taking that backside control, taking as many fights as they possibly can. And they're not afraid to get scrappy with it. I mean, it feels like even when they were getting held by EG, they immediately adapted. They knew that they were just being held all the way back. Instead of over-aggressing on their defense side, just allowing EG to then come in to them instead, walk into their crosshairs, be able to have that fast rotate and just counter everything that EG Canary were doing. So really well played by them. And of course, Calamity, he's back on the top of the scoreboard, which, let's be honest, are we surprised based on how this guy has been playing these past 3 maps? He's just been so phenomenal.
It's just been a fight for the top of the leaderboard between Calamity, Boomy, who's popping off, especially that map 1, Foreign, which is like the crazy impact. I mean, across the board, like, you just don't really see a weak link on the team. Everybody throughout the series has had an opportunity to step up. And I think it's just so impressive, especially up against, again, an EG that has been talked about in praise Athena, but D1 not only held their own, but just surpassed them. Like, it was incredible.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. I'm really happy with their identity. I think they should be really proud of themselves too. And I think that every single player really did their role really well. And they were also able to figure out how they wanted to play in each adaptation pretty quickly as well. And I think it's really actually hard to keep up the tempo that they're trying to keep up. It's a lot harder than it looks. So huge props to them.
The biggest props. I couldn't be happier that we're all wrong in our predictions, because this was definitely a sight to watch.
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but
hey, you know what? We'll take a bite of that humble pie over here. But I want to hear from the team and how they're feeling about moving on to the top four and everything else. So for Philip's Norelco interview, we have Ford on the line for a little bit more insight. First off, the biggest congratulations. At the end of the day, you're going to be top four here in the playoffs. How are you feeling?
Right now, I'm feeling kind of like shocked because all of us are just like going absolutely insane. Like I thought we would get pretty far when we first started the split, but to be at like the top 4 spot now, it just feels unreal.
And I know you're still in shock and still taking this all in, but why do you think it is that you've managed to make it so far in this? You're looking at these other teams, these big orgs and everything else, but you took a really strong victory up against EGA. Like, what is that secret? What is that difference for Division 1?
I think what our team has is we're all just a really good group of guys. Like, all of us, honestly, are in call from when scrims start, like, pretty much until we have to go to sleep. And I think maybe that's one thing that EG might not have, because they did do the little roster change a little bit with putting moves in there. And I think that might have messed up their rhythm. But we stuck with all of our 5 guys, and all of us are pretty happy about it. So, yeah.
I mean, this team from the get-go, I feel like that's been such a level up we've seen from the team since your beginning here in Challengers. And I want to call back to the first time you played up against EGA, where they delivered it was a close 2-0, but it's still at 2-0, right? So how do you feel like you and the team have grown since that meeting to then be able to eliminate them now from playoffs?
So from that point up until now, we were still kind of working through all of the basics and kind of figuring out what identity we want to bring for the rest of our matches. And we did, you know, kind of get 0-2'd a lot. But then we just kind of realized what we had to work on in scrims and then translated it straight over to the matches. And so, and mainly is, you know, considering we got destroyed last time, not that bad, but enough that we lost. We really just wanted revenge. And we knew some of the players who are on this team, we knew we would have beaten them last time, but we really locked in this time and kind of fixed that.
Can you talk about that identity that you guys were struggling to find that you now found? What is that in your opinion?
Honestly, I can't even answer that question. I think all of us have a little bit of stupidity in our brains, and kind of just, there's a lot of stuff where we swing and like absolutely excel, and then sometimes we play super passive and excel from that. But I think a good middle ground is all of us just have extreme confidence because of the comeback we did to make it into playoffs. And we kind of just know that, like, now that we have our practice going in and we have consistent schedules with all of our guys, our identity is just confidence, to be honest. Like, that's the best way to explain it.
I mean, I love it. And it's working out, right? Like, you guys look so formidable as a squad. Last but not least, I know for some teams, especially when, you know, you're saying that you've made it further than maybe you thought or anything else, sometimes they go into a match and they're like, oh, well, there's not really much to lose. There's no expectations. But now you're in this top 4. You're really close within making it to the lower finals, into the grand finals. Is there some pressure on the team now that you're so close to define all those expectations? Or how are you feeling with each series going into it?
Absolutely no pressure. I think after beating this team, getting our revenge, I think we know that we definitely have a chance of making it to grands. We saw, you know, pretty good teams getting out of the playoffs and all that stuff. So just knowing that we can get to this top 4 pretty much this easily. I know it was 2-1 today, but getting here this easily, I don't think any of the rest of the teams stand a chance. And I won't, I really want the grand finals here for sure.
I mean, you spoke of the confidence for the team, and I'm glad to hear it from you now. We'll let you go rest. I know it's a long series before, and best of luck in the next one. And thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much. Peace.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, it's going to be a Division 1 moving on into our lower round 3. But of course, we have another elimination match on the day. It's going to be none other than YFP going up against FlyQuest Academy after a short break. Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
It is time to get started with our next lowers match between YFP and FlyQuest Academy. Two very formidable teams. We talked about a lower bracket that is relentless, and Athena is going to be another indication of that today. I cannot wait to get started with this one. And so sad already for whoever we have to say goodbye to.
Right? I feel like both these teams are such big names that we wouldn't expect to be in the lower bracket already, but makes a lot of sense because of the way that they've been playing. But FlyQuest, of course, if you want to do direct contrasts, this is going to be the Division 1 of this matchup because FlyQuest, they love to be random. They played recently against Core and actually ended up knocking them out, which again is Stage 1 champions of Core. So definitely an insane game to watch. If you didn't watch that one, you should go watch it. But FlyQuest really coming out swinging. And then on the other side, you have YFP, who's just been so consistent. Obviously, they've had a couple roster changes that have affected them, but they're still in it to play.
Yeah, and let's talk about YFP first, because having roster changes at this point, just because their players are so damn good that they're getting called up, I mean, you're accomplishing what you want to do is showcasing the players, but that definitely hurts to see that this point in the playoffs. Made it to semis before taking that loss to M80 here. And Athena, I'm curious with now that they've got a smidge more time, because that was the roster change happened right before that match, right? So how are they going to then be able to go into this with just a little bit more time under their belt?
Yeah, it's definitely, that last match was a little bit rough because not only was it just a roster change, it was a roster change where you're losing someone who's put up a lot of frags for your team, but also your initiator player, right? That constant communication and that flow of information to your IGL, it's so hard to play without, especially if you have a set system. But Logan, his last appearance with YFP, he didn't do too bad. He wasn't fragging out, he wasn't at the top of the scoreboard, but he was definitely still there with his utility. But either way, with YFP, the rest of this core of this roster has been so phenomenal. They've been so consistent. They looked really strong at the beginning of this stage. So I don't expect them to get too affected, especially like you said, with a lot more practice going into it.
I'm going to be that guy right now. And
oh no.
You two ladies are so lovely and you guys are so positive. Logan got dumped on. He got absolutely trounced on. Went negative 20,
okay.
17-37.
All right.
Only 11 assists. Lowest cast on his team. I mean, hey, look, it's just, he is the odd man out. I hate to break it to you. Like, the other four, absolutely insane. But when you lose your initiator into Jack, and you're trying to fill it in with a guy who's been playing kind of barely in the Latin American stage, it just doesn't feel like it's enough of a shoe filler. And that's definitely what hurt them versus M80 without question. So I think this whole series is about, can Logan step up and actually hang with these guys? Or is it just a fill in until they can try out somebody better?
I mean, I feel for this team because Logan was just thrown into the deep end without a life jacket. Like, we are in the playoffs. we're all of a sudden going with this team that already had this coordination and this set plan. So, I mean, that's a tough one, but I'm hoping, again, with that time just this weekend to be able to acclimate him into this into the system a little bit more, that we'll be able to see more of what Logan is capable of, because we have seen it in the past, what he is capable of. But we're going to shift the conversation to someone who else was able to have a step up in their last series and talk about Ziff here, because of course we lost a player that, when Jack had a lot of those frags and a lot of that impact, so looking for who could try and fill those shoes a little bit. And Athena, we don't see the Sunday step it up.
Yeah, I mean, his performance on Lotus against Amiri was genuinely insane. I think he had such a good kind of setup and understanding of how to play this Vice. He was really aggressive when he needed to be, but also able to just sit on sites and delay for as long as possible. And I think this guy also had a couple of clutches, getting that 4K. It's just insane how his performance has kind of been leveled up for me, because I feel like he's not necessarily always the one that's the loudest on the scoreboard, but he's definitely brought it back. And versus Amiri, you could definitely tell that he was up there. And I think that was one of the main reasons why they actually took it to overtime, was because of Ziff on that side. So definitely big props to him. I think his first timings were really, really good. Their attack side was one of the definitely the better half, because they only got 4 rounds on their defensive side. But it just overall, you could tell that Ziff was one of the main reasons for that.
Yeah, and I will say, I'm going to go flip here because, spoiler alert, I actually am kind of leaning YFP in this matchup as I phase into 280p over here. But I think the thing about what YFP are going to need to do is they need to kind of mold their identity just a little bit. You need to lock on to Ziff when he's on the defensive side, and we need to lock on to Vita when they're playing on the offensive side. That's the biggest thing for me. So I'll be interested to see if YFP can figure that out today.
Especially, too, going up against the FlyQuest Academy, that even though they took that loss pretty early on within the playoffs, I was pretty surprised to see them knock down to a lowers, because I definitely had this as one of my favorites. Maybe it's biased, you know, you can tell which way I'm going to be leaning for the predictions today. But I feel like this team just has so much firepower under their belt. There's just so many really talented young players here, you know, on the team. And I was just putting up to, wow, whoever has to play up against them in this lowers is going to have a tough time. And I still hold true to that today.
Yeah, I think they found a really good balance between structure and scrappy for this team. They love to be this wildcard team that does these random plays or random movements across the map, lots of wildcard peaks, lots of aggression, even into dry swinging. But a lot of the time, they don't get punished for it. And instead, they actually get a lot of those picks. They gain numbers. They play off of that advantage really well. And I think this team has so much firepower under their belt that I understand why they play the way that they play. I think knocking core in itself just goes to speak volumes about how well this team is playing. And man, that firepower is something to be scared of.
Yeah, it really is. And it comes on, I think, the same polar opposites of what I was kind of talking about with YFP, where you've got Sorix, who's probably one of the leading sentinels in challengers right now in terms of overall kill participation. But on the same front, you also have Tanza, who can go back and forth between playing, you know, duelist or playing chamber, which is right there in that same supply category. On the other side, Salada has been an absolute instant self playmaker, where playing off the Waylay, playing off the Phoenix, playing off of just one simple flash, Salada has been, I think, one of the more efficient entrymen in challengers that I've seen to this point. And I'm really excited to see kind of how those two polar opposites play. You know, on the defensive side, as I said before, is like, can they defensively lock down between Sorix and Tanza? On the front side, when you're playing on the attack, how much space can Salada actually create just simply by themselves? Because they are very self-sufficient and very effective. So be interested to see how those two kind of match together.
And highlighting players going into today, there is one person that was talked about that I want to talk about a little bit more, which is Leo, because I feel like this team, especially with their 3 run it down players, there's a lot of flexibility, and we've seen Leo more and more in these last weeks just really flexing into this smoke scroller role and really being able to just provide with that. Sometimes, depending on the comp, depending on the map, we get to see him go back into the duelist. But Athena, there's no performance drop off. Like, Leo can just do so much, and I've loved being able to see the confidence with the smokes. It just fits so well for the team.
I mean, everyone on this roster is so flexible, but Leo being able to play Omen, Clove, and then Neon in the same series is kind of insane. Those are 3 completely different playstyles. I think Omen and Clove, sure, you can be a little bit more aggressive as controllers because of the ability to be positioned really well, but still, these are crazy. Leo constantly getting multi-frags on this controller role and on the Neon, being able to open up so much space, play to that fast tempo that they need, and also be able to just execute, take sites, take numbers, push, and take so much map control, especially on this map of Pearl where he's just constantly in backhauls, constantly in their spawn almost, just being really annoying. It's like a little thorn to your side every time you play against them.
It really is, and you get rid of 1 thorn in your side, and there's 2 more to follow.
Yep.
Like there's just so much to this team that makes them so much fun to watch, and surely for the teams in the server, so obnoxious to play up against. Another person that can pop off. This is where we're going to get our Philips Noralco head-to-head here. Talk about Salada and this playmaker going up against Vita for today's head-to-head. Vita as well has been someone that I haven't necessarily talked about as much, but being able to see in the past couple series, like Vita the Delita is so true, but Salada, again, Roy said from week 1 that this guy was the truth, and this duelist role, I mean, Shifty has been such that playmaker you're talking about.
Correct. And I think, you know, for Vita, there's going to be a different pressure on this matchup because Vita will often just kind of face slam Neon like you see here in the bottom of the stats for most played. But I just don't know if you're going to be able to work on that chemistry with Logan in time to get Neon into his position to do what Vita likes to do best. I don't want to say that Vita needs to change their entire play style and just start picking up things like Waylay and Jet, but there definitely feels like there needs to be some pressure on Vita to perform. And if there is good initiation, you have to collect on it. You cannot just go in, find 1, and trade your life out. I think Vita is going to be really important to try to get an extension to go 1 to 2 to possibly 3 on entries and definitely win sites. The other side of this conversation, this is where it becomes difficult because Salada is so good at finding effective entries, is what is this team going to do to respond if you're looking at it from YFP? If you're going to try to take away space on some of these maps, you're looking again at Vita and whoever is playing the initiator, which will likely be Logan again. So it's a lot of pressure on Vita to step up on both sides of the spike in my mind to match up with what we know Salada can do.
Yeah, I think to being that solo duelist, right, there's a lot more pressure on Vita to be able to get those entries, because if he doesn't and doesn't make that space, then the round is kind of a lot harder for the rest of YFP to win out. And I do agree with you with the fact that Logan and him have to be on the same page, because a lot of the time you're following in that Prowler, you're following with that eye, trying to get any sort of distraction in order to set up your Neon for success. And so for me, I'm just looking at Vita and knowing that he has that much pressure. But that being said, he's been performing under that pressure, no problem, being that solo duelist majority of the time on majority of these maps and not really falling into a lot of the double duelist meta. I think he's done a phenomenal job so far at keeping up with it, and I think this is going to be a really scrappy match and scrappy head-to-head to see what's going to play out between Salada and Vita.
Oh, I love what we're setting up here between these 2 teams. Just being able to see them fight. Vita has been so much of a joy to watch up against the essentially 3 duelists that we get to see on the opposing end for FlyQuest, because you know those guys, all they love to do is fight. This should be a really fun one. So let's start seeing what's going to be happening in the series ahead as we head into our map picks and bans. Again, elimination match. This is for a spot in our top 4, and it's all going to be starting out on Split, which we saw fly here very recently in Shift. It was a loss, but once you get into 5 rounds of overtime, I don't really know if you can count it as one.
Yeah, kind of an instant classic for sure. And it's just one of those maps that you look back over the top of how FlyQuest are going to play it with the Waylay Neon, and where they did find their success largely, again, came off of their ability to create an entry where there's a follow-up. That a lot of that follow-up honestly came from Zorex, which is again odd to say because playing off Viper, you just don't expect the Viper to be in the play, as quickly as Waylay and Neon could do. But they were really, really efficient on the offensive side in that second half when they did play up against by Rebellion Black. I think my big question mark goes back to Lotus though, and just to kind of hit my point a little bit further home about what we would expect between a player like Logan versus a player like Jack. Lotus was in the pool when YFP played Division 1. Vita went +1, 40 and 39. Jack went +16. So following up after you get a successful entry that's traded is great news overall for what YFP were able to do. 10 and 7 in First Bloods versus Vita. You follow up with their match versus M80. Vita goes -1, 8 and 10 in first bloods, but Logan is -20 in following up off the Neon. So there has to be a dramatic shift in how those two play off each other if YFP wants to have a chance. And honestly, I think they actually will, because I think the week will help them.
Yeah, I think the amount of practice they've had, the timings, surely they've figured out a lot of the spacing issues that they had previously with Logan, as well as kind of just filling in the gaps that they feel like he's not really been able to follow up on. But I'm definitely a little bit worried for Fly when it comes to Lotus, because even though they do love that double duelist and they love taking a lot of those scrappy fights, usually when you see a team like Fly who loves to just push and be aggressive, a map like Lotus is their bread and butter. But somehow that's not true. They lose this map so often, more often than not. And every time they play on this Lotus, they let these rounds get away from them. So I am a little bit worried for them going into Lotus, allowing that to be there. I'm hoping they've done some sort of change to kind of understand how that fast tempo should be played. But overall, though, I think this makes sense for both teams. All three of these maps, the map pool makes sense. I can't wait for a split, because this map shouldn't be as scrappy as Fly makes it to be, and it always is just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be a really fun one to start things up. And I think for YFP, it'll be quite interesting because we haven't seen split from them recently, certainly not past any roster change. And even before the roster change, it's been like a month and change since we've seen them here. So I feel like this is a pretty fresh slate for them, where they can maybe get this opportunity of surprise over FlyQuest. And if they're letting it through on this first round, then surely, you know, there's got to be some level of confidence here. But going into the series, I feel like going into our predictions, there has been some conversation with how we've been talking about the teams to kind of give some indication with where they're leading. So Shift, we'll start with you, because you... Sometimes with how you've been talking, I didn't think you'd be predicting this way until you said, hey, I'm biased. I'm actually predicting this way. So talk me through this, because you're still sticking with YFP despite everything you're outlining on why this could be a tough one.
Correct. It's just, I like to play both sides of the field, you know, and just make sure every point is hit. I like to be that instigator, try to set the fire up. But I think, you know, Logan is coming off of a Latin American stage where he was really, really solid. And I think a lot of that is just you get thrown into the mix last second, you're panicking, you've got more eyes on you than probably you've had before. You're playing with a duelist that's playing at a much different speed than maybe you're used to. So now it's just down to, okay, we need to lock it in, go play some ranked games together or something, and figure out what our timings are for hit this, go then, XYZ, who, you know, go team. And I think they're gonna have a lock. Logan's a solid player. He needs to step up, and I think it's just got to be the combination of him and Vita today, and I think they'll have it.
I mean, it's such a tough one, but I mean, I look back at this FlyQuest, I look at everything they've done, Athena, I look at how they like to fight, and like, come on, I from the get-go, I thought they were going to be a formidable contender going through this lower bracket. I'm not about to back down from that now.
Yeah, I think they've been kind of a force to be reckoned with, right? It's so hard when you're trying to shut down players who just play sporadically, but still with intention and knowing how to kind of take their aggressive fights and when to take them and the timings on everything. So for me, I picked Fly just because I feel like firepower wise, they're definitely up there. And I think a part of my reasoning was the fact that Jack is now gone, obviously gone to that C9 roster. And Logan, yes, he's had time. Yes, he's going to be kind of going through the flow, making sure they're practicing a lot of these things. But I still struggle to see that kind of being perfected against a team who's so explosive like FlyQuest. So for me, I think FlyQuest, they're just, in my eyes, they're just so strong of a team right now in terms of firepower that I think they force you to kind of play the tempo that they want to play at.
And if they get that tempo, well, then that's going to be a little bit of a tough one. But let's start talking about this first map of the series and maybe what we can expect coming out from the team, specifically YFP here, because again, we haven't seen them here in a second. No. And it's been a bit Shift. So then kind of where are we thinking they're going to take this? Like, are we going to see that same comp? Like they had the the deadlock, the Astra.
Deadlock, yeah, I don't think we're going to see the deadlock. I just think that requires too much pressure onto Logan. I think they're going to want to take some of that off. I think we see double duelist here. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to match what FlyQuest has done in the past. Maybe they do something a little bit more traditional than that, but I think we get double duelist. It just allows an opportunity for the play to get created in more than one way. than just relying on Logan to hit. But we'll come to find out. Do I nail that one? No, they're going to go to the breach. So
breach.
They're going to put Logan off the initiator completely and just let him play off essentially by himself, which is kind of the other option when you add a new player into the mix of, all right, just play on an island. You know, you can roam if you feel like you've got the space to, but you get to essentially calm your own pathway. So interesting.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, if you know anything about me, you know that I'm not the biggest fan of breach, right? But I think breach in this sense sometimes can work, and it's sometimes really good at punishing aggression once you know what those early lines are that FlyQuest is trying to take. So stuff like that B main, this enables a lot of really fast splits when you're stunning all of B heaven, and so it could work out to set up Vita for success. But on the other side, of course, we have the double duelist, Hansa on the Jet, Salada on the Waylay. I love to see it just because they love to go fast. They love to take these fights, and the tempo at which they like to hold hands and just make sure that they're trading off of each other and having that proper spacing. It is so good, and I think this is really beneficial for FlyQuest. I'm just more curious to see what YFP has cooked up in order to delay a lot of these pushes, or to at least contest and push it back. That has to be the main reason that they have breach, and they're gonna have to be relying on a lot of these trap setups to deny, especially on that defensive side.
Yeah, I think this is actually going to be kind of, as you say that, and as you look at the Waylay and Jet, this is going to be a lot of responsibility into Logan to calm when he needs help and what help he needs. I figure he will likely be playing mostly on an island, but Darkest is going to be stretched, Stallion's going to be stretched, and Logan's going to have to calm the right utility when they need it most if they're feeling the pressure of that instant dive with Waylay and Jet. So tough scenes, but I still put a lot of focus on the new guy.
I mean, at this point, YFP, again, even though it has been a change going into it, it was the team to go undefeated throughout the Swiss stage, and a lot of expectations placed on them. Sure, there's been changes, but with the weekend of practice, it's time to see if it'll be enough heading into the series to contend up against this FlyQuest Academy. Again, elimination on the line. It's time to get to it, to split, to see who's going to come out on top. And let's send it over to your casters, Roy and Lemon Kiwi, back to take you through.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Yeah, it's split, but we're also pretty divided on our predictions. Roy, we're really excited for this banger, and YFP, they brought a curveball out.
Multiple curveballs. There's I don't even know where to begin. I think I'm gonna start with the roles, right? We're seeing Logan on the Viper, Ziff on the Info Initiator. I can't recall the last time I've seen that. I think he's been in the Senti/controller role for a while now. So I'm curious to see how if he's gonna be feeling comfortable. And of course, YFP's completely swapped their comp since the last time they showed split, which was what, like 5 weeks ago. They were on the Deadlock composition. Now they're on the Breach. One of the last Breach supporters left on this map, Lemon. So I think we're gonna see a lot of interesting things coming out of them. I know Darkest has been he's been a fan of Breach, so I think they're gonna have some stuff cooked up right here to make Vita feel comfortable.
Also, someone like Logan to feel comfortable. This is a guy that we've seen so many different roles from him, from Duelist to Sentinel to Initiator, and has that pre-existing chemistry in CVAL, I think, with, what was it, Darkest. They played on Northwood. But wait a minute, this is the type of explosive play that FlyQuest were not expecting. This is where the Breach is really going to shine, and it pays off with the first blood for YFP.
And they're immediately shifting off too. They go for the brawl, and they're going to sponge up the aggression here in mid. And this is really good proactivity and heads up from YFP. And the rest of the players are already shifting over. That's going to be a brawl, going for the immediate fight in mid, and it's successful. And the man advantage is maintained for YFP.
All right, Sorex back on his feet. A little bit of health gained back. And now stuck between two good options to go into B or to A, and what an opener from Hansa. Sorex will pick up the mantle, and now the site has been liberated 1v1 to determine the pistol. Sheriff versus Ghost, and Ziff is on the way.
Yeah, it's Sorex, though. This guy is the clutch god.
Yeah. Now checking out through Garage. Sorex is not just going to wait and sit out in the open. Doesn't want to get wrapped on. Now, you know, against Ziff, you just want to be able to avoid the eye or any util that the Fade you still have left. And I guess you don't need to think too hard. Sorex, what a round for FlyQuest.
He's been so impressive, dude. This entire split. I mean, even before that as well, he's been so good for this roster, and it feels like he continues to level up. He's just so good in the late rounds. His awareness is just his, I don't know. Some people just have the clutch gene. I think he's got it. We need to do a DNA test. But even with just how proactive YFP was on this map, they still couldn't quite close this out. This beat heaven fight was the high-low just wasn't as successful as they would have liked.
Guys is the content creator over there.
This guy is actually clip farming on broadcast. It's crazy, man. This is shameless out here these days.
All right. Oh, well, Marshall, who cares about a flash? Don't even need it. Dog is out. So are the rest of FlyQuest. Just storming through the garage. And YFP, they can't put enough obstacles in their way. An absolute bulldoze through the site. Ziff is smoked off. Darkus is coming on a flank here, and Sorix will be watching it. Just the sheriff. That's probably the only big opening. Steady.
Not pretty.
A little shaky. As Darkus is now creating some threat on the flank, but still a mountain to overcome for YFP. And also that time is taking on this spike, so I think this is just damage duty here for YFP.
Yeah, exactly. They're just looking for a bit of a chokehold on the economy maybe early on, but kind of maybe use this time to touch on the fact that FlyQuest has swapped off the Neon, which is, I mean, I'm sure we're all very well aware of the amount of discussion that Neon is getting. Oh, Darkest. Wait, pause for 2 seconds.
Okay, that was damage.
That was ambitious. I like it. But yeah, it's crazy because there's so much discussion on X about, you know, how effective Neon is and how overpowered she feels and how oppressive she feels to play against. So to see them swap off to the Jet is really interesting. I think maybe Tonzo just feels a little bit more comfortable opping on the Jet versus the Neon, and I think that could be a part of it. But I also think it's cool to have double like fly/dashes on the team. It's quite literally a fly dive duo combination. Whereas Neon is a little bit more grounded. Yeah, she's fast, but she's a little bit more grounded. So this gives them a little bit, you know, more explosive power on the attack side when it comes down to the actual site hits. Maybe they're expecting the deadlock, so they just wanted to get ahead of it as well. A lot of factors coming into play, but a good start here for FlyQuest. A good showing so far, and Tonza immediately taking out the operator and looking for the slow pits.
Darkus wants to put up that resistance, and it's all going to be about timing and catch them right as they walk in. Even Stallion has stars ready to pull them in. So this is all about trap plays, as the desk pointed out, around this breach. And FlyQuest have to take note of that, and ooh, caught him, but just a little bit of damage into Tonza. He'll move forward.
Yeah, look at the spacing that YFP has as well. I mean, if they want to pivot back quietly to the A site, they're gonna have to contact this judge, and that could be a huge problem for FlyQuest. And they've already invested the dog as well, so there's really just no drone available for FlyQuest, so they're gonna have to face check this, and they're gonna go right into Vita. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a crossfire setup here with him, but I mean, the judge solo should be just fine.
Oh, gotta finish off what you started, Vita, but then you can't overcook. There's some support there.
Yeah, they're pivoting.
I would have liked to even, you heard the steps, I would have liked to see Vita activate the slide. I mean, we've seen some pretty insane, almost psychotic Neons in our previous series, so nice to see a more measured one. Logan, though, has already been a pillar that's fallen. The dominoes are crumbling. Stallion just gets stomped on. And Vita, now that is the fast and loose Neon we wanted to see. 3K now for Leo. Time running out. Spike will get planted just in time, and Zip's going to want to keep the gun, it seems.
Yeah, that opening kill onto the B Heaven player completely isolated the B anchor. It's ruthless to die right there. YFP, though, the one thing I don't want to see from them, Lemon, is I don't want to see them feeling desperate to try to, like, individually feel desperate to take over rounds and enforce heroic plays. That really hasn't been YFP's bread and butter. It's really been the team play. It's been how oddly fundamental they are as a roster. And I don't want to see them get into their heads about their roles and kind of feeling awkward. I think they need to trust the setups and they need to trust each other a little bit more. And I don't want to see them try to devolve the rounds individually. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened in this round, but I think we're starting to see we're starting to see a little signs of it. A little force fights towards the C stairs. The FlyQuest doing a good job being dynamic. Normally they're just full sending. This time they're starting to pivot. They're giving themselves exit options. They know how much pressure their presence applies, and I think they're playing into that very well right now on this attack side.
To keep, not only convert your bonus, but to keep the op is such an economy boon for FlyQuest, who are seriously on a generational run. Like, not to say it too early, but to defeat Core, I know the desk were really highlighting how strong that Core roster looked until FlyQuest beat them in map 3. And FlyQuest dropped here earlier than maybe you would expect, facing Shopify Rebellion as their first match in playoffs. So Now they're on their last life, and FlyQuest have a great start to this series.
This is a complete switch of pace from FlyQuest as well. Usually they're just doing their 4-1s or 5-0s. This is like a complete change in style, not just composition, but even pacing. They're slow working. They're getting the op set up. They're kind of just playing for picks. They're not really looking to do their 4-1, 5-0 style where they just choose a site, you know, roll the dice in the spawn and just decide where they want to go. They're a lot more methodical with their approach, and the pacing is a little bit more measured this time around for FlyQuest.
And on a map like this, if you guys were fans of Buckies and Shotguns, this is another great map to just have a lot of corner checks. And that's why FlyQuest are just so worried on how they were approaching that B garage after noting that breach there in the past. And this is still like early in the game where FlyQuest are reading what are going to be the trap plays. And I mean, how deep does the strategy book go for YFP, who haven't been on this map here in a while?
And it feels like FlyQuest is kind of overthinking it a little bit. I mean, time is running low. There's 30 seconds left. FlyQuest have to go for the site take now. They've been spotted. That's going to be the immediate response right here from the players. Stallion starting to take positioning on site. It's going to be a fast hold here.
Well, Stallion is trying to limit them as best as they could. Vita gets discovered, and the share of one tap is nasty. Stallion, though, should be suffocated here, and flying in is Logan and Zip. So FlyQuest will eventually get the spike down, but on such a low buy from YFP, they have made a serious splash, and now it comes down to a 1v1. Ooh, that
you saw how close that was, right?
Yeah.
It's so close, man. But Sorax, he's so consistent in these situations. Ice cold in the veins. 7-1 now as well for this roster. Continues to be their late round rock. And I think the spacing here from Solana was just so forward. I don't think they were expecting it to be this far up already. Nice shots here from Darkest. Oh, he barely saw his head. Dude, that was so close. Oh my god.
Top of the shoulder. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. And
yeah,
this to keep the op too.
Yeah, they got to keep the op, and I think the kind of the dangerous part is FlyQuest is not the team you want this kind of lead like for them to have early on, right? Like they're the type of team that once they start feeling confident, once they start getting leads, they become a little bit more erratic, a little bit more shifty with how they play, and that's when the X factor really starts to kick in. So I feel like for YFP, they need to start fighting back ASAP. You don't want this FlyQuest roster feeling too comfortable on this half.
Not a priority towards the perimeter for YFP's defense. Relying on the smokes to be enough of a deterrent to FlyQuest. You've seen them prioritize this mid control before. FlyQuest even going to throw a dog up there. YFP are watching ever so carefully off of Logan there. Dashing in. Here's some of the stall from the Astra. FlyQuest debating the switch, and Taz is caught out in the open. Now FlyQuest just get hit by the hammer that is Logan, just like their nails. And what a resistance from YFP picking up their first round here on B.
And what a spray transfer from Logan. That was so sick. Immediately following up on his teammate's angle, capitalizing. I mean, this is, first of all, Stallion is looking nice and crisp as well, but this right here is, that's so clean. You gotta love that. But that's exactly what you want if you're YFP, right? You want these like hero performances. You want players on the scene feeling hype ASAP, like get the energy up, get the vibes up. I'm sure there's been a lot of uncertainty losing. I mean, let's be real. Jack was one of the best players in VCL. I mean, there's a reason why he got moved up so fast. And I think if you're YFP, you're feeling that pressure. You're feeling, you know, like you've lost one of your best players. And I think plays like that will help relieve a lot of that tension, a lot of that uncertainty. But here we go. FlyQuest resorting back to their fast play style.
Okay, Tonza comes flying in. Good trades. Rolling Thunder forces the refract out of Solana. So I don't know if that was intentional. And FlyQuest, I mean, they're not succeeding. So plan A, plan B, now plan C is all going awry. And now Vita hunts for the ace. And as quick as lightning, this round has just unfolded. And you hear a lot of ropes being used here, Leo.
Yeah, they cancel instantly. Wait. I mean, there's a lot of time left. Does he have ult? He has ult. Oh, they know. They're already shifting over to the B side. He's going to TP for the ult, but they're kind of heads up on this. I wonder if he expects him to be so hot on his heels.
Very safe plant.
Spike planted.
Okay. Speed activate and the overdrive from Vita. A lot of respect given to Leo. Clutch factor, 11 bullets, by the way. There's the drop. Fault line does connect onto Leo. Perfectly set by Darkest.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone that's going to successfully play Breach right now, I feel like Darkus is one of those players. His Breach has been so on point. And on the topic of Darkus, I mean, you've got to give him some credit. He's been one of the best talent scouts in this league. He's been underrepresented, underrated. I mean, no one's really talked about him at all, but I feel like every roster that he's led and sort of created, it feels like he's had very successful reads on players in the meta, and he kind of just feels on point with it.
Darkus and Stallion are the core to YFP since stage 1, and they made so many roster changes to add talent and at least to a level where they could iterate into a playoff caliber team. And look where they are now. They missed out on playoffs in stage 1 by 1 match. And even through all these roster changes, they're trying to overcome. They have one last chance here in the lower bracket. They've stopped the win streak from FlyQuest. Oh, Vita. Oh, baby, the op. FlyQuest have to patrol above the smoke and see if they can get eyes on the reposition. And a bucky to the high ground, right into Zip's face. Jeez, YFP did not know what hit him.
That's the double entry. I mean, they have the site completely free now. It's the 3v4. They got to get through the Viper's pit, and most importantly, they've picked up the operator now. So one of the lanes is going to be completely shut down by Solata. That's going to be a little bit additional information, but I think overall they're kind of aware of what's happening in the situation. They just have to defend it.
Oh, whoa,
Wait.
whoa, 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 whoa,
Wait.
whoa! What is happening? FlyQuest had to waltz the Viper's pit, the Seekers, it all comes crashing down. Solana, not enough bullets in the chamber. Stallion 4K races on as YFP reach within 1.
He's been such a consistent performer for this roster, Kiwi. He's been an absolute beast in this role. Cool, calm, collected. And I think another point that kind of comes to mind when watching YFP is I feel like they have a very good read to how to play against teams that play like FlyQuest. It almost feels like they never really struggle against this playstyle. And I mean, they kind of have it integrated into their own style. So it kind of feels like they know how to fight fire when it comes down to it. But they also have really sick team play and a lot of like cool combos and utility tricks to kind of fall back on. So it feels like YFP is in such a good spot to combat against this meta. And even like their comp that they choose and the way they play their comps, it really feels in tune with the current tempo of things in Valorant.
Just when you thought like FlyQuest were running away with the half, the 4-0, like they had 4,000 credits, they had it up every round, and that parade is slowly ending with multiple successful retakes from YFP through a literal fire in the flames of a pit Seekers in your face. YFP just kind of YOLO jump in, and maybe another identity of similar to Division 1, where you just throw your head at the wall and see if you can bash through it. And it worked out for YFP there.
I dig it. Now, I think if you're FlyQuest, you're really going to start overthinking your pacing at some point, right? Like when they were playing slow, it feels like they were successful, but now that they're trying to speed up, it feels like they're getting punished a lot. Now, mind you, I do say that very lightly because they were in a very winnable situation last round. I'm not going to deny that. It was incredibly winnable. So I think the win condition for them maybe hasn't changed, but at some point, if things don't keep going their way, they're going to overthink their pace. They're going to be forced to play at a pace maybe they're not as experienced in, and that's really when YFP can shine. And here it is, Solata with the immediate hunt, punishing Logan, isolated completely by himself in middle. Now it's the 5v4, and middle has been cracked open.
Solata's really been putting the hours into Waylay, and oh my. Good exchange. One last. Darkus dodges the paranoia. Big win against Leo. And now YFP are providing multiple angles of threat around the FlyQuest. Oh, conversion pass to try and chase down Darkus. FlyQuest are investing ults, and it's really not getting the value that they would hope for.
It's looking really awkward now. It feels like they're scared of so many different angles. They have players jiggling flank. They have people jiggling in mid. No one looks comfortable on the FlyQuest side. It really just comes down to YFP capitalizing off this amount of pressure that they have.
Sorex discovered. Solata just wants to receive as you would think, drop down eventually, but he is going to get tested. And whoa, Vita. He's getting silly with it.
No. He's about to get a speeding ticket, dude. I don't care. I don't care. Vita the Deleta, man. His movement is so sick. Nice jiggle there from Ziv too. I mean, that was a huge heads up. Even against all odds, right? Losing that player in mid completely broke that defenses, isolated the players in B side. They felt forced to go forward, which was a really good reaction. And just the way that Darkest played his positioning kind of tucked in is so good. It's a huge heads up play coming out of him. 4-4 now, all tied up. I mean, dude, you've lost pistol, you've lost the bonus, and it's still 4-4. If you're YFP, you're feeling really confident right now.
Take what they have.
What? 3 of these last retakes, 2 of them have been at B, 1 of them at A. Like, FlyQuest are getting figured out. Darkest gonna push them back, same protocol as before. Smoke's coming up from behind Tanza. He has the Vandal. He wants to be the hero. He wants to see what's on the other side of this box. And what awaits him is just that. Is YFP in the blink of an eye and the offense of FlyQuest.
It's really interesting the way that Darkest is playing the breach. No, like he's not even really supporting his team. He's quite literally playing like a sentinel, which is so weird, but also kind of effective. No, because he's like in such good. Look at these lines, like they're just clean breach fault lines. He's not really supporting. He's just playing for the stopping power, and it kind of makes sense because I mean you're not going to stop these comps at the choke, so you might as well have the vertical, like the kind of the straight lines against them, and it makes total sense.
Like
and he's getting.
Too.
Yeah,
it's
exactly,
like
exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's just getting so much value. He's 10-5. The fault line's back up again. He used it earlier. He's got a second one in his half, and YFP regains. I don't want to say regain. They've gained the lead for the first time in this series.
YFP on the 5-round win streak. Talk about a comeback. FlyQuest, they have to get their bearings. Tanza just needs to, well, survive until the rest of the team can follow through on his dashes. It's either Salada or it's Tanza, and be able to deal with these flying divers is really impressive from YFP. That's been kind of a mixed bag, at least on A. Here's Salada off the flash 2 of the sky, making some space over there behind B, while Vita checks any lurks at the door.
Yeah,
that's gonna refract.
Yeah, that's actually going to force them to the A site now. They've lost their B pivot player, so they're going to be forced into the stack here by YFP. This is where the Rolling Thunder is.
Hey, that does slow down FlyQuest. YFP are going to pick off the members trying to jump down from heaven. FlyQuest have threats at multiple parts, and YFP, they're racing just to be stacked and regroup together. There's Darkest. Spot to challenge Duck here. Making room for Darkest. He makes some space, and Duck dances around it well, but there's more trouble. 13 seconds. Time is a factor. The shotgun is eliminated, and YFP have 1 remaining standing, and it's Logan. These rounds are crazy.
These rounds are getting so scrappy in the later parts of it, but huge trades right there. Darkest sacrificing himself for the trade so Logan can follow up. He's gotten the ultimate off that as well. The Viper Pit's now online, and heads up on Stallion as well. I mean, he survived for so long, and I think we're seeing the clear picture though for YFP, right? It's that proactivity. As soon as that core from FlyQuest is spotted, they're instantly pouncing on the map control, relieving a lot of that pressure, punishing the extremities, punishing these lurk players that they're trying to leave. And at some point, again, FlyQuest is going to have to address the pacing problem. They're getting picked apart right now. Feels like when they go fast, they're walking into traps, and when they go slow, they're getting picked apart. So it's a dilemma right now for FlyQuest.
And post timeout of FlyQuest, they're 0-3 in rounds. They're gonna save, well, themselves for maybe the next half. What a double from Logan. The timing, just the awareness. Darkest is also putting on a show. That is relentless.
You know, I said Sierra can back me up right here. I'm gonna need her to vouch for me, but I said that Darkest was about to go on life games after losing Jack because he was gonna take that personally, and I mean, he's looking clean. You have to admit the utility, the reads, I mean, oh, that's a Vandal spray down. So sick coming out of him. 15-6 now. He's almost got a 3rd Rolling Thunder, dude. When's the last time you've seen 3 Rolling Thunders in 1 half? That's crazy. So crazy. That's insane. Vita the Delita also back on the operator, looking to establish the mid line now. And it feels like YFP's, I mean, this is disaster completely averted and regained control of. The ult play coming out now from Sky. The signals are clear. It's an A hit.
Ashen smokes up. FlyQuest with no neighbors to greet, but the Prowler so early doesn't really affect FlyQuest, but Vita, there's no slowing down this pain train. but he is going to wait for the smoke. FlyQuest now have their bearings. They have Duck, could either flash or dog, and they have a second to breathe to get information. Now Vita comes skipping in, and everyone behind him with the overdrive, and FlyQuest, they have to choose the smoke very carefully for Leo, but a little too carefully. The hesitation. Vita is everywhere at once, and Logan now pits. Man, everything is invested for this final round, and now it's 8 rounds in a row for YFP, by the way, to get to this point. Unbeatable.
Dude, I don't think Vita let go of the W key that entire post-plant scenario. And it honestly felt like FlyQuest had a really good positional read. They had the crunch on the breach. They had the going through the Astral wall. Everything looked so good for FlyQuest, and it just crumbled down on the site hit. Unfortunately, that part of the fight was not successfully secured by FlyQuest, an important one at that. But what started off as a 4-0 lemon is now an 8-4 lead for FlyQuest. A complete turnaround, momentum, that energy completely stolen. Now we got to see what FlyQuest has in the tank on this side of the map, where they can dictate their defensive style. But as of right now, feels like YFP is fully in the driver's seat.
And FlyQuest, they've got some shooters on that team. This is such a weird start. Like, it start off well and then just immediately folded. And this is an important pistol, I think, more for the mental than anything else. Whoa, 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 whoa. Leo takes care of Vita skipping away, trying to bait for his team. Too many smokes, though, for the follow-up. YFP are missing one on the pistol.
Yeah, it's a solo Viper now. I mean, they have this B-side. They're a player down, but they've gained so much map control in the process. FlyQuest, I think they're happy with just sitting, biding their time, waiting for the information to fully play out. But a death right here by Sorex would be a disaster for FlyQuest. They would lose all information. Oh my god, that timing is outrageous. I think he literally dodged the jiggle peek by accident, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, look at YFP. They're gonna know this is completely open soon. They're gonna have a crossfire established in mid if they want it. YFP Darkest is close up on them as well. Options are available here for YFP. It's a 5v4 FlyQuest. They're gonna have to break through somewhere here, and I think they're choosing mid. Do they expect Ziff though? That's really the question here in this retake.
And you pointed out that like Darkest is been more of that solo player kind of breach. Like you would think he would set up at B to fight with the team with a fault line, but he doesn't need you till he just needed to call out that last player. Here's the steps and tries to do it all on his own. If FlyQuest can keep punishing these kind of individual moments, that'll really, really help out. So should get the fuse here from FlyQuest. Stallion gonna buy some time and plenty left of it here for FlyQuest to take the pistol.
Yeah, just overwhelmed completely. I mean, the dominoes fell out so unfavorably for YFP, but FlyQuest, first of all, getting the read onto Ziff. He didn't even get a single kill from that position, by the way. It really did feel like he should have gotten at least one. Wasn't quite sure what happened. We weren't really on the POV. And Darkest, he got his in spawn, but the immediate walk up by Sorex catches them off guard. If Sorex wasn't there, it could have maybe been really bad. I mean, Darkest was in a really good spot. The fault line was perfect. The peak was perfect, but Sorex with the backstab. And I think from there, I mean, the dominoes are just so favorable for FlyQuest. And a pistol round secured. The second one at that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they've been the best pistol team in the league for the last 2 splits. So it kind of makes sense that they're so good on these rounds. They're mechanically sharp. YFP immedially up and up the tempo. And the tempo is gone. So
Vita is just frolicking through the flowers and now smelling them too. Like, go bait. Go bait.
Poor guy. Just he's literally almost where they buy guns in the first 5 seconds of the round, and in a judge meta. It's just tough, man.
It easy for FlyQuest. Even have an Ares, you don't get to see those too often. And
yeah, right.
We get to talk more about these initiators too. A big difference between what the Sky and the Breach can provide, and Duck can get so much information at a distance, and that kind of heads up does make a difference. If you're a little too close to Darkest, you could really win these fights.
Oh. Okay. Choose your poison, Mr. Darkest. I mean, Ponzo's... Yeah, I mean, this is the best gun in this position. It's going to be really hard to dig him out of this. Yeah, it's tough. It's pretty much over, but... Yeah, and I think my next point was going to be... Oh, wait. Okay, a little damage. Not too shabby. Time is very low, though. He's going to have to make sure he does not save this weapon. Oh, Solana, hello. And there it is, cleaned up. I was going to say, so I think my first instinct to say is this double duelist from the FlyQuest side looks very attack sided, and it does have its strengths on the attack side, but I feel like defensively it gives so much power as well, because I mean you have two players that are willing to challenge lines and kind of get into these like sticky spots, and both of them have kind of get out of jail free cards, if you will. They have the escapes and they have so much self-sustainability, and I think it puts a lot of pressure on slow comps like YFPs. They have to be really precise with the util, and they have to make sure they're not overlooking any deep lines or any lines that FlyQuest wants to kind of get. This time it's going to be the B main line established for FlyQuest, but it's like a very disjointed default from YFP, which I mean, successful at that. They have full mid control from the reverse side going through A in 10 seconds. So respect.
And FlyQuest converted their last bonus, and off that heads up from Duck's flash, you had an inkling YFP were nearby, and you just gotta space out, and Vita can just run you down with who knows what he's buying, probably a shotgun. So Duck gave a lot of respect, but also a lot of space.
Yeah, this is a perfect call on the fake right here. I mean, this is all the ruse. This is just pressure to pull these players apart. I think they're feeding into FlyQuest's their hunger for fights. They know FlyQuest is really aggressive, and that is not what you want in this type of default. It's very disjointed now, Lemon. There's two players trying to go out on the A side. The other players are scrambling in middle. It's isolated, it's disjointed, but so is Leo completely alone here on this A defense.
Well, that was crazy. He just ran down, jumped through the smoke. Leo, speaking of smokes, puts one down. Oh, he just gets away with a kill on the spike carrier. Logan, oh, if there only was a way to prevent that. Solana still doing work with the judge. And Stallion continues to be a hero. And Logan, YFP turn around.
Wait, was that not the ult? Wait, Whaley just ulted, and I don't think he hit the target. And he completely got mopped on site. That's really unfortunate. A huge commitment coming out right there from FlyQuest. They had to capitalize off that. That site kill was everything, Lemon. I mean, first of all, this is this is unlucky as heck, man. This right here from Stallion, what an absolute beast. Yeah, I think the Whaley all missed Logan in the corner, and he doubled up on it. That's a massive mistake coming out from FlyQuest, an unforced error. That's gotta hurt. You invested so much into that round. Fortunately for FlyQuest, the economy's still there, but YFP, they're wasting no time, Lemon. They're already on the A site in 6 seconds.
With those 4 weapons into the bonus, FlyQuest cannot convert, and they just have really had minimal value with a lot of these ults, even stretching back from the first half. So they have to step it up. YFP waiting for them in screens, watching ramp carefully. YFP have the setup, but can FlyQuest break it all apart? The judge at range isn't enough from Vita. Solana and Duck work together. And FlyQuest have an entry, but YFP have space. They are smoked off, so now they have to step into the arena. FlyQuest, if they expect these people to be emerging through main, doesn't matter. YFP, Stallion is really not showing up, and when he does, it's too late.
And just completely destroyed on the site hold. I mean, that was so sick. It really felt like YFP was trying to get active, but I mean, you can have the proactive read, but you really need to fight back mechanically against a team like FlyQuest. No opportunities left on check, and I think this cover fire right here was actually so sick from YFP. But I mean, every kill after that was going FlyQuest's way. So a lot of 3 on the board now. He's really starting to heat up. 18 and 12 for the young blood. He's so sick, by the way. I mean, listen, I'm a little biased. I've been singing his praises for a while now, and I mean, the kid's a beast. That's just really all there is to it. He's really good, and he swapped up his role completely coming into the split. He took over the duelist role. Leo swapped to the controller role, and both of them have been popping off. So it kind of makes sense.
I literally have your quote that Solana quote is the chosen one. Dash Roy 2026. So
he is really the chosen one. I did say that. That's a Roy quote. Okay, hello.
Oh, he really is. Chooses Vita too, but Darkest trades. Good adjustment. Catch the angel descending from above, but still FlyQuest. They have the numbers. Retake looked good last time. Can they do it again? YFP don't have the best numbers. If they play close range, it'll be good. Rolling Thunder from the offense. YFP only makes space, I guess.
No, this is an overinvestment. It's not even planted for the heaven. He's going to do the re-wrap. He's going to get a kill, but if it's all, the pressure's all on Ziff right now, he has to fight back. He has to hold back against this. Trigger discipline coming out. He doubles up on it. Immediately traded out by Duck, and it's all come rolling down. It got invested. It could have been possible, Lemon. It could have gone their way, but FlyQuest, the trading, the spacing, it's so snappy. It's so clean. and a disaster averted completely. FlyQuest cutting away at the deficit, 8-9 now.
Wraparound was pretty sick though. Like, imagine if the Stinger had more bullets. Imagine if he had just an extra second on that weapon swap. Would have got the third kill here, but Duck, what a reaction to timeout from YFP, because they've only picked up one round this whole half. The lead, very much slipping away.
And I think the weird thing for YFP is the scenarios are completely winnable. So what's the real takeaway? I think the only real takeaway they have at this point is the pathing that FlyQuest is choosing, which, I mean, their retakes are coming in from one direction. It's been spawn every single time. They've never retaken heavily from heaven, and they've never been going on the A ramp flank. It's really just been a fast flood through the choke point. And it feels like for YFP, the conversation is going to be defending against that, because, I mean, you have a 5v5 on the A site. The only cleaner it can get is if you find the opening kill. So it's really, the conversation is, well, let's make sure we're allocating the right util and our attention to the right places, because as of right now, FlyQuest is very one-dimensional with their retake. It's been mostly through heaven and through spawn. That's it.
It's just been comeback after comeback. Like, you had a 4-0 start from FlyQuest, YFP 8 rounds in a row comeback. Now FlyQuest are the ones really turning the tables. This is going to be an entertaining series, guys. And this is just map 1, and this is FlyQuest's map pick. They're in the driver's seat in this half. Post timeout. How can they maybe leverage Ziv? Can they get the orb for him? He's actually in garage. Nightfall could be used later. Right now, all eyes are on FlyQuest. Mainly Duck in this power position will have the Seekers. You want that extra layer to jump down onto the site with. Viper's Pit used from YFP, which covers screens. The Cosmic Divide. I mean, YFP are using a lot here to seal in the site, along with having Logan still in the picture to seal off ramp. The Seekers from FlyQuest are going to come through that ramp side. Important moment for Sorex, and catches them blindsided. And now FlyQuest have an angle. They have a shot. Tanza to the front. Ooh, the shorty will hurt just as bad. YFP have no exit and no chance unless Logan clutches a 1v3, but the spike's being defused, and he just doesn't know.
I mean, the switch up from FlyQuest, the solution to YFP was to drop the Viper's Pit and spawn, the area that they've been heavily retaken from. But an immediate pivot happening from FlyQuest, the full adjustment. Now, this spray was so sick, but it's really all Sorex. He's the hero of the round. He's the one that really cracked this one open. The double kill, so clean, so composed on that flank. Darkus and Logan, I mean, they're at that point, they're completely awkward. They have no map control. They're feeling pressure from all directions. I mean, Sorex he's such a beast, man. He's so good. 9-9 now. The deficit is completely gone. Momentum swinging back into FlyQuest's hands. Lemon, we talked about this team, right? We talked about you don't want FlyQuest to be feeling it, and you don't want them to feel comfortable ever. And right now, they're looking really comfortable on this defensive side.
Oh, this low buy, I mean, YFP can pull off some desperate shenanigans. They'll send Vita frolicking, and Relay Bullets I like that to try and kind of self-sustain, self-support, because he's using the walls to break up LOS and dances around it well, but does still get cooked. So I like to see YFP adjust how they support Vita here, and on a low buy, it's kind of a Hail Mary anyway.
It's a patience game here in B main as well. I mean, YFP is waiting for some of the util and for their time to strike. Stallion's checking flank. I think they're just checking their bases. This is still going to end up in a B split, but one, there's Tanza on the deep line right here in B main, and then there's also Leo on site in long range angles. Both of them will be fairly comfortable fighting against these pistols. So a lot of mechanical pressure, but right now FlyQuest is fine sitting the way they are. But if any of these pieces fall without a kill, it could get dangerous real fast.
Hear me out. What if Tanza just drops the op here? Like, Stallion's kind of on it today, but surely if you miss the op shot, then this is really cooked. So
it's a timing thing, I think.
Yeah, whether Tanza turns away, that's the moment Stallion's gonna show face, and Tanza splashed and still backhands you with the ult. I mean, yeah, can't do anything about that, I guess.
I mean, the Sheriff is the worst weapon to have in that context of you trying to track a jet, doing 360s, flying up, down, through objects. Like, dude, you're cooked, man. You're actually cooked. FlyQuest, okay. Looking good now. I mean, that's what, four in a row, 6.5, 6 to 1.5 already. It feels like no solution has been found by YFP. I think if they can replicate that round that they just had with guns, I think it would be significantly better. And I think it looks like they're kind of posturing for a similar thing. So they're going to be going for the mid control early on, whether it's fast or slow. It's moderately paced. Smokes have not been popped just yet, but yeah, it seems like they're eyeing out the mid control. FlyQuest so far has been playing quite heavily towards the sides. And there it is, mid control looking to be established from YFP. So Tanza though on the deep line, and that's the kill. Logan, I mean that's the lurk. They're funneled now into the B split.
What does Duck do here? Because he has the Odin. Does he want to dog or flash? Do they want to take a fight? FlyQuest looks still. They want to just lean on this crossfire, and Vita's going to just use the speed. Duck will take care of everything behind the Neon. And that's perfect from FlyQuest to respond. That kind of info early has been such a boon for them. And Stallion's the last one left against 4. And the spike is so out of reach. Solana will not end it early. Stallion doesn't even blink. And he shuts their eyes permanently. 1v2, totally possible. But now Tanza has the op. Leo has Stallion tagged. Tanza's firing, whiffs the shot. Tanza's at 10 HP.
Oh my god.
Oh, but that had us worried. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I thought he had that as soon as he got the dink off onto Tanza. I can't lie. This is a disaster though for YFP. If you're FlyQuest, you're laughing right now. You've taken away an important round from YFP. You've broken, I mean, you've mostly broken the economy. I think if it's a force, it's going to be a ragtag purchase. But overall, this is such a sick setup, by the way. It's so sick. The Waylay ult from spawn, so unexpected. The follow-up kills. Yeah, but look at the economy for YFP. It's in complete shambles. It's a hero rifle for Darkest. Yes, they have ults in play. And I think they're going to have to invest one of them here if they really want this chance. Otherwise, FlyQuest will find themselves at map point, 12 rounds on the board.
Yeah, we were at it's so over to we're so back. Like, this is such a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah.
If you're a FlyQuest fan. And you're definitely on the it's so over side for YFP. Only one round in this half still.
It can't really get anything going. It really feels shut out for YFP. This time, it looks like they're just jiggling away, just waiting for the right time to strike. There's a lurk in middle, so that could be a contingency plan later on the pulse plant. I wonder if they're going to invest much here, if it's just going to be an absolute dry fight.
Oh my god, the op is not what you wanted for to stop someone like Vita. Now the C's will be what slows YFP down on their adventures through spawn. Now Solana has made his way through B and behind mid. YFP can ignore that for now. You know, Duck has been back here. Such an important power position. What a fault line. The overdrive into the mix. Duck responds, hangs up the phone, and he'll hang up the Odin too. YFP, one-man advantage will secure the plant. Logan wants to get ahead of this, but wait, Heaven goes unsmoked, and Darkest will have a keen eye on it. Solana has one thing left. It's a shotgun, it's a dash, and it's a thrifty for YFP to get back into this game.
Dude, needing that round was an understatement if they wanted to close out this map without overtime. They had to win that round, and it was so dicey, but the utility from YFP was absolutely clinical. It was precise. Everything exactly where it needed to be. The stall, the wait for hits, the final crunch on the A site. It all just looked so good for YFP. And the finish as well. The operator falling in the hands of Darkest was a huge mistake. And now they have the economy up. And for FlyQuest, they're mostly invested into this round. They still have some money in the following rounds, but this round has turned things around quite heavily in YFP's direction.
Saving this Nightfall for a while, man. Doc has been incredible this map. It's not about the amount of kills, but the importance of them and what Duck provides in terms of the information now. Speaking of information, YFP are searching for it. Tanza, he's good for the one. Bait and switch out. Flash from top side. And YFP just have their spike alone in mid. Logan's trying to pave the way, wrap around this backline. Tanza expecting it. Second shot, second kill. YFP don't have an answer to this. And how the heck does Darkest reconnect with Stallion? A lot of targets in the way. it doesn't get easier when it's an op that has to fight through all of that mess. At least Darkus survives. He's gonna have to thrive, but he's about to get shot in the back here if he's not careful.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, this is cooked. They've lost so much control. They have to claw out so many different positions. The spike's out of control completely. But I mean, this was unmeasured from YFP. It was very disjointed with the top ramp take. Vita going in completely dry into 3 people. It's not what you want to be seeing this late into the game. I feel like it has to be clean. FlyQuest has been feeling it. They've been contesting. It's not like they've been passive on sites, right? They've been holding space. They've been fighting for space consistently. YFP knows that. It needed to be much cleaner than what it was. Now they do have the operator, maybe. Looks like it's getting, yeah, it's getting hunted down. Oh, this would help a lot in the next round.
Whoa. No op for you, Stallion. And that's not going to help things because FlyQuest could afford to do anything there. And Tanza has been just brilliant with the op.
Yeah.
Been known for it and just to fly away unpunished, repeat, see the wraparound. Handle all of that, like, as you're not going to get second chances against a team like YFP, and they'll have a chance now with this timeout at least.
And on the topic of Tanza, I really believe that he actually is a star in the making, like genuinely. I feel like he's such an underrated player. I know this roster's been getting a lot of praise. They're not quite as underrated as they were in the beginning of last split. I think the expectations for this roster has, I mean, the bar is significantly higher than what it was before we knew who they were. But I think Tanza for me stands out. Obviously, Solada's an obvious one. So is Leo and Sorek. I mean, every player on this, I'm literally just naming everyone at that point. But
they're all so great.
they're all so good at that video game. Yeah, but no, I think Tanza is a really underrated player, and I think he brings a lot of like vocality and ideas and kind of direction with what he wants out of the duelist. And I think Solada's also kind of in the same boat where they're very opinionated on how the rounds should break down, and I think that helps this team flow a lot more. And I think it deserves some credit. For YFP, I mean, they're in a tough spot. They're going to feel forced to kind of be all in right here. They have a couple rifles in hand, a few stingers, 1 stinger, 1 judge, 2 rifles, and the fade ult in hand. That could change the tide, but they're all in. I mean, this is it.
Yeah, this zip ult needs to be important. You don't really want to hesitate. I don't even mind a blind ult, like just something to get the ball rolling here for YFP. They've just done so much work in the first half, and you hate to see it all just dissipate in this way.
So the thing that I'm paying attention to is how far away the Viper is. I mean, it feels like he's completely out of this picture. If this is a fast take on this B site, there's going to be so little value from this Viper lurk. So a lot of pressure on this forward hit coming out now from YFP. It feels like it needs to be completely clean, and there it is, the full-on entry.
Oh, I think it might have got the back end of FlyQuest and the Seekers just to get through the choke point. YFP will have to follow through the footsteps of Logan. They're gonna cross through mid, and yeah, really tough situation to be in, not having Vita in this picture.
I mean, this is, they have options, but the only problem is they don't know where the operator is. That pretty much kind of gives them passage. They're gonna have to, I just can't tell if this is ending A or B. It feels like they're gonna be going B off that pick, but all the players are here. Yeah, the play is made. Desperation as the time dwindles for YFP. It's all coming crumbling down. Ziff, Stallion, actually, what, 15 seconds?
Oh God, it's all up to Logan versus Tanza.
10 seconds left.
Star versus Star, but seconds remaining. Tanza just has to dodge. No way it's gonna end like this.
Oh my
Split
God.
off of time. The hunt, the clutch, FlyQuest with split. There is no way.
Oh my God, it started off fiery for FlyQuest and it ended the same way. Full on momentum steal. YFP doing their best to fight back, but what is ultimately a super hot, very locked in FlyQuest. A dominant performance here on the split side. I like what I saw on the defensive, the proactivity, the mechanics. It all felt so good, and the retakes as well. The team play on full display here for FlyQuest as they take map 1 away from YFP.
That's got to be the most ironclad mentals on the FlyQuest side. Like, to drop 8 rounds in a row in the first half and then try to overcome that. And that was with both pistols. Both pistols for FlyQuest. One of the bonuses converted. And
right?
only 13-10? Maybe, I guess my expectations are being beat, and YFP just, with both timeouts in that second half, could not figure it out. But they'll have their map pick left. Lotus is chosen by YFP. That's coming up next. FlyQuest, they're on series point. This is an elimination match. We'll see if it's the end after this.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Your shift is almost over, Derek. Sacred, your shift is fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired! You're all fired!
Everything's just gonna go drop, yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still with the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
It is the very first map of the series. We said that it was going to be a scrappy one between these two teams, YFP and FlyQuest, as both of them fight to not be eliminated. From the get-go, FlyQuest get a hot start, and YFP completely turn it around. But once the side swaps, we keep it scrappy, and in the end, Athena, it's going to be none other than FlyQuest to take the first map, 13-10, to put themselves up in the series. But what a road to get there.
Yeah, I mean, what a way as well to end the match, too. Kind of crazy, but I feel like that's what this whole map was. So back and forth, so many clutch plays by so many different players, and a lot of the time their rounds really relied heavily on just retakes and multi-frags. But FlyQuest, they really did a good job on this. Their defensive half was actually phenomenal, which is kind of crazy when you're talking about a double duelist comp, right? Like, you usually expect them to be a lot stronger on that attack side, but their defensive side is actually where they shine. Players like Tonza on the operator, just being able to get a lot of those picks and anchor down sites. Meanwhile, the other side of the map is just getting active. Just really nice to watch and really well played by FlyQuest.
Yeah, money moves is kind of what I like to call that second half
Oh,
right there.
I like
just,
that.
You know, getting up early and then never letting that come back to bite you. You know, obviously you put your opponent in a cycle of save buy for what, 5 of those rounds in the middle of the second half, and it just never feels good. And I think that's one of the things that I really enjoy about watching FlyQuest is even if they do have a numbers advantage, a weapon advantage, they're still allowing the spike to go down and then just playing the retake off of what they can do best, which is flash and dash, which is really, really exciting to watch. Even in the face of playing up against SMGs or pistols, whatever it happens to be. So good discipline for FlyQuest through and through. I thought they had pretty much all their bases covered. Obviously, the offensive side staggered quite a bit. Can't quite get the post plants through the finish line, but I think that was more credit to the fact that Darkus was dropping bombs, dude. Like, legitimately just dropping all of the perfect utility in the perfect spots and allowed Vita to get in a little bit more freely than maybe, you know, the post plant was figuring. So, you know, really, really solid stuff for FlyQuest to respond to that with a good defensive half of their own.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on your conversation with Darkus because this guy like was playing Breach in such an interesting way. Like sometimes he'd be using the stun to make sure that things are clear, especially on retakes. His utility was really good, stunning the whole elbow when it was towards that A side, just making sure the lines are clear. But he was playing Breach super interesting. He's actually anchoring on these sites off of contact, using his stun, his fault line down to see the lines and just peek off of it, get those picks, because why not, right? He's Darkus and he can, and it makes a lot of sense. But man, when you're looking at this stat sheet, it kind of goes to show how often FlyQuest had the numbers really, and YFP did turn it around. So also another big shout out to them. But FlyQuest 15 first kills is kind of insane.
That is crazy, especially too. I mean, we had highlighted going into this a lot of how FlyQuest just like to play. When you're looking at the fact that they're always going for this double duelist, you talk about just that pure aggression that they have, and to see that these double duelists get 11 of those 15 first kills, I mean, they're getting in there. They're getting scrappy, and FlyQuest they just love the chaos of it all. And I mean, talking a little bit further about the individual player performance across the board, I mean, Leo is somebody that we highlighted early on. Like, I mean, just across the board for FlyQuest, you know, like Leo did fantastic. Sorax as well, like at the beginning was just like a pillar. Like YFP, they fought hard. Definitely want to give them their flowers there, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think YFP did the best that they could. I think obviously Ziff just having a little bit of a rough game, but again, this is a new role for him. He's moved on. They're trying to make some changes and fill in the gaps that are left on their roster. Since Jack has left, but FlyQuest, like every single player has kind of had their standout moment. I think there was like 3 different rounds where Tonza was just anchoring on a site, getting those picks with the operator. I do think they got thrifted one time because he was anchoring with an operator, but it doesn't matter because they brought it back. And the amount of multi-kills this game too is kind of insane. I mean, looking at it, Duck had 3 2Ks, Salada had 4 2Ks and 3 3Ks. You have Tonza who has 6 2Ks. Just goes to show like how often these players are constantly clutching it up for their team. Then obviously on round 23 with Tonza with the 1v3, man, these are some really nice rounds from FlyQuest.
They really, really are. And something that was highlighted to be in such a big success point for FlyQuest is they have players that just get into your face, but then a backup crew that are so good at cleaning up the mess, that are just so stable. So this is where we can bring up our Philips Morelco head-to-head and talk about Salada and Forex, because of course we got to highlight the person that's getting in there, getting into the mess, and really being able to make that impact. But when the early members of FlyQuest get picked off, you're looking to a member like Sorax to really be able to kind of hold their own there. And I think that's what you're looking at for kind of like a bread and butter of this team here, Shift.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive, I think, in particular, because a lot of the numbers that you're seeing here for Salada come from the defensive side, and how they were using Waylay, again, just kind of as like what you expect, like a flash and dash type mentality, but it's just how quickly they could retake and reclaim space, because you have not just the Waylay, but also the Jet. So the players that are on site have to worry about the high ground and the flight aerial paths so much that it allows someone like Sorax to kind of sneak in and take that distraction well in tow. So really, really good stuff overall. Again, like all these highlights of the highlights that we were kind of seeing for moments is it felt like every time there was a retake going on, you see Solada's POV, and he's in the thick of it. He's in the middle of all of the post-plant setup, and everyone else is worried about where's the jet, where's all the smoke coming from. Like, it's just everyone is so distracted by what else is going on that the Waylay is able to shine by just diving in and finding somebody with their pants down.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, because there's also rounds where Solada was just kind of going in and just being annoying, being this initial distraction for the rest of the team to be able to set up all that eco. And just all of a sudden, in every single one of the retakes, you have Solada just out there getting one, flying away, literally just getting off site, getting back on site with another timing, the second timing with the rest of the team. And I think they really thrive likewise in their retakes. And we didn't talk about Sorex enough because this guy, he had so many multi-frag rounds that literally saved and flipped rounds for them that it was insane. Plus, on a lot of the retakes, he was able to flank and he was able to get a lot of those picks at really good timings as well. It's just so insane how well this team works together in the sense of one side just being annoying, making noise, pulling all that focus, and then Sorex just coming in, the silent killer in the background, getting those picks. Every single one of his frags was super impactful this game.
Yeah, before we jump into the conversation around Lotus, we can't ignore the fact that there's a big initiator problem right now in the YFP camp. You know, Logan running it on the last time that they had played goes -20 on the series. Ziff is the one swapping over to it, goes 3-17 with 61% cast. Like, that's just not it, my guy. Like, we have to have that connection between duelist and initiator. And granted, they play double initiator, so you don't feel the pain as much because the breach was so good. But as we go to a map like Lotus, you look down to YFP, you're looking at double initiator again. So I guess that's what the idea is. It's like, we're just going to keep throwing more initiating utility to hope that Vita can pop off because that's our only lifeline right now. Maybe one of the two of them will do well. So wild scenes, but that's what they're running.
Yeah, I think they're holding on to that playstyle that got them this far in the first place, right? That double initiator, making sure they're setting up Vita for success. I think obviously not fragging out, it's a really tough task. But the good thing is it was still 13-10. It's not like it was completely lost out. And I think that Ziff did a good enough job with his util to help. But obviously he needs to get on the board in order to make sure YFP secured this win. But on the other side, FlyQuest, the ISO and the Waylay. I really was hoping to see a Neon, but that's okay because ISO, the ult, being really good at clearing one half of the site or at least bullying one of the anchor players. It's going to be a tough task for someone like Logan, especially to be holding onto that site, anchoring as that buys when you're constantly under this looming pressure of an ISO just singling you out.
I'm excited to see the ISO coming out from FlyQuest. I mean, their Lotus comp, every time we see Lotus, they switch it up. Lotus is one that they've kind of struggled with a little bit. So maybe just go into something familiar, try and catch YFP off guard. Though I say familiar with just the aggression, but Solada, from what I know, has never played an ISO. So I think this one is going to be, it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. But for YFP, this is their map pick. And if you want to highlight their recent match up against M80, where they were taking that loss, it was relatively close when we looked to Lotus. We had Darkus that had a fantastic game. This is right when they threw Logan onto that roster, and it ended up being that overtime loss. So YFP, even if that first map wasn't quite that win, definitely have a lot of hope for them going into this. It's time to see with Lotus on the line if it's going to be enough to save them from elimination, or if FlyQuest, getting funky with their comp, can try and take the win here. Let's get to it and find out. Send it back over to your casters. It's going to be Roy and Lemon Kiwi once again.
Thank you, Sierra. Yeah, quick pulse check, guys. ISO in the big 26. Like, what? Now the curveball is coming from the FlyQuest camp.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm actually a huge fan of ISO on this map. I think in this current meta specifically, because the Vices are always alone towards the C side of the map. So on attack side, there's just so much pressure, not only with the ultimate, but with also the uppercut that suppresses the Vice utility, allows the site to be taken over so easily, it feels like. So there's a ton of pressure on that C side of the map. But call me an optimist, Lemon, but I think the first map wasn't that bad for YFP. I mean, they lost 2 pistols, the bonus, clutches, and a lot of those rounds, and it's still a 13-10. So I think all things considered, YFP doesn't have too much to overthink. I think they're doing just fine on these gun rounds, just clean up a little bit overall, and it should be just fine for them on this map, which has looked so much stronger for them overall.
Yeah, especially when YFP had someone who dropped like 3 kills, and you still kept that like 10 to 13. Like that's important. So this is gonna be a map that goes the distance, and Darkest ain't going nowhere fast. And then the ISO shield broken, plot armor down, and FlyQuest don't really have much going for them because they are smoked off of B. So they need options, and they need Sorex. Have an important cutoff here against Logan, who not going to encounter him quite yet. Sorex going to check Logan at the door finally. Now the tables are even.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised to see Logan turning around there because his teammate was spotting from heaven. Now it's a full-on A dash. The door is switched. And overall, it's going to be a 3v3. The spike's getting planted. A little bit of a heads-up space here from Vita, who could make his way onto a very important fight, and he secures it. The 3v2 now. Take that one.
Teamwork from YFP on multiple fronts. Now the drop down, Leo has to choose this carefully, and it's so distracting when you have a Neon just 360ing around. And I think this YFP team is really gonna live or die by what Vita can accomplish, jokes aside, on these entries, at least on the defense, especially depending on how aggressive they want to be.
And I love how everyone's criticizing Zip for having 3 kills, but he just got 3 in the first round, okay? Everyone on the desk, you see, guys see that? He's off to a good start. I think a 3K on the pistol to kind of get things heated up. Yeah. I think the one thing I don't want to see from YFP is I really don't want them to overthink the utility in the role. Just let Ziv feel comfortable, throw minimal amount of util. He was doing fine overall with the util on the first map. As long as he's not overthinking it, it should be fine. A pistol secured though on what was an opening kill for FlyQuest from Tanza. He still has the Bucky in hand. That is one of the scariest things on this map. Though we've seen what Waylay Buckies could do. That could be something that we see in this round as well. But ultimately right now, a ton of space to work with and a C-centric setup for YFP.
Okay, and the ISO shield is made out of paper. Solana just hasn't been able to absorb as many bullets. Relay bolt right behind FlyQuest. Tanza still makes his mark. And FlyQuest are smoked off of B. Very deja vu from the previous round. After now, forced up weapons from FlyQuest having all the shotguns to try and pull through on this round.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing is Darkest tried to switch up his position that round, and he still got caught by the Bucky. So I think Tanza is just slowly getting in his head at this point. A lot of space here available for Logan, just spotting the C side of things. I think YFP is more than happy to stay here. The Vice wall is still up online on the A side of the map. So as long as those two things are intact, YFP should be keeping their V stack. Now the switch is opened, but no one's budging. Everyone's just holding space here.
I think FlyQuest would love to create any distractions, maybe even start pressuring A and eventually get through AB door. But I mean, the best case scenario is trying to use shotguns into B. But now smoke's dissipated. Now the hit is going to be at C after all. Logan.
10 seconds.
Pressure. Just focus on preventing the plant. There's so many injuries on the FlyQuest side. And wait, the judge from Doug gets matched there from Ziv. That got way closer than we expected.
Dude, that came down to the absolute wire. There was actually a moment in time where there's not enough time left on the clock, and Ziv ends up dying, giving away the round, but cleaned up mechanically. Huge flick coming out from him, and a massive clutch, and what was almost wow, that was so sick from that angle. That could have been a disaster though. Secured, but so dirty of a round. I mean, the economy is going to be. Is this a half buy? Like, are they going to go all in? No, they're going for the half buy right here. It's basically a thrifty round for YFP. FlyQuest on the ante here, looking to put the first round on the board, leading towards the A side of the map. And so far, I think we're starting to see a bit of the picture on how YFP wants to approach things. Oh wait, hold that thought. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Marshall player, huh?
He is. He's got the badge and everything. IFP is their map pick, and you can tell how much this has made a difference to their confidence. First pistol in the series, and now their backs are against the wall, and there's Hansa trying to gatekeep with a Bucky, and you just be careful at how he swings. That range doesn't do as well. Traded at least. IFP can step forth. actually start to get vision, but Ziv just does not want to be looked at right now. He is on his last life. FlyQuest will find him eventually. Stallion has a moment to shine. He's going to pincer with Logan. And now Source is on the outside looking in and not in range of the spike, but doesn't even have to face this directly and takes his time with it.
And Sorex is so dependable in these rounds. It really always feels like he's in them no matter what. No matter how awkward his positioning is, he plays these rounds out with finesse. First on the board here for FlyQuest, although it did get it got a little suspicious, a little sus at some points in that round. But hey, a round secured, a sus round for YFP, and one from FlyQuest to even things up. But I think we're starting to see a bit of the picture from YFP, right? The C-side control, trying to deny space early on from the FlyQuest roster. They know that the C-side solo vice is abusable, and they're trying their best not to have that happen. And they're starting with forward control again, same look. Put a lot of pressure early on onto FlyQuest, get a lot of that utility out early, force the uppercut, force some of the util out, and it's going to be an absolute brawl here on the C mound.
Oh, this goes unchecked. Stallion traded out, but man, what a trap from YFP emerging through the B door. Now FlyQuest only having Sorex and Duck here. You don't have any of your duelists, any of these big ults that could have made the round a lot easier on you. Duck was so pivotal in the back-on split, especially as that initiator. Different agent, of course, but should be able to plant B and get the Nightfall too.
Yeah, there's just so much for them to clear. Like they don't have any control whatsoever. The flanks coming in here as well. Ziff has virtually full utility and the Nightfall as well. So that's going to help speed things up for them. Sorex is in a bit of a dangerous position. Oh, wait.
Hey, the Nightfall from Ziv. Duck is going to hold on to his, stick to their guns, and Sorex 1v2 just has to play his life, and just catches Ziv trailing away, and Ziv wins that 1v1. So hey, that means YFP increased their lead.
This is the harder half, in my opinion, right? Like you have the double info initiators on the attack side. It's easy to take your time. And also just a bit of context as well for this map's results for YFP. This is one of their best performing maps. They're 4-1 on it. And the only loss they have was after the Jack roster swap. And it was also to M80. And it was also a 5-0. Sorry, it was the SRB. It was a 5 OT loss on that map, which was insane. So it was M80, excuse me, not SRB. It was a crazy game. It was a 5 OT game that happened very recently, and that's their only loss on the map. So they've looked really, really good on that map is the TLDR of what I'm trying to say right here. Both of their halves have looked really good, but the attack side has looked even better for YFP. Another kind of, actually, it's a lot of, I'll hold that thought, a lot of information here. It's a full-on A fight.
Oh, just who
Not
cares
this
about your
time, Tanza.
Seekers? Well, I guess Tanza should really care about those Seekers. He just tried to ignore it, and now you can't. So a lot of even things up, but the judge will get through that paper mache shield. So FlyQuest, they're fighting back fire with fire. After that aggression, I mean, YFP were throwing flashes at FlyQuest spawn and Seekers as they were coming out of A lobby. So YFP benefited, at least for the moment. Vita playing with his food. Shotgun v shotgun, and it's Leo's that wins.
Not ready yet.
That was a little ambitious, I can't lie. There's a lot of pressure on Logan now to capitalize off this. An instant death right here would be a disaster for the YFP side, but the crunch is really there. The pressure is being felt right here from multiple angles. Stallion, though, fighting back. It's an absolute brawl now on the side, the 2v2.
Hey, I mean, Duck has 20 HP. I can't believe he's still alive through this exchange. A Nightfall just to get FlyQuest's footing, and goes off against his counterpart, who is in a much healthier state than him. The only advantage is if Duck can have time to wrap around through the doorway he knows Ziff will be in. Ziff has to clear through main. He has to look through baby door. He's just done now that baby door clearance. Not sure about main.
He's gonna know, I think. Will he? I don't know. His timing is really good here.
Oh, he doesn't. And here comes Duck, and Ziff just reacts perfectly.
Bro had no reaction to that at all, on the camera at least. Like he's literally just ice cold, dude. Eyes on the prize. 4-1 now. Lead extended for YFP, but it's. I mean, the desk was harping on Ziff. I think he did have a bit of a poor map to say the very least, but I mean he's been so good overall for this roster, and I think he's really showing his power in this map. He's 8-1 to silence all the haters on the desk. But
warm-up map, you know? That's all you need.
come on, yeah, it's a little warm-up map. Some of us are steam engines. We just take a little bit to heat up, but once we heat up, you know, we don't stop. It keeps going.
I'd like to see Vito warm up too, because he went 4 first kills, 8 first deaths, and he's just the space creator for this team. And
Yeah.
on the judge, especially this pathing continues through A. He could be really scary with the judge.
Yeah, he's a very interesting role on this roster, that's for sure. But I mean, information in this round specifically is starting to really play out. Obviously, YFB's almost all of them are here now. They're also raining through. It's an absolute brawl.
Conversion paths, the kill contract, the house of cards all comes down. YFP get hit by a truck, and now that really gets the confidence, the blood flowing here for FlyQuest finally around in their favor. It felt like this was slowly getting away from them.
And the macro is so scuffed. I mean, YFP had every player there. You know what I mean? There's really no mind games happening whatsoever from FlyQuest. They're really just coin flipping these situations. This time they came out on top. Solana won the kill contract as well. That helped things kind of get things started. But overall, it feels like YFP's a bit more macro minded. They're kind of in the right places at the right time. So you can only win so many of these scenarios if you're FlyQuest. I say that after I just watched them win multiple of these scenarios throughout 2 splits in a row, but at some point the odds are not in your favor when it comes down to these 5v5 site hits. So there has to be some level of push and pull. But I think the overall pressure that YFP is applying on the C side of the map is just kind of drawing them away from the C side. They're just very A focused right now.
I'll find you.
Yeah, it's mostly pistols. It's good information. Ziv puts down 1, and FlyQuest will forge ahead, but does this make them hesitate? Now you're worried about where is this Vi's util? Wall could be splitting them off. YFP are ready to receive now, and FlyQuest don't have an extended lurk. At least they'll trigger this Vi's wall, and maybe starts to liberate the A site for FlyQuest.
And they're really the big problem right here is that Stallion has the entire deep line at C side, and even if they manage to push him off, there's still the Vice, the bros to kind of just re-clear the space. So there's a lot of layers of information available for YFP right here. There it is. Players spotted. I'd like for them to keep that arc rolls up just a little bit longer for that re-clear if they need it, but time is running really low, and I think it's the site race now. It's a full-on C hit.
Oh my god. Jump scare for Stallion. Steel Garden being pulled. Logan evening up the odds. The overdrive. Oh my god, could not face the music against all of FlyQuest. Darkus is on the flank. This is trouble for FlyQuest. This was a YFP team with all pistols. FlyQuest still needs to plant. There's 5 seconds. YFP, this is good space from Leo, but he could only hold the doors for so long. And it's a YFP thrifty at the end of the day.
And the full control happening from YFP right now. You would think they're the ones that had the guns, and the FlyQuest is the one without them. It feels like the entire map is being controlled by so little. It's so loosely held for YFP. It's just one person jiggling long C is keeping that entire defensive setup intact. FlyQuest is really going to need to problem solve a lot of these macro issues happening right now, because it feels like the way that YFP is playing it looks too easy from their perspective. As long as that player and that control towards C mount is happening, it's a massive problem. And I think on that note as well, I think we're seeing a bit of a meta shift on this map, not compositionally, but more so in the macro of how people are approaching the defense. Once upon a time, it was acentric, and I say once upon a time, it's been acentric for the most part. But recently, we're seeing like a small shift, right? We're seeing a lot of teams actually choosing C instead of A control, because if you control C, you also control front B. So you can kind of control 2 parts of the map by only holding 1 part of the map. And I think people are starting to realize that A control is actually super bait and very coin flippy on the defensive side. And it's actually significantly easier to control mound than it is to control A side. So a lot of teams are shifting to this very C-centric style that we're seeing here. And this kind of style is working really well against FlyQuest's comp, because it's drawing so much of their resources early on. And it feels uncomfortable for them to get through because they don't have the flashes, and Tanzas has to dash such a far range from all the way back there that it's like, it's just awkward. So right now, YFP playing this kind of firmware updated macro, and it's working out super well.
Now timeout done for FlyQuest after just getting thriftied on. It's getting your bearings and Duck having a bandit in the mix. Stinger, kind of a mixed bag here for FlyQuest to say the least. Visewall has shifted also at the front of B. It's been very difficult for FlyQuest to leverage the ISO. Salada has been hit or miss. This time he hits and he's not traded immediately. So that's a good sign here for FlyQuest.
I think the game plan was, all right, Salada, run at them. So do you, Tanza. And I mean, that's just, the movement is just so crazy. There's the punish on the Vice. That's exactly how this half should be going. And now FlyQuest, they have not only the 2-player advantage, but the C site completely free and the Viper spit on top of that. I mean, this would be a blunder for FlyQuest to drop.
Could have even conserved the Nightfall because you had Tanza maybe dash in, could have maybe wasn't fully certain if he saw anyone else on the site, and now there's a leg up for YFP. They're just spamming through the Viper's pit, and they have even a glimpse at Salada. This is all coming down. FlyQuest they just had the advantage, and YFP, it's a deadly game of hide and go seek, and FlyQuest are just barely holding on. Stallion will be discovered, and FlyQuest, the fortress walls, they barely maintain.
Dude, barely. 45 HP, 8 HP on the other. I mean, that would have been a disaster to drop. I mean, you really don't get much better odds than that. The 5v3, the Viper pits up, everything is pointing to a round win for FlyQuest, and it is secured after what was a brawl on that C side. And now I'm curious to see if YFP just returns back to their true and tried and tested style. Just try to establish the C mound. It's been working out so well for them. Have the fade on the A side of the map to unravel the lurks and the walk-ups and keep the information flow going on both extremities of the map.
Okay, it's the one spot for the spawn. Very aggressive round for YFP. Salada is cut off by the Visewall, and he just does not care. Dashing by his side as Tanza ready for the convergent pass, and he has a beautiful lane to line it up. Just waiting for some unfriendly neighbors. YFP descend the staircase right into the lap of Leo, who just could not stay steady. Another very low buy round for YFP. Can they pull out another semi-thrifty? See if it's enough. Back here, Sorex just trying to anchor as best as he can, but the paranoia from Stallion was key there. Nightfall through the top side as FlyQuest are hit from all sides, and Duck just can't keep going. Another low buy win for YFP.
Dude, they are so good in these scenarios. It feels like it's in full control every time by YFP. The play off each other, the drawing of attention, holding attention up for other players. It feels suffocating, overwhelming even. Just so good. That was with full pistols, by the way. They had nothing behind the tank right there. Just pure classics and just running it down as a squad. I mean, look at the timing, the patience, immediate crunch, the drawing of attention right here as well from Darkest. I like this POV. This is so sick. It shows it perfectly. I mean, you could just really see the team play on display for YFP. And I think all things considered, they were, you know, the first map was a loss, but the gun round success was mostly YFP's. And I mean, they're showing it here in this map as well. 6-3 lead extended. Economy for FlyQuest in shambles now as YFP looks to put the 7th on the board.
What does Viper's Wall too? I mean, there's so much that FlyQuest can get in terms of free space. They feel very decisive on their A pushes, denying the baby door, but can you deny Darkest? Okay. Oh my god, this swing one tap from the Sheriff. Talk about Salada really heating up. Uses that forward wall, teleporting in Leo, scaling up slowly but surely. FlyQuest will get a plant. Now time on their side. They have 2 Vandals trying to get all the upgrades they can, but Ziff at the top of his mountain, at the top of his game. FlyQuest just get wrapped around by a Neon. Vita as swift as ever, as quick as lightning. YFP shut FlyQuest's eyes.
Flawless on that retake, almost no damage taken. Look at that, everyone's completely healthy. A full-on shutout by YFP onto FlyQuest, extending the lead now. That was just a thrifty from FlyQuest, so I'm not gonna go too crazy in that regard. It's a round they should have been secured, but I think the fact that how clean these rounds are, despite, you know, Darkest falling almost instantly, speaks volumes on the confidence and the cohesion that YFP's feeling, despite 1, losing one of their best players, and 2, doing a complete role swap on like 2 of their players. This is crazy. And Ziff is not only 12-3, but he's 12-3 on a role that he hasn't played in years, if ever. And that's really impressive considering the pressure that YFP is feeling right now.
FlyQuest bringing out a different look with their composition and maybe still adjusting to that pace. How about this pace? Just run it down. Paranoia with a shotgun. FlyQuest match band for ban. And Duck just surviving so deep into these rounds has been so crucial. Gets that big multi-kill. Puts a lot on Logan's plate. Tonza's ready to help him feast. Okay. Roy is live reacting.
Bye. Last round before the switch.
Same.
I mean, he had to jump, man. He had to cross. He just had to clean it up, man. That's tough. The 7-4. I mean, yeah, the composition for YFP, it's not the best for those kind of plays. I think I like the idea. I like the pace change, but I think in terms of brawling, the edge is in FlyQuest's perspective. I mean, one, players are super cracked. Two, their comp is just so much better at brawling than YFP's double and info initiators. And I feel like they've been playing it well enough that they don't need to switch up the script too much, but they're going to run it back.
Yeah, what's the definition of insanity? Let's see if it works. Overdrive. Stallion leads the charge. Shield broken. Double swing. Who is left? Nobody. The round is already over. Flawless for YFP.
Actually flawless. And you know what? They're insane. And it worked. Who expects the let's do it again? They won't expect it strat. No one expects it. That's why it's so effective, dude. I mean, this is I love it. It's savage. I think this is a statement though, from my eyes. Like, dude, you're running back a strat that just failed completely, and to win it in such a dominant fashion. 8-4 on the defensive side of Lotus, which is it's been a good side for YFP, but it's really been the attack sides that have looked so clean for them so far in this split. And I think, you know, this is where things get a little interesting. I'm curious to see the way that FlyQuest decides to approach this map. Playing against the double info initiators can be a little bit tricky, right? Because you have so many ways to re-clear space and kind of you set up your players and set up the util. There's a lot of tools available for YFP to reclaim space once it's lost.
Holy retakes too on just that UI. FlyQuest post plan's really not holding up, but round advantage is still going to matter a lot. YFP converted the first one. Very right side stacked here for FlyQuest defense. It's not like they're moved away from the neon as well, so it's not like you can easily rotate around this map with an ISO. Different shoes, and Dark is gonna definitely get some attention here.
Yeah, he's keeping all these players here. I mean, look at the rest of the players. They're completely shifted to the C side of the map. And I think that's the main crux of the weakness of the Fly comp is there's really no Sentinel. There's really no way to maintain any space once you've given it up. So I'm going to be expecting a lot of push and pull, which is honestly a little bit of rock, paper, scissors with YFP's comp on the attack side, because it's a very push and pull comp, and that's also the weakness for FlyQuest. So, okay. And the weakness is, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it, right? You need to check all these controllers as PCs, man.
I mean, what's fragile is your forehead against the Sheriff, but YFP is a 3 versus 3, and Tonza breaks in. The power of the duelists really compel you. FlyQuest, it just never lets you settle down. They are injured, and it's not over. 12 seconds. Vita feels like he has to shine. Duck plays around, and Sorix is not laughing no more. FlyQuest will convert this pistol.
Yeah, that's a tricky thing with FlyQuest is you can outbrain them sometimes, but out-aiming them is a whole different thing entirely. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened in the last year of Valorant, but I swear every controller player has wall hacks. I'm calling it now, dude. They're so good at spamming. It's actually crazy. It's so sick to see. We see it constantly. Everyone is just so clean at spamming now. They all know the lines. They all know the lineups. It's crazy. There's just no safe haven to plant. It's the worst role in the game.
FlyQuest, well, had a pretty great pistol. Very important for that comeback. Weren't too far ahead. Always within reach. Tonza. Ooh. Catches Stallion. Stallion has been also such a great supportive player for YFP. Most assists in the game, but now won't be able to pull through. He's also acting as that semi-alert, so very interesting. YFP flash in, not as deep as they would have liked, and Sorix will respect it.
And I think FlyQuest is totally happy just giving up space right here. They have the superior weapons plus the advantage. I mean, it's an absolute brawl happening towards water. They're pushing in.
Okay, let's all push the judge. 2 for 1. wasn't good enough. Not able to recover that judge, though. YFP are now on the outside looking in. NA, you got a plant and you got 2 kills. It's not the worst save round you've ever seen.
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, it's better that it went to Sorex and not Tanza, who's getting dangerously close to that ultimate convergent path. But there it is. FlyQuest's another pistol on the board for them. 8-6. Deficit slightly. It's getting slowly patched. 1 brick at a time. 1 round at a time right here. Now, this is the first real gun round. And I'm curious to see what the approach for FlyQuest is going to be, because we saw a completely different style so far from YFP, where they were very C-centric and more on the new firmware update. It seems like FlyQuest is still down to brawl on the A side, and it kind of makes sense because their comp is, I mean, if you try to brawl A, you're just going to lose. That's just a fact.
Onto an outlaw, and oh, he's actually been marked. Good refract, but now he's been tagged up. And this continues to be such a powerful tool for FlyQuest to have a sniper, and that's why you really don't want to let FlyQuest not only convert this round, but let the economy swell too much. And man, walking right in the middle of a crossfire, really tough for Vita, but maybe it gets them all distracted for YFP to go elsewhere.
Yeah, they're instantly shifting too. They clear the lurker, they clear that player. They're already shifting numbers over towards the B and C side of the map. There's a lot of pressure on YFP to be precise right here, but the timing is they're not accelerating. They're actually allowing FlyQuest to rotate over, make their way onto here, and Sorex with a clean angle catches on Logan. And that's the double advantage now, and FlyQuest staring down the barrel of a potential bonus round win.
Solana is still just judging it up in Waterfall. Hans is even fragging with the outlaw on such a small site. It's just over. I think Stallion's just gonna collect and not pass go.
Fair enough. It's a disaster. I think YFP starting to overthink it a little bit. Listen, leaving lurkers against FlyQuest has been a mistake many teams have made in this game, I think. FlyQuest will regress. They will fight your lurker, and if he's not ready for it, they will be definitely punished. And I think it's something that YFP, if they want to resort to the lurks, I think there has to be a little bit more of a sponge and less of a brute force. Unless you're in a really good spot, I guess. But being in the open is maybe not the greatest, safest place to be. That being said, FlyQuest, excuse me, about to get a lead extended to 7. You want to try to keep the economy up here a little bit yeah, sir, save that gun. You're going to need it, sir, in the next round. And 8-7, only 1 round between them now, Lemon.
3 in a row from FlyQuest, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Just what can these lurks really do? And Stallion has been stuck between trying to be the help. Okay. Trying to be. I have no thoughts anymore.
Yes, no thoughts. You're just vibes now.
But yeah, and Stallion's stuck between wanting to be the fighter of the team. You know, he's been so on point with these paranoias, but also needing to give them a more stable lurk, because Vita just kind of wants to go zoom and go fast, and you need a lurk to just scale up and play safer, at least especially if you're getting caught.
Yeah, I think that's probably the same conversation that YFP is having, if I'm being honest. There has to be like a complete switch up in styles right here. The crazy thing is YFP doesn't even really need to overthink this game plan, because it feels like their initial pressure towards A is keeping really keeping a lot of these players from FlyQuest towards the initial pressure that you're putting. So if you're showing A, if you're YFP, a lot of the FlyQuest players are shifted A side. So all you have to do is just show one side, immediately pivot back to the other, and that's really just the name of the game. If you're going to play this push and pull game, then you have to deposit lurkers in significantly better spots, or be willing to just brute force through one side of the defenses for FlyQuest.
This is where you can really kick into gear, but man, this is quite the path to take, and to see how they can move around this Vita wall. And Vita not living La Vida Loca. Very dead.
Okay, see, I'm telling you, dude, these controller players, man. Every time. It's only the controllers, sometimes the senties, but mostly the controllers who just are perfect. Oh, look. Yep. No, seriously, no, do it again, man. It's insane. Now it's just a 5v3. It doesn't even feel like YFP's made any mistakes, really, and they've been punished 5v3 now.
YFP really slowing it down, but wait on these lower buys, man. There's something that happens. They just are different beasts, but surely FlyQuest just do this mostly painlessly. Stallion has 3. 1v2. It should not even be this close. Oh, that did not connect. The ink did not hit the paper, but Logan still hit the ground, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, and the round ended as it should have. 8-8 now. Yeah, this has got to be. I mean, if you're FlyQuest, you are absolutely chilling. It doesn't even feel like YFP is close to a solution in these rounds. But if you're YFP, you're starting to scratch your head a little bit. You've had a crazy momentum lead, and it feels like it's slowly being stolen away from just individual. Look at that. Just first kills. Okay, first kill deserved. Second kill, check PC, man.
I like that Vita treats Valorant like a platformer sometimes. Like I'd like to see like a slide, you know, mobility into intentional shooting, intentional setup for the team, less distraction, more go kill. Waiting for a Vita go kill moment. And hey, he's got the overdrive. He's sick with the overdrives. Doesn't have it yet though.
Yeah, he is sick with the overdrives, and they do have the first kill as well. That's Leo gone down, one of the hard hitters here from FlyQuest's side. Now there's a ton of time left on the clock. I think FlyQuest is going to start feeling antsy. They have no control except for the A line right now, which I think honestly they should be more than happy with. It's an op on the deep line. As long as Tanza's on that side, as long as Duck has eyes on the B side of the map, they should be very comfortable here for these two players from FlyQuest to remain on the C side of the map. But this, my friend Lemon, is where this composition from YFP should shine. They have drones, they have the sky ult, they have so much information. No one should be getting off right here.
Oh, they're seekers.
Okay.
And he still gets that. Not enough of a cushion to save the Vise. You're still at arm's reach. The relay bolts are almost at your feet. And Hans is really trusting in his team to get there in time. And YFP are giving a lot of respect to that.
30 seconds left.
That's an instant pivot. Yeah, they couldn't clear it out well enough. It's going to be the instantaneous rotation over the 4v4 now. Smokes are gone down. Slada trying his luck, but without a distraction. It's actually just a walk through smoke into a firing squad. 4v3 now for YFP.
One door they haven't checked.
Oh.
Vita is caffeinated and ready to go. Surely YFP are also sealed off because of this Viper's wall, so really only Vita and Darkus can get vision here. I guess YFP can still spam. FlyQuest are on an island, and they still flip through. Vita, Darkus work their magic, and YFP get the lead.
And Darkus, man, he's been such a clutch player for this team. He gets the opening kill in this round. He gets 2 in the post-land as well. He's 3 on the board, 14 and 12. He had a phenomenal first map, hard carrying the roster. This time, he's keeping it competitive. But these mistakes, man, they cannot be happening. I mean, you have double info initiators with a sky ult. There's absolutely no reason to be face-checking any of these angles. Just let the utility do the work for you. FlyQuest is not one of those teams you want to give these opportunities to. No free kills to FlyQuest is the name of the game to pick a win off them. Now, for YFP, things are starting to shift. The pacing is measured now. They don't want to bash heads against FlyQuest. And they do have the operator online for Vita, and they're more than happy to let it work.
You have to be using it at B like this, though. Not a normal line to see, but it's good for one nonetheless. FlyQuest don't expect it. Now that's a problem. That's a factor in this round. Now just to check out Rubble here, YFP can now set an op on that line, and FlyQuest would really like to rely on Sorex to keep that Viper's wall up, but it seems like Tons is fine just chilling at the staircase, and we'll see who peaks. You got this triple high-low going on, and FlyQuest, I think, happy to sit here.
Yeah, I mean, they're totally happy to sit here. They know there's no information available for FlyQuest. The walkthrough, though, is savage from Tanza. That's the power of the Waylay right there, the equalizer and the play made, and a ton of information as well to follow. Now, YFP is going to continue walking up, but the time is getting low, Lemon. They have to make a decision, and whatever that be, they'll have to commit to it. And as of right now, it's looking like the A site.
Such a slow round. 20 seconds left. YFP. Tanza holds the angle, holds it down. During the Omen ult, Stallion gets into position deep into sight. Tanza puts up the resistance and just flies in. Does not reflect where he was hoping for.
Oh, poor guy, man. He gets slingshotted. It's the 3v3 now. Players from FlyQuest are slowly creeping in.
Right, YFP got half the job done. The op in the hands of Darkest, Ziff and Tree, and FlyQuest just have to watch from above. It's gonna feel impossible with how the setup is for YFP. Make that back to their first 2 rounds of the half are now just here back to back.
And Tonza really did his best to try to claw away that round. I think if he had gotten away from Pit, the unfortunate slingshot is so unlucky, man. But this walkthrough is so sick. This reposition into Pit was also really sick as well. Logan gets caught off, but the immediate trade following up, and the rest of the players are just putting in so much work. And I mean, Darkest with the operator as well in the pulse plan is so savage. And it's not even the first time we've seen it either. He's known to be the opping initiator who's willing to pull it out, and he's so comfortable doing so. Overall, YFP, they seem to have found their answer, and it's just to show one side, hit the other, play slow, be measured, use util, and just push back FlyQuest, make them uncomfortable, and decide where you want to end. Easy enough.
Yeah. Now we could be seeing a map 3 of YFP if this is the solution to all their problems, and if they can really maintain this kind of momentum. And it seems really tough to punish people like Tonza that are just like dashing at you, refracting out, and Salada's also looking more stable in this half. So YFP, they've been keeping this close, but now they got to go to the finish line.
And I wonder what the conversation is like right now for FlyQuest. I think it has to be around the fact that they're feeling very uncomfortable on this defense side. Like, yeah, some of the rounds they're able to establish some lines towards the A side, but it feels like when they don't have any information flow on that side of the map, it feels very, very deprived, if you will, of information. This time though, it's a C to B stack here for FlyQuest. Now this should be mostly ready. Okay, never mind.
How dare you step into Sands when Tonza's on duty? Heard that at Mound, and of course the immediate collapse. And this is kind of a mixed buy. You have 2 shares here for FlyQuest, and they are just getting started. But Vita with a good punish at this corner.
Can't use it.
Could be trapped as FlyQuest. What does FlyQuest do to respond? They just wait for Vita to get antsy. Probably could have just held that. FlyQuest now are going to push off the wall.
Okay.
Kind of doing his Vita impression there. Ziff 1v3 against 2 sheriffs, by the way. Leo injured. Ziff does not have the spike, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see YFP force the matter on this kind of round. I mean, you're up against the dive comp, and you know that C to B stacks are quite common on these types of rounds. It feels like FlyQuest was perfectly positioned for it. And Tonza Capital... Okay, wait a second. Wait!
The 4K clutch! Okay, we have all forgotten what happened on Split. This is the agent for Ziff right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just that. How many clips have we seen from Ziff in this exact... It's an aim lab scenario, man, for him. It's just dots. He's just aiming at dots. He's so good at it, too. Seen so many. I'm thinking back of the sunset clip from him as well. It was so sick. But yeah, this is the opening to this round is a little suspicious, though. I mean, meta-wise, I feel like it's B2C stacks are so common, and I think Darkest is the type of player who's aware of it. Maybe he just wasn't expecting it to be like that, or maybe he's trying to bait it out. I'm not sure, but it's an A brawl now.
Well, the bait has been bitten, and YFP, they emerge from lobby and into their own graves because Salada and Leo are just next level. But guess what? The GOAT is still up. 1v2, Ziff.
He's
Prowler
feeling
gets
confident.
shot. Yeah, he's feeling good. Oh, he gets paranoid. Oh, he touches the encounter from Thorax, but Ziff, there's no shot. He gets crunched. Leo, important round here for FlyQuest. You do not want to let YFP get the match point.
And you definitely do not want to be clashing heads with FlyQuest. It feels like almost every time that's happened, FlyQuest has come out on top on this defensive side. It's been so good. Their team fights is their trademark. That's their signature. They're happy to brawl. And giving it to them is kind of playing into their hand. I feel like the YFP pace is going to... I think they're doing the thing again, Miss Lemon. They're doing they won't expect it the 2 times in a row. They're going for the A clash again.
The Nightfall is definitely going to help, especially through all the chaos of the Neon Walls, the Viper Wall, and Vita just takes all the space. But FlyQuest have something on the menu for him. It's a Bucky in the corner, but the YFP follow-up is much tighter, and it's helping bail Vita.
So much
trade from Vita. Here's the Nightfall, Prowler, YFP investing. Still don't even hear the full voice line, Logan. trying to even up the odds, but the numbers are in YFP's favor. FlyQuest
planted.
are on the perimeter. Last Prowler now from YFP. Still no FlyQuest, haven't dropped yet. Now you hear that step. Logan is patient. Angles being checked. Ziff is smoked off. Darkest, he reacts appropriately and just spams through. Zork's gonna use the pit to
What is happening?
to get on the spike. What are these ults?
What?
Insane! FlyQuest let it rain, and Stallion just falls to his knees. FlyQuest are just one round away from YFP.
How has this happened? That should have been a YFP's round easily. This feels like we just witnessed a robbery live on air. I mean, I need to replay that. I'm calling for a replay, but let's be real. We're not going to know what the heck happened. There's so many smokes and ults, and oh, the lineup right there for Sorex is nutty. I mean, 11-10 now. What feels like a blunder from YFP. It should have been their rounds. It should have been the map point. Now FlyQuest has allowed themselves the opportunity to tie things up at 11-11 if things are sane at this round, Lemon. Now the kill contract is online for Solada. That's one person who's going to have to battle Solada, who's absolutely feeling it right now on this map. It feels like YFP is leading towards the C side. Whether they accelerate onto the site, yeah, they're going.
My question is how to maintain this. Ponza, this is really risky. This is aggressive, and Darkest is caught lacking. Vita just uses speed to escape, and what a punish onto Sorex. Salvages the opportunity. Can't get through the ISO shield. Doug has enough bullets in the chamber with the Odin, and then the Prowler just buys time. YFP, they need to get their bearings. Stallion, the share of these lower buys, YFP are insane, but FlyQuest are done with these games. Logan. Wait. 1v1?
He spotted him.
This was Sheriff's. How many low buys can YFP pull off? And you so close at the initial tag, but Leoban, he's so resilient in these moments. We are tied up.
Oh yeah, we are. I mean, it was so messy. It's so brawly. 11-11 now, though. I mean, this almost feels like the all-in right here for either of these teams. The economy's fully invested. The rounds have not been clean for either side, and now both the teams are fully in. Kill contract available, and the Omen ults for both teams are also up. No other ults to follow for YFP, though, whatsoever. And it's possible that Tonza does get the convergent path. A lot of ults options are available for FlyQuest, and I think the kill contract is really the scary thing, because it's so hard to predict when you're on the attack side against it. Is it going to be passive? Is it going to be for the retake? Like, it's so much pressure constantly applied.
Yeah, FlyQuest have had mixed success when it comes to their retake, so maybe that would be the key here. But FlyQuest are having a much more successful second half here on their defense. And we're able to stifle any kind of win streak that YFP were starting to create. And now this is for all the marbles. If whether we stay in regulation or FlyQuest's eliminating YFP here and now, or are we going to Pearl, the decider? This is crazy.
This is so crazy. And this feels like the most important timeout that YFP's ever had in the split. Like, literally, like, this is like, that's the do or die timeout. So I hope they've come up with an insane game plan. And the Omen ult is here. They might try a seaside crunch onto the anchor immediately and try to punish Sorex. Flash is going to give information. Vita leading the charge up close and personal. But look at FlyQuest. They've already just completely reacted on the map, and they're cut off from each other. They've isolated these players from each other.
Logan, this is a big moment for him, and Solada locks in, and this creates a threat towards the spawn. This creates hesitation in the YFP camp. Vita doesn't really care what's behind him. He only looks forward. He looks to the future, and he's made the space. And brings back confidence to YFP. They'll leave Stallion towards Mound, and now the pressure, the Prowlers, you bite down on people at Waterfall.
No distraction.
It's kind of a mixed encounter. There is the kill contract, kidnapping one, but it wasn't the spike carrier, so YFP are still trying to get that down. Solana wins, Zip is removed, and YFP, they have to double their numbers. Double or nothing. Oh, and the vulnerable is big. Solana pulls through on the ISO. And FlyQuest will get to match point, series point.
And that right there is exactly why they've chosen ISO in this composition. It's so much pressure when that kill contract's up. And when it comes down to the retakes, you have that person leading the charge with the shield, trading out. The uppercut is so strong on this map as well. The linear rare. I tried. It's linear. It's a linear piece of util.
Yeah, gotcha.
But it's just so clean in these rounds. And again, the proactivity for FlyQuest is really dangerous for the YFP side. Punishing the push and pull, punishing the isolated players. It feels like FlyQuest is really locked in.
Most normal who moment there, by the way. Love the insight from FlyQuest coach.
This is business.
All right, last round of regulation. Can FlyQuest continue the win streak? It's been 4. Now it's another pace change, back to a normal default. Sorix already hearing util being thrown at Mound is gonna get Salada in Waterfall. This is everything here for YFP.
Well, a lot of pressure here on Logan. Feels like this is so savage, by the way. The outlaw on this kind of round. I mean, only one player has full armor. That's Vita. Everyone else is one-shottable. So it feels like an overpowered sniper is in Tanza's hands right now. Deep on this A line as well. And Logan's stuck on the left side. So a misstep right here from either of these two players could be it. Nice heads up on the drone to push back the line, but still not line taken away from Tanza. And they're happy to keep the stack here on the C site.
Tanza's happy to hold this position too. He is the better gun for this kind of encounter. And Eric getting flashes. You got all the util pretty much out of Darkest, Dog and Flash. So that's less tools in the arsenal of YFP. Now trying to create some fakes. Pressure Leo off the line. FlyQuest maybe moved, but they have not faltered, and that sees kind of limits things. Vita stuck between a rock and a hard place. YFP have to pull through or it's all over. And FlyQuest, they built the wall brick by brick, 3 versus 3. Waterfall smoked off. Salada continues to be the final boss of this site. And Stallion is going for build there, and mainly we're looking at what Todd, the convergent pass forges ahead. The path to success. Numbers are equal, but it's Tanza all day. But Logan, oh, it's all over. FlyQuest, they soar to the next round of playoffs. What suffocation on this defense.
I mean, a huge bounce back from that first half. So much of the team play, so much of that micro that we've praised this FlyQuest roster for on full display here in this second map. I mean, a dominant showing. They've not only secured another opportunity to keep this run going, but they took away a map from what was YFP's best map by far. An unbelievable showing here from FlyQuest, changing composition, still looking fluid. It's impressive, man. The team play, the retakes, those are the things that they've been known for, and we saw all of that here in the series to take down YFP. And unfortunately for YFP, the run ends here. It's an unfortunate situation to be in, no doubt, but for FlyQuest, it's all smiles across the board right now. They're feeling good, they're feeling happy. They have a chance at redemption and another opportunity to close out this playoff run. Valorant's beautiful. FlyQuest is amazing. Sad to see YFP go, of course, but that's the name of the game in VCL, baby.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest really convinced me with the ISO in the second half. Obviously, these last second iterations, I mean, Sierra pointed out, we just haven't seen the ISO from Salada in that moment and was able to have such an impact near the end. YFP, they made roster changes in order to make this playoff caliber roster. They made it to playoffs, but their road ends here. But the stream is not over. That's what's important. FlyQuest are going to be joining us for a post-match interview very soon, but first we have to hear from the desk. This was a wild series. Playoffs are wild. You guys got to stay tuned.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
just fired.
Oh my God!
You're all fired. You're all fired.
Yeah, then everybody's just gonna go drop. Yeah. Just made this a 1v3. Needs to get a couple more though. Still with the fight. Bonzi ends up going down. Now the 1v1. Jet Knives straight to the dome. Over the top. Dynamic saves the round.
And congratulations to FlyQuest Academy, who are going to be taking the victory over on Lotus and putting themselves into the next round here in playoffs. I mean, getting into the map, again, going to be a scrappy one. This one was YFP's pick, but it goes back and forth. But Athena, just that string of rounds at the end is just enough to get FlyQuest over the edge.
God, it was genuinely an insane string of rounds, but definitely a well-deserved one. Both teams showing that aggression was the name of the game here. No matter what they did, they were almost fighting in spawns, fighting each other, taking a lot of those ones. And honestly, very well played by FlyQuest at the end there. If there's one thing about this team, it's that their defensive side is always gonna be better. And they really showed it with that really big comeback on this second half. But really well played. I really enjoyed watching a lot of the trades that were happening, as well as the creativity in the server with a lot of these aggressive strats, pushing down, making sure that they're setting up for whoa. Setups. They're not doing that, but also being really, really good. You know how it is, Ship.
Oh my gosh. We are all over the place right now. Got us feeling surgery type of way. Now, there are two main factors that I think really are going to stand out in the report at the end here. Number one, you're going to see it on the scoreboard. Once again, we have one player to the side of YFP who just was not able to step up and click mouse one all that well tonight. But on top of that, FlyQuest were able to, in 6 different rounds that they had a little bit more than half purchased, not quite full gun rounds, but a little bit more than half purchased. They won 5 of them. And we saw so many different thrifty opportunities that came through for both teams. But that map in particular, 5 out of 6 is unbelievable. And yes, I did say 6 with an I, just in case the team wasn't so sure. So I think those are the big factors here. I mean, like, this was a scrappy game, and it leads to those kind of half-buy situations, you know, getting converted on it. It was insane.
Yeah, so many thrifties, and I think that this really goes to show that FlyQuest, they put a lot of thought into this comp as well with that ISO, right? They really figured out how they wanted to play around it, how they were going to move around the map with it as well. I think just overall, it really goes to show that they did a lot of their homework and a lot of prep work, actually, because of course this was an elimination match, and they've managed to just straight by and make it to that lower round 3.
I mean, talking about a scrape by, I would love to see how a third map could have been between these two teams. But yeah. I mean, getting into Lotus, something that has been a little bit more of a pain point, and the fact that, again, FlyQuest just always change things up. We saw that change over on Split to be starting off the series, and we see the ISO of all things. Like, there's such an unpredictable team. I thought this one was just so fun with those little back and forths, and like, kudos to both of the IGLs for even being able to keep up, because that was just craziness. But for FlyQuest, I mean, Athena, you even called it at the half, like, ooh, this one's gonna be a 13-10, kind of just after how that first couple of rounds kind of just shook up, and it definitely was close. You're one off, but I mean, you're pretty par for the course otherwise.
Yeah, one off. And also, this stat is totally a lie. There's definitely more than one thrifty, but yeah, a couple of them were definitely low buys, not necessarily just thrifties. And a lot of that conversion for YFP was one of the main reasons why they stayed in the game so long and why they looked so scary. But then on the other side, FlyQuest, 4 out of 10 post-lance attack again was not their best, but you could see that the retakes from the YFP side were really good. But then again, FlyQuest retakes, especially towards the end there, were really nice. They were a little bit scrappy, a little bit sloppy, but at the end, they all won their ones, which I think is the most important part of this game. And again, like you said, Shift, every single player on this roster stood up and really did their job. And that goes for both teams that were playing today. It just came down to a lot of these little things, little micro adjustments that set them apart.
Yeah, and I think I just want to point to the defensive side for the top 2 players on the scoreboard here for FlyQuest, for Salada and Tanza in particular. You get 7 out of the 9 first bloods that they had on the defensive side were by those 2 players. So it's just interesting because as much as ISO has fallen out of the picture in a lot of ways, ISO still brings a lot of staying power with the shield, split ability and pause with the ult, and the ability to make life easy for everyone else on site with the undercut. We don't really see the wall being thrown anymore, but there's a lot of utility that can be used, and not just set yourself up, but set up your teammates that are on the point as well. Leo in particular, I think, really benefited from a lot of that, including that last paranoia that we saw. Just getting a little bit of extra time and space to work with allows them to have a chance to confirm that that utility is going to connect. So really, really good stuff. Just kind of coordinating on site when things are absolutely disgusting, like not just like in a good way of saying, like it's just a mess. It's just spaghetti on the floor all over the place, but really good stuff from, I think, Solana and Tanza to get the fight started in the right foot for FlyQuest. Everyone else can hang a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think that's definitely why we talk about how they thrive in the chaos, because even though it is chaotic and it might be scrappy, might be a little bit sloppy, the plans are still there. Like, players are still going in together. You have the general understanding of what each goal is of each round, and they're both going in. Like Solana using his shield to then use his movement to bunny hop around. I'm pretty sure they ended up losing that round, but they still had 3 players that were aggressing, faking a lot of the space. And it even really well played into their retakes as well, because they were so good at figuring out what parts of the site to fight and who was taking which ones and who was taking the really aggressive angles too, just making it almost impossible to hold down the site and anchor because everyone's coming from every direction. So really well played for them.
It really was. And with that, they'll find themselves in the top 4 here of challengers. So big congratulations. And now we have our Philips Norelco interview ready to hear about our top 4 team with IGL Duck on the line. First off, congratulations, top 4 here in Challengers playoffs. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, you know. This is where we got last time, and I'm hoping to get past it this time, get past the 4th place and win it all.
I mean, this team has just always been so exciting to watch. You're talking about hopefully you can get past that. Obviously, you've had the signing heading into this stage. We can see you leveling up as a team, but in your opinion, like, what have you done to be able to make sure you can get past that and try and become our stage 2 champions?
Well, we take losses very seriously, you know, like those losses really elevate us. So that's what's like been the main decider in our run so far. You know, as you saw with like our Jet on split, even like the ISO Lotus, when we lose, we really look into it and see why we lost, and we make those changes and we do it efficiently. Get it done next match.
Love to hear that. And I want to talk about those changes, particularly the ISO on Lotus, because we haven't seen an ISO from Solana ever. And that was kind of an unexpected one from at least our end going into today. So why ISO out of all of the different duelists you could run?
Honestly, it kind of has to deal with Solana just playing more ISO in rank. He's like, wow, I'm having so much fun with this agent. It's like, let's just play it. And he's like, he's giving ideas, so like that makes it easier. We're just like, all right, let's run it.
Always the comfort. I love to hear that. And I want to talk on your role in the team, being able to call, because we get to see, I mean, FlyQuest is such a scrappy team. You guys are always just so aggressive. And you go up against YFP that, especially in that second map, we're playing quite aggressively as well. They're pushing your spawn multiple rounds in a row. So how do you, in all of that, call to be able to find those wins amongst all of this chaos that's just constantly happening?
You know, it's pretty easy because we have kind of like a first call basis. Like whoever calls first, like we just follow that. So it's like whenever someone has an idea, it doesn't even have to be me. Like someone has an idea, instantly, we all follow it. So it makes it really easy in the chaos.
And it's whoever just calls first, even if there's conflicting voices, you always just trust that first one?
Usually if it's not like a fast-paced call, we'll trust it unless I overcall it, obviously, then we'll go with my call.
Love to hear that trust in the team. Now, going on forward, I mean, you're still alive in this. You're up against Division 1 next. How are you feeling going into this match?
I'm feeling great. You know, those are my ex-teammates. Me and Storix used to play on a team with them like a year ago for super long. We were all like really close friends. And we've played them twice now, once in a Fun Ever and once in Challengers. Beat them both times, and I'm excited to beat them a third time.
Oh, okay. Friendly rivalry there. I mean, last but not least, I mean, you see your teammates in the back of the camera. How has it been being able to play in person and being able to have this experience?
It's been awesome. You know, Storix really emphasizes like the fist bump, so after every round we have the fist bump. That's what he told me. It's been really fun.
Hey, it's that teamwork, that coordination that gets the wins. I'll let you go be able to hang out with the team, but congratulations and best of luck to your next match. Thank you, thank you. Back over to the analyst desk. I love that insight from the team. First of all, that trust everything else. And hey, the secret to the ISO, the rank, run it down. It's working out for them. I mean, pulling up the bracket, that's going to be a FlyQuest that finds themselves with that 2-0 victory. Now moving on into another round here. Lower semifinals going up against Division 1 Athena. This bracket, oh, this is exciting. Like, we got our lower semis determined. M80 SRB still in the wings.
Yeah, this is gonna be a crazy matchup. Fly versus Division 1. I'd say these are the two most explosive teams, definitely, in terms of fast pace, in terms of aggression. And so I think that's gonna be kind of a crazy semi-final, but it definitely makes sense for both of these teams to be here today. And I think that that's going to be kind of wild. Of course, upper final, M80 versus SRB. The loser of that will go down to the lower final. But they, of course, have a pretty big wall in front of them, again, with either of these teams, Fly versus E1. I mean, you even heard in the interview, they like to learn a lot from their losses, and dropping down into the lower bracket for Fly seems to be the kind of catalyst for them to improve. So really well done.
I got 2 words for the remainder of this bracket.
Oh, God.
It's lit. It's going to be 2 insane matches tomorrow. I am so absolutely amped. I think M80 and SRB, based on what we've seen so far, are going to match up extremely well. And I think FlyQuest and Division 1 are going to play just holy ball. Like, legitimately just drop the gloves. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. It's going to be messy. I hope our OBS team is going to do some finger stretches beforehand, because they're going to be pushing buttons faster than a 1940s typewriter. It's going to be insane. I can't wait for both those games.
God, it's all going down tomorrow. It's going to be one of the best days we've had at Challengers so far, with 2 amazing matchups. This playoff bracket has been absolutely brutal. Our Stage 1 champions are gone. YFP that was undefeated in Swiss stage is gone. Evil Geniuses Academy is gone. It has been brutal out here, but we have been enjoying every moment of it. Thank you all for tuning in today. Again, tomorrow's matches are going to be insane. You do not want to miss out. So we'll see you all here bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you then.
Exchange, EG, really starting to be shaky here on this A site. What to expect? You don't know what's coming. You won't hear it either in Division 1. Just suffocating kicks with the third. Now this round, an uncharacteristic with the up. And this is kind of a disaster. 4 and picks up 3. It's all up to moves to save the day. The final round of the half has been discovered. A 4K for 4 and he's on his feet.
Completely isolates the Neon here, hits B-Dog with a judge. And again, they're just leaving.
The recon pancake got them so much value, and the Hunter Fury won't be in the picture though. So you have all of these racing and moves. Has that trap, has that block, and he has been unleashed. Division 1. Going in for showers, flash pressure, through short. Division 1 need these duelists to stand tall, and man, Boomy looks good. Lamity up next. Oh my God, the double and almost a third. Loops had to lock in, or it was over already. But it pretty much is. Division 1 have their duelists firing on all fronts, and now.
Double down to the beast mode.
Lotus up here. He has the Odin. Does he want to dog or flash? Do they want to take a fight? Still, they want to just lean on this crossfire, and Vita's going to just use the speed. That will take care of everything behind the Neon. Perfect for FlyQuest to FlyQuest to drop yet. Now you hear that step. Logan is patient. Angles being checked. Zip, smoke off Darkest. React appropriately. Spam through. Source can use the pin.
What is happening?
To get on the place. What are these moves?
What?
Sustain. FlyQuest let it rain. And Stallion just falls to his knees. FlyQuest are just 1 round away from YFP.
And how is this happening? That should have been in YFP's bracket.